You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of two small cycles of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. It's Collected Works, Volume 233A, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, the Easter Festival, and the History of the Mysteries. 10 lectures given in Dornach between the 4th and the 13th of January and the 19th to the 22nd of April, 1924. Translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 1 given in Dornach on the 4th of January, 1924. Following on what I had to bring before you in the lectures given at our Christmas conference, I would like now to speak of the movement that is leading us in modern times to research into the life of the Spirit. I referred to the movement that is spoken of under the name of Rosicrucianism, or is given some other designation. And I should like to take this opportunity of giving you a picture of it in its inner aspect and nature. It will be necessary, first of all, by way of introduction, to say something about the whole manner of forming ideas that had become customary round about the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries CE, and that has actually disappeared only at the end of the 18th century, for it can be found here and there among stragglers, as it were, even as late as the 19th century. I do not intend today to go into the whole history of the movement, but rather to put forward some conceptions and ideas that you should think of as inwardly experienced by certain people belonging to those earlier centuries. For it is not generally realized that we have only to go back a comparatively short time in history to find that the scholars were possessed of a world of ideas altogether different from our own. In these days we speak of chemical substances, and we enumerate 70 or 80 distinct chemical elements. We have no idea how very little we are saying when we name one substance oxygen, another nitrogen, and so on. Oxygen, for instance, is something that is present only under certain definite conditions of warmth, for example. And no reasonable person can unite a conception of reality with something that, when the temperature is raised by so and so many degrees, is no longer present in the same measure or manner as it is under the conditions that obtain for our physical life on earth. It was the realization of facts like this that underlay research during the earlier centuries of the Middle Ages. The research of those times set out to get beyond what is only relative existence and arrive at real existence. Thus I posit a transition between the 9th and 10th centuries CE, for up to this time humanity's perceptions were still very spiritual. It would never, for example, have occurred to scholars of the 9th century to imagine angels, archangels, or seraphim as falling short in respect of reality, purely, I mean, in respect of reality, of the physical people they saw with their eyes. You will find that before the 10th century, scholars always speak of the spiritual beings, the so-called intelligences of the cosmos, as we do of beings we actually meet in life. Humans of that time were, of course, well aware that the day was long past when the beholding of spiritual beings had been a common human experience, but they knew that in certain circumstances some apprehension of their presence could still be had. We must not, for instance, overlook the fact that on into the 9th and 10th centuries, countless priests of the Catholic Church were quite conscious of how, in the course of their celebration of the Mass, it would happen that in this or that act of the ritual they encountered spiritual beings, intelligences of the cosmos. With the coming of the 9th and 10th centuries, however, all such direct and immediate contact with the intelligences of the universe began to disappear from human consciousness, and they began to develop in its place consciousness of the elements of the cosmos, the earthy element, the fluid or watery, the airy, the warm or fiery. And so it came about that just as, hitherto, humanity had spoken of cosmic intelligences that rule the movements of the planets, that lead the planets across the constellations of the fixed stars, and so forth, now they began to speak rather of the intermediate environment of the earth. They spoke of the elements of earth, water, air, fire. Of chemical substances, in the modern sense of the word, they did not as yet take account. That came much later. And indeed it would be a great mistake to imagine that scholars of the 14th century, even in some sense scholars of the 18th century, had ideas of the elements, warmth, air, water, earth, that resembled the ideas we have today. Warmth is spoken of today merely as a state in which bodies exist. No one speaks any longer of actual warmth ether. Air and water have likewise become for us moderns completely abstract conceptions. It is time we studied the ideas of these earlier centuries and learned to enter into a true understanding of them. And so today I would like to give you a picture showing you how a scholar of those times would speak. When I wrote my book, The Secret Doctrine, footnote, more commonly known as Occult Science or An Outline of Esoteric Science, end of footnote, I was obliged to make the account of the evolution of the earth accord somewhat with the prevailing ideas of the present day. In the 12th or 13th centuries, people would have been able to give the account quite differently. The following might then have been found in a certain chapter, for instance, of The Secret Doctrine. An idea would have been called up, to begin with, of the beings who may be designated as those of the first hierarchy: seraphim, cherubim, thrones. The seraphim would have been characterized as beings for whom there is no subject and object, for whom subject and object are one and the same. Beings who would not say, quote, "round about me are the various objects," close quote, but rather, quote, "the world is, and I am the world, and the world is I," close quote. Such beings know only of themselves, and these beings, these seraphim, know of themselves through an inner experience of which we have only a weak reflection when we are filled, let us say, with a burning enthusiasm. It is, you know, often quite difficult to make the people of today understand what is meant by burning enthusiasm. In the beginning of the 19th century, people still knew better what burning enthusiasm is than they do today. In those days it could still happen that some poem or other was read aloud, and the people were so filled with enthusiasm, forgive me, but it really was so, that we of the present day would say they had all gone out of their minds. So moved were they, so warmed. Today people freeze up just when you expect them to become enthused. Now it was by becoming conscious of this element of enthusiasm, this rapture of the soul that used to come quite naturally to the people of Middle and Eastern Europe. It was by lifting this experience into consciousness, by making it the complete content of consciousness, that people had to form an idea of the inner life of the seraphim. And as a bright, clear element in consciousness, full of light, so that thought turns at once into light, illuminating everything. Such was the idea humans formed of the element of consciousness of the thrones, was conceiving, as sustaining, bearing the worlds in grace. And as a bright, clear element in consciousness, full of light, so that thought turns at once into light, illuminating everything. Such was the idea humans formed of the element of consciousness of the thrones, was conceived as sustaining, bearing the worlds in grace. There you have one sketch such as could have been drawn for that earlier consciousness. I could go on speaking about it for a long time. For the moment, I wanted only to tell you how in those days one would first of all have tried to describe the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones in the true qualities of their being. They would then have gone on to say, the choir of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones works together in such a manner that the thrones found and established a kind of seed or kernel, see Plate 1, in the middle, lilac red. The cherubim let their own light-filled being stream forth from this center, yellow ring, and the seraphim enwrap the whole in a mantle of warmth and enthusiasm that rays far out into cosmic space, red veiling. Everything in the drawing I have made is beings. In the middle the thrones, around them the cherubim, and outermost of all the seraphim. All is essential being. Beings who move and weave into one another, do, think, will, feel in one another. It is all being. And now if some other being, having the right sensitiveness, were able to take its path through the space where the thrones have established a kernel in this way, where the cherubim have made a kind of circling around it, and the seraphim have, as it were, enveloped the whole. If a being with the required sensitiveness were to come into this realm of activity of the first hierarchy, it would feel warmth in varying differentiations. Here greater warmth, there less. It would all be an experience of soul, and yet, at the same time, sense experience. That is to say, when the being felt warm in soul, the feeling would be the feeling you have when you are in a well-warmed room. Such a united building up by the beings of the first hierarchy did truly once take place in the cosmos. It formed what we call the Saturn existence. The warmth is merely the expression of the fact that these beings are there. The warmth is nothing more than the expression of the fact that the beings are there. Let me try to make clear to you what I mean. Suppose you have an affection for a certain person. Their presence gives you warmth. But now someone comes along who is frightfully abstract and says, quote, "The person does not interest me. I will think them away. The warmth the person sheds around them, that is what interests me." Close quote. Or suppose the person doesn't even say, quote, "The warmth they shed around them is all that interests me." Close quote. Suppose they say, quote, "The warmth as such is all that interests me." Close quote. Such a person is talking nonsense, of course. You see that at once. For if the person is not there who sheds the warmth, then the warmth is not there. The warmth is only there when the person is there. In itself, it is nothing. The person must be there for the warmth to be there. Even so must seraphim, cherubim, and thrones be there. If the beings are not there, neither is the warmth. The warmth is merely the revelation of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Now, in the time of which we are telling, everything was for humanity just as I have described it, even down to the picture that I have drawn on the blackboard. People spoke of elements. By the element of warmth, they understood cherubim, seraphim, thrones. That is the Saturn existence. That is Saturn. And now the description would go further. It would be said, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, these alone have the power to bring forth something of the nature of Saturn. None but the highest hierarchy is capable of placing such an existence into the cosmos. But when this highest hierarchy had once placed it there to begin a new world, then evolution could go further. The, in quotes, sons of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones could carry evolution further. And it came to pass in the following manner. Beings of the second hierarchy, Kyriatetes, Dunamis, Exousiae, beings generated by the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, pressed into the space that had been formed, in quotes, through the working of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, formed and fashioned to Saturnian warmth. There entered the scene now younger, cosmically younger beings. And how do these cosmically younger beings work? Whereas cherubim, seraphim, and thrones reveal themselves in the element of warmth, the beings of the second hierarchy take form in the element of light. Here, plate 1, see the right side, you have the Saturnian. It is dark. It gives warmth. And now, within the dark world of Saturn, something new begins to arise through the working of the sons of the first hierarchy, through Exousiae, Dunamis, and Kyriatetes. What is it that is now able to arise within the Saturnian warmth? The penetration of the second hierarchy signifies an inner illumination. Saturnian warmth is inwardly illuminated by light. It also becomes denser. Instead of the warmth element alone, there is now also air. Thus we have on the one hand the entry of the second hierarchy coming to revelation in light. However, you must clearly understand that it is in very deed and truth beings who press their way into Saturnian existence. Whoever has the requisite power of perception sees the event as a penetration of light. The light reveals the path of these beings. And where light enters, we find too, under certain conditions, shadow, darkness, dark shadow. Through the penetration by the second hierarchy in the form of light, shadow also comes about. What was the shadow? It was air. Right on into the 15th and 16th centuries, people knew for a fact what air is. Today we know only that air consists of oxygen, nitrogen, and so forth, which is much the same as saying that a watch consists of glass and silver. That really tells me nothing at all about the watch as a watch, and nothing at all is said about air as a cosmic phenomenon, when it is said to consist of oxygen and nitrogen. We tell very much, on the other hand, if we know air comes forth from the cosmos as the shadow of light. See plate 1. In actual fact, we have, with the entry of the second hierarchy into the Saturnine warmth, the entry of light, white shadow, and of the shadow of light, air, green serpentine lines. And with that we have, in quotes, sun. Such is the way we would have to speak in the 13th century. And what follows after this? The further evolution comes about through the working of the sons of the second hierarchy, the archai, archangels and angels. The second hierarchy have accomplished the entry of the element of light, light that has drawn along behind its shadow the darkness of air, not the indifferent neutral darkness that belongs to Saturn, the darkness that is simply absence of light, but the darkness that is the antithesis of light. And now to this element of light, the third hierarchy, archai, archangels, angels, add by virtue of their nature and being a new element, an element that is like our human desire, like our impulse to strive after something, to long for something. And thereby the following comes to pass. Some say archai or archangel being enters here and comes upon an element of light, encounters, as it were, a place of light. In this place of light, the being will then receive, through its very receptivity for the light, the urge, the desire for darkness. The angelic being carries light into darkness, or an angelic being may carry darkness into light. These beings become thus mediators, messengers between light and darkness. And as a result of this, what previously has only shone in light and drawn along behind its shadow the darkness of air, begins now to shine in color, to glow in a play of color. Light begins to appear in darkness, darkness in light. The third hierarchy create color. Out of light and darkness, they conjure forth color. In the time of Aristotle, people still knew, when they gave themselves up to contemplation in the mysteries, whence colors come. They knew that it is the beings of the third hierarchy who have to do with color. Aristotle himself, in his Color Harmony, declares that color signifies a working together of light and darkness. But this spiritual element in human thought, whereby he knew that behind warmth he had to see beings of the first hierarchy, behind light and its shadow, darkness, beings of the second hierarchy, and behind the iridescent play of color, shimmering in a great cosmic harmony, beings of the third hierarchy, this spiritual element in human thought has been lost. And nothing is left for us today but the unhappy Newtonian theory of color. The initiates continued to smile at Newton's theory until the 18th century. Then it became an article of faith for professional physicists. We really must have lost all knowledge of the spiritual world if we can speak in the sense of Newton's theory of color. Anyone who is still inwardly stimulated by the spiritual world, as was the case with Goethe, will resist it. Such a person will place before his fellows the truth of the matter, as Goethe did, and attack with all his might. Goethe never railed so strongly as when he had to scold Newton. He went for him and his theory hammer and tongs. Such a thing is incomprehensible nowadays, for the simple reason that in our time anyone who does not recognize the Newtonian theory of color is a fool in the eyes of physicists. But things were different in Goethe's time. He did not stand alone. True, he stood alone as one who spoke openly on the matter, but there were others who knew, even as late as the end of the 18th century, whence color comes, who knew with absolute certainty how color wells up from within the spiritual. We have seen that air is the shadow of light, and as when light arises under certain conditions we find the dark shadow, so when color is present and works as a reality, and it can do so when it penetrates into the airy element, when it flames up in this air, when, in a word, it is something, is a reality flashing and sparkling in the element of air. When this is so, then, under certain conditions, we get pressure, counter-pressure. And out of the very real color there comes into being the fluid element of water. Just as for cosmic thinking the shadow of light is air, so is water the reflection, the creation of color in the cosmos. Perhaps you will say, no, that I cannot understand. But try for once really to grasp color in its true meaning. Red. Surely you do not think that red is, in its essence, the neutral surface it is generally regarded as being. Red is something that makes an attack upon you. I have often spoken of this. You want to run away from red. It thrusts you back. Blue-violet, on the other hand, is something you want to run after. It runs away from you all the time. It grows deeper and deeper. In the colors, everything is alive. The colors are a world in themselves, and the sole element in the world of color simply cannot exist without movement. If we follow the colors in the experience of our souls, we ourselves must follow the movement. People gape at the rainbow. But if you look at the rainbow with a little imagination, you can see elemental beings there. These elemental beings are full of activity, and they demonstrate their activity in a most remarkable manner. Here, where there is red and yellow, you see some of the elemental beings streaming forth from the rainbow, continually coming out of it. They move across, and the moment they reach the lower end of the green, they feel drawn to it. You see them disappear at this point, where there is green and blue. Readers aside, there is a picture here. End of readers aside. On the other side, they come out again. To someone who can view it with imagination, the whole rainbow is a revelation of the spiritual, of the streaming out and disappearing again within of the spiritual. It is like a spiritual cylinder, wonderful to behold. And you can observe as well how these spiritual beings come forth from the rainbow with extreme fear, and then how they go in with an absolutely invincible courage. When you look at the red-yellow, you see fear streaming out. And when you look at the blue-violet, you have the feeling that there all is courage and bravery of heart. Picture it to yourself. What I see before me is not just a rainbow. See plate 2. Here beings are coming out of it. Turning the page 90 degrees, there is courage. And now the courage disappears again. Now the eye, EYE, is oriented. But now imagine it is there before you in all its colors, red, yellow, and so forth, and it receives a certain density. You can easily imagine how this will give rise to the element of water. And in this watery element, spiritual beings live. Beings that are actually a kind of copy of the beings of the third hierarchy. There is no doubt about it. If we want to get near those who possessed real knowledge in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, we must be ready to understand such things. As a matter of fact, without this, we cannot approach even the personalities of still later times. We cannot understand Albertus Magnus if we read him with the knowledge that we have today. We must read him with a kind of knowledge that takes account of the fact that spiritual things, such as we have been considering, were still a reality for him. Only then will we understand how he uses his words. Thus we have air and water coming into existence as a reflection of the hierarchies. The hierarchies themselves dive in. When the hierarchies themselves dive in, the second hierarchy enters in as the form of light, and the third hierarchy enters in as the form of color. We have reached the moon stage of our earth. Now we come to the fourth hierarchy. I am narrating this as it was thought in the 12th to 13th century. Today we do not speak of the fourth hierarchy, but then people still did. What is this fourth hierarchy? It is the human being. We are ourselves the fourth hierarchy. But by the fourth hierarchy, people did not understand the two-legged, aging, most strange being that goes about in the world today. To those who had true knowledge, human beings, as we know them on earth today, would have seemed a strange being indeed. No, in those times, they spoke of the original human being, of humans before the fall, who still bore a form that gave us power over the earth, even as the angels and archangels and archai had power over the moon stage of our earth, the second hierarchy over the sun stage, and the first hierarchy over the Saturn stage. They spoke of humans in our original existence as earthly human beings. And then they were right to speak of us as the fourth hierarchy. And with this fourth hierarchy came, as a gift, it is true, of the higher hierarchies, but the higher hierarchies had been holding it only as a possession they did not themselves use, but guarded and protected. With the fourth hierarchy came life. Into the world of color, into the iridescent world of changing color, of which I have only been able to give you the merest hints and suggestions, came life. You will say, was then nothing alive before this time? My dear friends, understand how it was by looking at humans themselves. Your ego and your astral body do not have life, yet they have being. They are. What is of the soul and spirit does not need life. Life begins only with your etheric body. And the etheric body is something external. It is of the nature of the sheath. Thus, it is only after moon, only with the present earth stage of existence, that life enters into the evolution to which our earth belongs. The iridescent world of color was experienced. And now, not only do angels and archangels and archai experience a longing desire to carry darkness into light and light into darkness, thereby calling forth the play of color in the planet. Now, desire became manifest to experience this play of color as something inward, to feel it all inwardly. When darkness dominates light, to feel weakness, lassitude, and when light dominates darkness, to feel activity. For what is really happening when you walk? When you walk, light is predominating in you over darkness. But when you sit and are lazy and indolent, then darkness is predominating over light. It is an effect of color on the soul, an iridescent play of color, not physical, but of the soul. Color permeated with life, in its iridescence suffused with life. That is what appeared with the coming of the fourth hierarchy, the human being. And in this moment of cosmic becoming, the forces that had been active in the iridescent play of color began to form contours, began to fashion contours. Life, as it rounded off, de-cornered, de-edged the colors, called into being the hard form of the crystal, and we are within earthly existence. Such things as I have been describing to you were fundamental truths for the medieval alchemists and esotericists, Rosicrucians and others who flourished, though history tells us little of them, from the 9th and 10th on into the 14th and 15th centuries, and of whom stragglers are to be found as late as the 18th and even at the beginning of the 19th century. In these later times, however, they were always regarded as strange and eccentric people. Only then did the knowledge become entirely hidden. Only then did we begin to acquire a conception of the world that led us to a point of view that I would like to indicate in the following way. See plate 2 left. Imagine, my dear friends, that here we have a person. Suppose I cease to have any interest in this person, but I take their clothes and hang them on a coat hanger that has a knob here above. From now on, I take no further interest in the person, and I tell myself, there is the person. I have no concern with what can be put into these clothes. That, the coat hanger with the clothes on it, is the person. This is what really happened with the elements. It did not interest people any longer that behind warmth or fire is the first hierarchy, behind light and color the second hierarchy, behind what we call chemical ether or color ether and water the third hierarchy, and behind the life element and earth the fourth hierarchy, the human being. The peg with the hanger and on it the clothes, that is everything that exists. There you have the first act of the drama. The second act stars Kant. There is the hanger and the clothes hanging on it, and clever people begin to philosophize in true Kantian fashion as to what the, in quotes, thing in itself of these clothes may be. And they come to the conclusion that the thing in itself of the clothes cannot be known. Very clever indeed. Do away with the person, and have only the coat hanger with the clothes, and you can, of course, proceed to philosophize over the clothes. You can make pretty speculations. You can either philosophize in the way Kant did and say, quote, the thing in itself cannot be known, or in the fashion of Helmholtz, and think to yourself, quote, but these clothes, They cannot of themselves have forms. There is nothing really there but tiny whirling specks of dust, tiny atoms, which hit and strike each other, and behold, the clothes are held in their form." Close quote. Yes, my friends, that is the way thought has developed in recent times. It is all abstract, shadowy. But this is the kind of thinking we live in today, this speculative way of thinking. It gives the stamp to our whole scientific outlook. And when we do not admit that we think in this atomistic way, then we do it most of all. For we are far from being ready to admit that it is quite unnecessary to dream in this way of a whirling dance of atoms, and that what we have rather to do is to put back the person into the clothes. This is, however, the very thing the renewal of anthroposophy must now set out to do. I wanted to indicate to you today in a series of pictures how people thought in earlier centuries, and to help you to see what is really contained in the older writings, although it has been obscured. The obscurity has led to incidents that are not without interest. A contemporary Swedish chemist has reprinted a passage from the writings of Basil Valentine and has interpreted it in terms of modern chemistry. Of course, we could not possibly come to any other conclusion than that it is nonsense, for that is what it appears to be if, in the modern sense, we think of the chemist standing in a laboratory, making experiments with retorts and other up-to-date apparatus. But what Basil Valentine gives in this passage is actually a fragment of embryology, expressed in pictures. Yes, that is what he gives, a fragment of embryology. If you approach it from the modern standpoint, it looks like a mere laboratory experiment, which then proves to be nonsense. For you cannot possibly expect to reproduce the real processes of embryology in a retort, unless you are like Wagner in Goethe's Faust, who is still inclined to see things more from the standpoint of earlier centuries. It is time these things were understood, and in connection with the great truths of which I was able to speak during the Christmas conference, I shall have something further to say concerning the history and destiny of the inner spiritual life of mankind during the last few centuries. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation. It also has some other lectures in it, translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 2, I believe, of 10 lectures, given in Dornach on the 5th of January, 1924. Yesterday I began to speak to you of our search for knowledge of the Spirit during the 9th and 10th centuries after Christ. We learned how such efforts were still seriously undertaken as late as the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, and I endeavored to tell you something of their results. Today I should like to touch particularly on their historical aspect. We have to remember that the actual mysteries of ancient times were of such a nature and character that in the mystery centers an actual meeting with the gods could take place. In the evening lectures recently given during the Christmas conference, I described how the human being who was an initiate or was a neophyte did truly meet with the gods. And it was actually possible in those times to discover places which, if I might employ such a pedantic expression, by their very locality were expressly fitted to induce such a meeting with the gods. From such centers came the impulses for all the ancient civilizations. Gradually, however, they disappeared, and from the 4th century onward, they are no longer to be found in their original form. Here and there we may come upon survivals, but the knowledge is no longer in the rigorous old form. Not that initiation ever ceased. It was the form in which the candidates found their way that changed. I have already indicated how things were in the Middle Ages. I have told you how there were individuals here and there, living simple, humble, unpretentious lives, who did not gather around them a circle of official pupils in one particular place, but whose pupils were scattered in various directions in accordance with karma, with the karma, that is, of humanity, or with the karma of some folk or nation. I have described one such instance in what I said about Johannes Tauler in my book titled Mystics After Modernism. There is no need for me to speak about that here. I would like, however, to tell you of another typical example, one that had a very great influence, lasting from the 12th and 13th on into the 15th century. The spiritual streams that were working during these centuries are in large measure to be traced to the events of which I now would like to speak. Let me first give you a sketch of the situation. The time when these events took place is round about the year 1200 CE. At that time, there were a great number of people, especially younger people, who felt within them the urge for higher knowledge, for a union with the spiritual world. Indeed, we might truthfully say, for a meeting with the gods. And the whole situation and condition of the times was such that very often it looked as though someone who was searching and striving in this way found their teacher almost by chance. In those days you could not find your teacher by means of books. It could only come about in an entirely personal way. But although it might look from without like a chance happening, in reality deep connections of destiny were at work in the event. And it was so in the case of the neophyte about whom I want to tell you now. This neophyte found a teacher in a place in Central Europe through such an apparently chance event. He met with an older person, of whom he at once had the feeling, this person will be able to lead me farther in that search which is the deepest impulse of my soul. And now, let me give you the gist of a conversation between them. I do not, of course, mean that only one such conversation took place. I am compressing several conversations into one. The neophyte spoke to the teacher and told him of his earnest desire to be able to see into the spiritual world. But it seemed to him as though human nature, as it was in that period, it was somewhere around the 12th century, did not allow him to penetrate into spiritual worlds. Nevertheless, he said, I cannot but feel that in nature we have something that is the work, the creation of divine spiritual beings. When we look at what the objects of nature are in their deeper meaning, when we observe how the processes of nature take their course, we are bound to recognize that behind these creations stand the workings of divine spiritual beings. We cannot, however, fight our way through to them. The neophyte, who was a young person, somewhere between 25 and 28 or so, felt strongly and definitely that the person of that time, because of the particular kind of connection that the physical body has with the soul, cannot come through, that they have hindrances in themselves. The teacher began by putting him to the test. The teacher said to this young person, quote, You have your eyes, you have your ears. Look with your eyes on the things of nature. Hear with your ears what goes on in nature. The spirit reveals itself through color and through tone, and as you look and listen, surely you cannot but feel how it reveals itself in these. Close quote. The neophyte replied, quote, Yes, but when I use my eyes, when I look out into the world with all its color, then it is as though my eyes stop the color, as though the color suddenly turns numb and cold when it reaches my eye. When I listen with my ear to tones, it is as though the sound turns to stone in my ear. And these frozen colors and dead, hard sounds will not let the spirit of nature through. Close quote. Quote, But, said the teacher, is there not also revelation, the revelation of the religious life? In religion you are taught how gods made and fashioned the world, and how Christ entered into the evolution of time and became a human being. What nature cannot give you, does not revelation give?" Close quote. And the neophyte said, quote, "Revelation does indeed speak powerfully to my heart, but I cannot comprehend it. I cannot connect what is out there in nature with what revelation says to me. It is impossible to bring the two into relation with one another. Just as I do not comprehend nature, just as nature reveals nothing to me, neither do I comprehend the revelation of religion." Close quote. And the teacher made the answer, quote, "I understand you well. If you must speak thus, if it is with your heart and soul, as you say, then you cannot, as you stand in the world today, comprehend either nature or revelation. For you live in the body that has undergone the fall." Close quote. Such was the manner of speaking in those days. Continue quote. "And the fallen body does not accord with the earthly environment in which you are living. This environment does not afford the conditions for using your senses and your feeling and understanding in such a way that you may behold in nature, and also in revelation, a light, an enlightenment that comes from the gods. If you are willing, I will lead you out of the nature of your earthly environment, which is simply unsuited to your being. I will lead you away from it, and give you the opportunity of coming to a better understanding of both revelation and of nature." Close quote. And the teacher and the neophyte discussed together when this should take place. Then one day the teacher led the neophyte up a very high mountain, whence the surface of the earth, with its trees and flowers, could no longer be seen at all. As the pupil stood there with his teacher, all he could see below him was a kind of sea of cloud that completely covered the earth with which he was familiar. You know how this often is on such high mountains. Up there the neophyte was far removed from the affairs of earth. At all events, the situation suggested this. He looked out into space above, and saw great billowing clouds, and below him too could see only as it were a surging sea, composed entirely of cloud, morning mist, and the breath of morning in the air. Then the teacher began to speak to the neophyte. He spoke of the wide spaces of the worlds, of cosmic distances, and of how, when we gaze out into these far spaces in the night time, we see the stars shining forth from afar. As the teacher continued telling the neophyte many things, gradually the heart of the neophyte was removed far away from the earth, and wholly given up to nature in the essential features of her existence. The preparation continued until the neophyte acquired a mood of soul, which may be indicated by the following comparison. It was as though, and not just for a moment only, but for quite a long time, all that the neophyte had ever experienced during life on earth in this incarnation was something the neophyte had dreamt. The scene that was spread out before the neophyte, the surging waves of cloud, the wide sea of cloud, with here and there a drift rising up nearby like the crest of a wave, far spaces of the universe, broken here and there by rising shapes of cloud, and scarcely even that, for there was no more than a glimpse now and then of cloud forms in the far distances. This whole scene, showing so little variation, having so little content in comparison with the manifold variety of his experiences down below on the surface of the earth, now was, nevertheless, the content of the neophyte's daytime consciousness. And everything the neophyte had ever experienced on earth seemed no more than the memory of a dream. Now, so it seemed, the neophyte had woken up. And as he gradually grew more and more awake, behold, from a cleft in a rock, which he had hitherto not noticed, a child came forth, a child of 10 or 11 years old. The child made a strange impression upon the neophyte, for he at once recognized in the child his own self, in the 10th or 11th year. What stood before him was indeed the spirit of his youth. You will easily guess, my dear friends, that this scene was one of the impulses that made me introduce into my title mystery dramas the figure of the spirit of Johannes's youth. It is the motif alone you should have in mind, certainly, not anything like photography. The mystery dramas are not a kind of roman à clef, where you only have to find the key and all is plain. The neophytes stood before the spirit of their youth, their very self. At 25 or 28 years, the neophytes stood face to face with the spirit of their youth, and a conversation could take place, guided by the teacher, but nevertheless actually taking place between the neophytes and their own younger self. Such a conversation has unique character. You may see that for yourselves in the mystery dramas, from the style that is employed there. For when someone is face to face with the spirit of their own youth, and such a thing is always possible, then they give something of their riper understanding to the childlike ideas of the spirit of their youth. And at the same time, the spirit of the youth gives something of their freshness, their childishness, to what the person of older years possesses. Through the fact of this mutual interchange, the meeting becomes particularly fruitful. This conversation had the result that the neophytes came to understand revelation, the revelation that is given in religion. The conversation turned especially on Genesis, the beginning of the Tanakh, or Old Testament, and on Christ becoming human. Under the guidance of the teacher, and because of the special kind of fruitfulness that the conversation possessed, it ended with the neophyte saying these words, quote, "Now I understand what spirit it is that works in revelation. Only when we are transplanted, as it were, far away from the earthly into the etheric heights, there to comprehend the etheric heights ideally with the help of the power of childhood, this power of childhood being projected into the later years of life, only then do we understand revelation aright. And now I understand why it is that the gods have given revelation to us. For we are not able in the state in which we are on earth to see through the works of nature and to discover behind them the working of the gods. Therefore the gods gave them the revelation, which is ordinarily quite incomprehensible in the mature years of life, but which can be understood when childhood comes to life again in the years of maturity. Thus it is really something abnormal to understand revelation." Close quote. All this made a powerful impression on the neophyte, and the impression remained. The neophyte could not forget it. The spirit of his youth vanished. The first phase of instruction was over. A second had now to come, and the second took its course in the following way. Once more the teacher led the neophyte forth, but this time on a different path. The teacher did not lead the neophyte up to the mountain top, but instead took him to a high mountain where the teacher knew there was a cave, through which they could pass to deep inner clefts, going down as far as the strata of the mines. Thus the neophyte was now with the teacher, not in the etheric heights, raised high above the earth, but in the depths, far down below the surface of the earth. For the consciousness of the neophytes, it was once again as though all that they had ever experienced on earth passed by like a dream. For they were living down there in an environment in which their consciousness was particularly awakened. The neophytes perceived how they were themselves related to the depths of the earth. What took place here was actually nothing other than what lies behind such legends as are told, for example, of the Emperor Barbarossa and his life in Kyffhäuser, or of Charlemagne and his life beneath a mountain near Salzburg. It was something of this nature that actually happened to the neophyte, although of course only for a short time. He experienced a life in the depths of the earth, far removed from our life on the surface. And this time the teacher was able, by speaking with the neophytes in a special way, to bring to their consciousness the fact of their union, this time with the very depths of the earth, far removed from our life on the surface of the earth. And now there came forth out of a wall an elderly person, who was less easily recognizable to the neophytes than the spirit of the youth had been. Nevertheless, the neophytes had the feeling that after many years they would themselves become that elderly person, that they had in fact before them their own self in future old age. Thereupon followed a similar conversation, this time between the pupil and himself as an elderly person. Once more a conversation under the guidance of the teacher. What resulted from the second conversation was altogether different from what followed from the first. For now there began to arise within the neophytes a consciousness of their own physical organization. The neophytes began to follow the circulation of the blood in their body, moving with it as it coursed through all the single blood vessels. They began to follow also, in the same way, the nervous fibers. The neophytes could, moreover, feel as well how what is related to the human being out in the cosmos works into them. They felt the inworking of the vegetable kingdom, in its blossoming, in its rooting. They also felt how the mineral element in the earth is at work in the human organism. Down in the depths, they could feel how the forces of the earth, when brought into the human organism, circulate within us, how they create there, within us, themselves undergoing change, now destroying, now building up substances. They felt how the earth creates and weaves and has its being within us. And the result of this conversation was that when the elderly person had disappeared, the neophyte could say, quote, "Now the earth in which I have been incarnated has at last really spoken to me through your very being. A moment has come in my life when I've seen through the things and processes of nature, seen through them to the work of the gods that is behind the things and processes of nature." Close quote. The teacher then let the neophytes out again onto the earth, and as he took leave of them said, quote, "Behold now, the individual of today and the earth of today are so little suited to one another that you have had to receive the revelation of religion from the spirit of your own youth, receiving it on the mountain high up above the earth, and you have had to receive the revelation of nature deep down under the earth, in clefts that are far below the surface of the earth. And if you can now succeed in illuminating what your soul has felt in the hollow clefts of the earth, with the light your soul has brought with it from the mountain, then you will attain wisdom." Close quote. Such was the path by which a deepening of the soul was brought about in those times. It was about the year 1200 CE, and this is how the soul became filled with wisdom. The neophytes of whom I have been telling you were thereby brought to initiation, and the neophytes now knew what power they must put forth in their soul to rouse to activity the light of the heights and the feeling of the depths. Further instruction was then given them by the teacher, showing them how self-knowledge really always consists in this. We perceive on the one hand what is high up above the earth, and on the other hand what is deep down below the earth. And these two have to meet in our own inner human being. Then we can find within our own being the power of God the Creator. The initiation that I have described to you is a characteristic example of the initiations which led afterward to what we may designate as, in quotes, medieval mysticism. It was a mysticism that sought for self-knowledge, but always with the idea of finding in the self the way to the divine. In later times, this mysticism tended to become abstract. The concrete union with the external world, as it was given for these pupils who were carried up into the etheric heights and down into the depths of the earth, was no longer sought. Consequently, we do not find in it the same deep stirring of the soul, nor did the whole experience attain such a degree of intensity. But there was still the search, and there was still the impulse to seek within for God, for divine creation. Fundamentally, all the seeking of Meister Eckhart, of Johannes Tauler, and of the later mystics whom I described in my book titled Mystics After Modernism, owed its impulse to these earlier medieval initiates. Those who worked faithfully in the sense of such medieval forms of initiation were, however, very much misunderstood, and it is by no means easy for us to find out in our day what the pupils of the medieval initiates were really like. It is, as you know, possible to come a considerable distance along the path into the spiritual world. Those who follow actively and resolutely what is given in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds do find the way into the spiritual worlds. And everything that has been physically real in the past is, of course, only to be found now in the spiritual world. Therefore, also, interludes, such as I have been describing, for there are no material documents that record such scenes. There are, however, regions of the spiritual world which are hard to access even for a very advanced stage of spiritual power. In order to do research in these regions, we have to have come to the point of actually having intercourse with the beings of the spiritual world in a quite simple, natural way, as we have with our fellows on earth. Only when we have attained this much will we come to perceive and understand the connection between these initiates of whom I have told you and their pupils. Such a pupil, for example, as Raymond Lull, who lived from 1235 to 1315, and who, according to what history can tell of him, leaves us full of doubts and questions. What you can learn of Raymond Lull by studying historical documents is indeed very scanty. But if you are able to enter into a personal relationship with Raymond Lull, you will allow me to use this expression, perhaps in the light of all I have been telling you blatantly in the last 14 days, it will not now sound paradoxical. If you are able to do this, then he shows himself to you as someone quite different from what the historical documents make him out to be. For he shows himself to be preeminently a personality, who, under the influence and inspiration of the very initiate of whom I have spoken to you, made the resolve as a neophyte to use all his power to bring about a renewal in his own time of the way that the mysteries of the world, of the Logos, had lived among people in bygone ages. And he set himself to do this by means of that self-knowledge for which, as I have been telling you, so powerful an impulse was working in the 12th and 13th centuries. It is in the light of his resolve that we should read his title Ars Magna. Raymond Lull said to himself, quote, "When a human speaks, then what we have in speech is really a microcosm. What we utter in speech is in truth the whole human being concentrated in the organs of speech. The secret and mystery of each single word is to be sought in the whole human being, and therefore in the great world, in the cosmos." Close quote. And so, Raymond Lull came to see that we have to look for the secret of speech, first of all, in ourselves, by diving down, as it were, from the mere speech organs into the whole organism of the human being, and then into the cosmos. For the whole human organism can be explained and understood only out of the cosmos. Let us suppose, for example, we want to understand the true significance of the sound ah, as in father. The point is that the sound ah which comes about through the forming and shaping of the outgoing breath, depends on a certain posture or gesture of the etheric body, which you can easily learn to know today. Eurythmy will show it to you, for this attitude of the etheric body is carried over in eurythmy to the physical body and becomes the eurythmic movement for the sound ah. This was not by any means fully clear to Raymond Lull. With him it was all more of an intuitive divining. He did, however, come so far as to allow the inner attitude or gesture of the human being out into the cosmos, and then to say, for example, if you look in the direction of the constellation of Leo, and then in the constellation of Libra, the connection between the two lines of vision will give you ah. Or again, say you turn your eyes in the direction of Saturn. Saturn stops your line of vision, gets in the way. And if Saturn stands in front, for example, of Aries, you have, as it were, to go around Aries with Saturn. Then you receive from out of the cosmos the feeling of oh. Intuitive perceptions of this nature led Raymond Lull to find certain geometric figures, the points and sides of which he named with the letters of the alphabet. He was quite sure that when we experience an impulse to draw lines in the figures, diagonals, for instance, across a pentagon, uniting the 5 points A, B, C, D, E in different ways, see Plate 4, then we need to see in these lines different combinations of sounds, and these combinations of sounds expressed for him certain secrets of the universe, of the cosmos. Thus did Raymond Lull look for a kind of renaissance of the secrets of the Logos, as they were known and spoken of in the ancient mysteries. You will find all this totally misrepresented in the historical documents. When, however, we enter, little by little, as it were, into a personal relationship with Raymond Lull, and we come to see how, through all these efforts, he was trying to find again the solution of the riddle of the cosmic word. And it is a fact that the pupils of the medieval initiates continued for several centuries to spend their lives in endeavors of this kind. It was an earnest and intensive striving, first to immerse ourselves in the human being, and then to come forth from the human being and rise up into the secrets of the cosmos. Thus did these wise persons, for we may truly call them so, seek to unite revelation with nature. They believed, and much of their belief was well-founded, that in this way they could get behind the revelation of religion and get behind the revelation of nature. For it was quite clear to them that we, human beings, as we now live on the earth, were destined and intended to become the fourth hierarchy, but that we have fallen from our true and proper nature, and we have become more deeply involved in physical existence than we should be. On account of this, we also lack the power to develop our souls and spirits correspondingly, and it is to such seekings after knowledge that we have to trace the rise of the Rosicrucians. A place of instruction of the Rosicrucians, of the first original Rosicrucians, the scene I have depicted to you today, the scene between the teacher and the neophyte, at first upon a high mountain and then down into deep clefts of the earth, emerged like a kind of temporal fata morgana, mirrored as vision, came again, as it were, like a ghost. We find the scene mirrored as a vision there, as knowledge. And it taught the neophytes in that school to recognize how we have to attain two things by inner effort and striving, if we would come to a true self-knowledge, if we would find again our right place on earth, and be able to, at last to become in actual reality a member of the fourth hierarchy. For within the Rosicrucian school the possibility was given to recognize what it was that had taken place with the neophytes, when they had seen before them in bodily form the, quote, spirit of their youth, close quote, namely, that their astral bodies, which were stronger at that moment than they otherwise ever are in life, had been loosened. It was in this loosening of the astral body that the neophyte had come to know the meaning and significance of revelation. And again, what had taken place with the pupil in the depths of the earth, that too was made clear to the neophytes in the Rosicrucian school. This time the astral body was seen to have been drawn deep within, so that it was entirely contracted, and this enabled them to apprehend the mystery of their own inner being. And now exercises were found within Rosicrucianism, comparatively simple exercises. Symbolic figures were put before the neophytes, to which they had to surrender their Gemüt in devotion and meditation. The force and power of which the soul became possessed through practicing devotion to these figures enabled them on the one hand to loosen their astral bodies and become like the neophytes on the mountain top, who were in the etheric heights, and on the other hand, through the compression, the cramping of their astral bodies, to become like the pupil in the clefts of the earth. And it was then possible, without the help as before of the external environment, simply through performing a powerful inner exercise, to enter into the inner human being. I have given you here a picture of something to which I have made allusion in the preface to the new edition of my book, titled Mystics After Modernism. I said there that we find in Meister Eckhart, in Johannes Tauler, in Nicholas of Cusa, and Valentin Weigel, a late product of a colossal human striving that preceded them. In this earlier striving in the spirit, this search for self-knowledge, in connection on the one hand with revelation, and on the other hand with the elimination of nature, I wanted to bring this before you today as one of the currents that take their course in the so-called Dark Ages. So-called, for the fact is, the man of modern times has conjured darkness into the Middle Ages out of his own imagination. In reality, there were in those times many enlightened persons, but those who today consider themselves the most highly enlightened are incapable of understanding the light of these medieval searchers after truth, and consequently remain themselves in the dark. It is indeed quite characteristic of modern times that people take light for darkness and darkness for light. If, however, we are able to look into what lies behind the literature of those earlier times, and to see that of which the literature gives more than the reflection, then we may perceive a powerful and lasting impression. Something of this I wanted to show you today. Tomorrow we will round out the picture. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 6th of January, 1924. I spoke to you yesterday of the special form in which the results of research in the realm of spiritual knowledge were communicated in the Middle Ages. This form was, so to speak, the last experience vouchsafed to humanity before a door was shut for the evolution of the human spirit, a door that had been open for many centuries and had given entrance by way of natural gift and faculty into the spiritual world. The door was shut when the time came for humanity, so far as its instinctive faculties were concerned, to be placed outside the kingdom of the divine spiritual will that had been controlling us. From that time forward, we had to find our own inmost being, in our own will, the possibility to evolve conscious freedom in the soul. But all such momentous evolutionary progress takes place slowly, step by step. And it also happened that the experience that had been attained by the neophytes, when their teacher led them up into the etheric heights and down into the deep clefts of the earth, an experience that was even in those times no longer possible in the form it had taken in the ancient mysteries. We can trace how this experience that was directly connecting the neophytes with nature, though not with nature on the earth's surface, began now to come to humanity in a more unconscious way. Think for a moment how it was with those who were searching for knowledge about the year 1200 and on through the following century. They would hear tell of how, only a short time before, neophytes had still been able to find a teacher like the one of whom we were speaking yesterday. They themselves, however, were now being directed to thought, to human thinking, as the means of attaining knowledge. And in the succeeding years of the Middle Ages, we can see this thinking developing and spreading, asserting itself in a truly impressive manner. It sets out on new paths with zeal, with sincere and wholehearted devotion, and the paths are followed by large circles of those seeking knowledge. At the same time, what may truly be called spiritual science, knowledge of the Spirit, continued, and after a few centuries we come to the time that saw the rise of Rosicrucianism. That event is connected with the change that took place regarding humanity in the whole spiritual world. I can best describe the change by giving you once again a picture. Mysteries in the old sense of the word were no longer possible in this time. There were, however, those who yearned for knowledge in the sense of the ancient mysteries, and such persons experienced severe psychic conflicts when they heard how in the past neophytes had been led up to mountain tops and down into deep clefts of the earth, and they made great efforts, exerting themselves inwardly in all sorts of ways, hoping thereby to rouse the soul within them, that it might yet find the way. And whoever is able to see such things can find in those times, as we have said, not places of the mysteries, but gatherings of those seeking knowledge, who met together in an atmosphere warmed through and through with the glow of genuine piety. What appears later as Rosicrucianism, sound and genuine Rosicrucianism, as well as the degenerate and charlatan varieties, is to be traced back to persons who came together in this simple way and sought so to temper their souls that it might still be possible for genuine spiritual knowledge to be found again on earth. In such a gathering, one that took place in quite unpretentious surroundings, just the simple living room of a kind of manor house, a few persons once met who, through certain exercises done in common by them all, exercises half thoughtful and meditative in character, half of the nature of prayer, had developed a mystical mood in which all shared. It was the same mystical mood of soul that was cultivated in later times by the so-called, quote, brethren of the common life, close quote, and later still by the followers of Comenius and by many other brotherhoods. And in the small circle of which I am telling, it showed itself with a peculiar intensity. While these few men were gathered together in this intense mystical atmosphere of soul, making devotion, so to say, of their ordinary consciousness, of their whole intellect, it happened that a being came to them, not a being of flesh and blood, like the teacher whom the earlier pupil met, and who led him up the mountain and down into the clefts of the earth, but a being who is able to appear in this little company only in an etheric body. It revealed itself, however, as the same being who had guided the neophyte about the year 1200. It was now in the post-mortem state. It descended to this small circle from the spiritual world. They had attracted it by the mood of soul that prevailed in them, mystical, meditative, pious. My dear friends, in order that no misunderstanding should arise, let me emphasize expressly that there is no question of any sort of mediumistic power here. The little company who were gathered would have looked upon any use or any sanctioning of mediumistic powers as deeply sinful. They would have been led to do so by certain widely accepted ideas belonging to old and honored traditions. Particularly in those very communities which I am describing, mediumship and all that is related to it was regarded not merely as harmful, but sinful. And that was for the following reason. These individuals knew that mediumship goes together with the peculiar constitution of the physical body. They knew it is the physical body that gives to the medium their spiritual powers. But they looked upon the physical body as fallen, and messages that came by the help of mediumship they could only regard as acquired under all circumstances by the help of Ahrimanic and Luciferic powers. In the times of which we are speaking, all this was still clearly and exactly known. Therefore, we should not think of anything mediumistic in this connection. All was in the mood of mysticism and meditation, and in that alone. And it was the enhancing and strengthening of this mood through fellowship of soul that, so to speak, enchanted into the circle, but of its own free will, that disembodied human being who was purely spiritual and yet at the same time human. And now the being spoke to them in a deeply solemn manner, quote, "You are not prepared for my appearance. I am among you discarnate, without physical body, since a time has come when for a short period of earth existence the initiates of olden times are unable to appear in a physical body. The time will come again when they can do so, when the Michaelic regency begins. I am come to reveal to you that the inner human being remains unchanged. If it bears itself aright, the inner human being can still find a way to divine spiritual existence. For a certain period of time, however, the human understanding will be so constituted that it will have to be suppressed in order for the spiritual to be able to speak to the human soul. Therefore, remain in your mystic and pious mood. You have now received from me, all of you together, the picture, the imagination. What I have been able to give you is no more than an indication of what will come to fulfillment within you. You will go on further and find a continuation of what you have here experienced." Close quote. And now from the number gathered there together, 3 were chosen, to the end that they might establish a special union with the spiritual world, again, not at all through any kind of mediumistic powers, but through further development of the mystic, meditative, pious mood of soul. These 3 who were particularly guarded and protected by the rest of the circle, really closely and intimately cared for by them, experienced from time to time a kind of, quote, absence of mind, close quote. They were at such times, in their external bodily nature, wonderfully lovely and beautiful. Their countenances shone like the sun, and they wrote down in symbols revelations that they received from the spiritual world. These symbolic revelations were the first pictures that revealed to the Rosicrucians what it behooved them to know of the spiritual world. In the pictures was contained a kind of philosophy, a kind of theology, and also a kind of medicine. And the remarkable thing was that the others, it seems to me as though the others were 4 in number, so that the whole was a company of 7, after what they had experienced with their brothers, beholding how their eyes shone like the sun, and how their countenances were bright and radiant, these other 4 were able to give again in ordinary language what was in the symbols. The brothers, whose destiny it was to bring the symbols down from the spiritual world, could only write them down, could only say, when they returned again to their ordinary consciousness, quote, "We have been among the stars and among the spirits of the stars, and have found the old teachers of the esoteric knowledge." Close quote. They could not themselves turn the symbolic pictures that they drew into ordinary human speech. The others could, and did. And this is really the source of a great deal of the knowledge that passed over into such literature of theology as was philosophical in character, the theology not of the church but rather of the laity, and into the literature of medicine. And what had been thus received from the spiritual world in symbols was afterward communicated to small groups organized by the first Rosicrucians. Again and again, in the time from the 13th to the 15th centuries, the possibility arose in certain very small groups for experiences of this nature. Revelations came frequently to humans from the spiritual world in this or in other analogous ways in the 13th and 15th centuries. Those who had to translate what was revealed in pictures were not always capable of rendering it entirely faithfully, hence the want of clarity in much that has come down to us of the philosophy of this period. You have to discover for yourself what it really means by seeking for it again in the world of the Spirit. For those, however, who have been familiar with this kind of revelation that can be received from the spiritual world, there has always been the possibility to join together with such revelations. But picture to yourselves, my dear friends, what strange feelings must gradually have come over such people, who had to receive the very highest knowledge, for what was given them was recognized as such, from a direction that was growing more and more foreign to them, indeed almost uncanny. For they could no longer see into the world out of which the secrets came. Ordinary consciousness could not reach that far. It will readily be understood that such things could all too easily lead to charlatanism and even to fraud. Indeed, at no time in human evolution have charlatanism and the highest and purest of revelations stood so close to one another as in this period. It is difficult to distinguish the genuine from the false, and this is what has led many to regard the whole of Rosicrucianism as charlatan. You can understand it, for true Rosicrucians are extraordinarily hard to find among the charlatans, and the matter is all the more difficult and problematic because you have continually to bear in mind that spiritual revelations come from sources which were very hidden in those days, in their real quality and nature. The small circles gathered by the first Rosicrucians grew to a larger brotherhood, who went about unrecognized, appearing here and there in the world, generally with the calling of a physician healing the sick, and at the same time spreading knowledge as they went. And it was so that, in regard to very much of this knowledge, the spreading of it was not without a certain embarrassment, inasmuch as the people who carried it on were not able to say anything at all about the connection in which they stood regarding the spiritual world. But now, in this pursuit of spiritual research and spiritual knowledge, we can detect the development of something that is a very great beauty. There are, as we said, the three brethren and the four. The three are only able to attain their goal when the four work with them. The two groups are absolutely interdependent. The three received the revelations from the spiritual world. The four are able to translate the revelations into ordinary human language. What the three give would be nothing but utterly unintelligible pictures, were the four not able to translate them. And again, the four would have nothing to translate if the three did not receive their revelations in picture form from the spiritual world. This interdependence gave rise to the development within such communities of an inner brotherhood of soul, a brotherhood in knowledge and in spiritual life, which in those days was held in some circles to be among the very highest of human achievements. Such small groups of people did indeed learn to know the true worth of brotherhood, and gradually became more and more to feel how in the evolution of humanity toward freedom, the bond between humans and gods would be completely severed, were it not kept whole by this kind of brotherhood, where the one looks to the other, where the one is in very truth dependent on the other. We have before us here a quality of soul that is wonderfully beautiful, and much that was written in those days possesses a charm that we only understand when we recognize how this atmosphere of brotherhood, which permeated the spiritual life of many circles in Europe in those times, has shed its radiant light into the writings. We have, however, also to see how a mood began gradually to pervade this whole striving for knowledge that made people anxious. Because they were unable themselves to approach the sources of spiritual revelation, it was, in the last resort, impossible to know whether these revelations were good or evil. And so, along with the recognition of what was good in them, anxiety began to be felt in regard to some of the influences. This anxiety then spread over large circles of people who came in time to have fear, intense fear of all knowledge. The gradual development of the mood of which I speak may be particularly well studied in two men. One is Raymond of Sabunda, who lived in the 15th century. He was born about 1430. Raymond of Sabunda was a remarkable man. If you study carefully what remains to us of his thought, you have the feeling this is surely almost the very same revelation that was communicated in full consciousness about the year 1200 by the teacher who took his pupils to the mountain tops and to the deep clefts of the earth. In Raymond of Sabunda, however, who belongs, as we saw, to the 15th century, it is all given in a more vague, impersonal style, philosophical in character, also theological and medical. This is due to the fact that Raymond of Sabunda received his revelations by way of the genuine Rosicrucians, that is to say, by the path that had been opened by the great initiates of the 12th century, whose work and influence I described to you yesterday, and who continue to inspire individuals from out of the spiritual world in all that I have been relating to you today. For the revelation that came through Rosicrucianism can be traced originally to this great initiate, and to those who were with him in the spiritual world. He set the mood and feeling of the whole teaching. By now, as I said, a certain anxiety regarding the teaching was beginning to take hold of such spirits. Raymond of Sabunda, however, was a bold, brave spirit. He was one of those who are able to value ideas, who understand how to live in ideas. And so, although we notice in him a certain vagueness, due to the fact that the revelations have their source, after all, in the spiritual world, yet in him we find as yet no trace of anxiety or fear in regard to knowledge. All the more striking, therefore, is another and very characteristic example of that spiritual stream, Pico della Mirandola, who also belongs to the 15th century. Pico della Mirandola, who lived only a short while, is a remarkable figure. If you make an intensive study of the fruits of his thought and contemplation, you see how the same initiative I have just described is everywhere active in them, a continuation, namely, of the wisdom of that old initiate by way of the Rosicrucian stream. But in Pico della Mirandola, you will observe a kind of shrinking back before knowledge. Let me give an instance. He makes, for example, the following declaration: everything that happens on earth, stones and rocks coming into being, plants living and growing and bearing fruit, animals living out their life, all this cannot be attributed to the forces of the earth. If anyone were to think there is earth, and it is the forces of earth that produce what is on the earth, they would have quite a wrong notion of the matter. See Plate 5. The true view, according to Pico della Mirandola, is that up above are the stars, and what happens on earth is dependent on the stars. We must look up to the heavens if we want to understand what happens on earth. Speaking in the sense of Pico della Mirandola, we would have to say, "You give me your hand, my brother or sister, but it is not just your feeling alone that is the cause of your proffering your hand. It is the star standing over you that gives you the impulse to hold out your hand." Ultimately, everything that comes about has its source in the heavens, in the cosmos. What happens on earth is but the reflection of the same. Pico della Mirandola gives expression to this as his firm conviction, and yet at the same time he says, "But it is not our place to look up to these causes and the stars. We have to take account only of the immediate cause on earth." From this point of view, Pico della Mirandola combats the astrology that he finds prevalent. And that is the most significant fact. He knows well that the old and genuine astrology expresses itself in our destinies. He knows that. It is for him a truth. And yet he says, we should not pursue astrology. We should look only for the immediate causes, for the causes nearest at hand. Note well what it is that we have before us here. For the first time we're confronted with the idea of boundaries to knowledge. The idea shows itself, however, in a singular manner. It is still, let me say, quite human in character. Later, in Kant or in Dubois-Reymond, you will be expressly told, quote, "We cannot cross the boundaries of knowledge," close quote. With them, that is a fact, resting on an inner necessity. Not so with Pico della Mirandola in the 15th century. He says, quote, "What is on earth has undoubtedly come about through cosmic causes, but we are called upon to forego the attainment of a knowledge of these cosmic causes. We have to limit ourselves to the earth," close quote. Thus we have in the 15th century, in such a markedly characteristic person as Pico della Mirandola, voluntary renunciation of the highest knowledge. My dear friends, we have here reached an event in human history that is of the greatest imaginable importance. Humanity is making the resolve to renounce knowledge. And it is actually so that what comes to pass externally in such a person as Pico della Mirandola also has its counterpart in the spiritual. It was again in one of those simple gatherings of Rosicrucians that on the occasion of a ritual arranged for the purpose, it was the latter half of the 15th century, human knowledge of the stars was in a deeply solemn manner offered up. What took place in that ritual, a ritual enacted with all the reverence proper to such a solemn occasion, may be expressed as follows. Individuals stood before a kind of altar and said, quote, "We resolve to feel ourselves responsible at this moment, not only for ourselves and our community or our nation, nor even only for the people of our time. We resolve to feel ourselves responsible for everyone who has ever lived on earth. We resolve that we will feel ourselves as belonging to the whole of humanity. And we feel that what has really happened with the human being is that he has deserted the rank of the fourth hierarchy and has descended too deeply into matter." Close quote. Parenthesis, "For the fall was understood in this sense." Close parenthesis, continue quote. "And in order that humanity may be able to return to the rank of the fourth hierarchy, may be able to find for ourselves of our own free will what in earlier times gods have tried to find for us and with us. Now let the higher knowledge be offered up for a season." Close quote. And certain beings of the spiritual world, who are not of humankind, who do not come to earth in human incarnation, accepted the sacrifice in order to fulfill therewith certain purposes in the spiritual world. It would take us too far to speak of these here. We will do so in another time. But thereby the impulse for freedom was made possible for humanity. This possibility was granted us by the spiritual world. I am telling you about this ritual in order to show you how everything that takes place in the external life of the physical senses has its spiritual counterpart. We only have to look for it in the right place. For it can happen that such a ritual, enacted, I will not say in this instance with full knowledge, but enacted by persons who stand in connection with the spiritual world, has very deep meaning. From it can radiate impulses for a whole culture, for a whole stream of civilization. For it is a fact that if we want to come to a clear knowledge of the fundamental coloring and tone of a particular epoch of history, we must look for its source in the Spirit. From the Spirit spring the forces that stream through that epoch of time. Whatever in the years that followed showed itself to be of a truly spiritual nature was a kind of echo sounding on of this creative working from out of unknown spiritual worlds. Side by side with the external materialism that developed in the succeeding centuries, we can always find, here and there, individuals who are living under the influence of that renunciation of higher knowledge. I should like to give you a brief description of a type of human being that might be met from the 15th century onward, right through the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. You might find him in some village, gathering herbs for an apothecary, or engaged in some other simple calling. If you take an interest in special forms and manifestations of humanity, as it shows itself in this or that individuality, then you may meet with such a person. At first you will find them very reserved. They will speak but little. Perhaps you will even turn away your attention from what you are trying to find in them by talking in a trivial manner on purpose to make you think it is not worthwhile to strike up a conversation with them. If, however, you know better than to look merely at the content of what someone says, if you know how to listen to the sound of their words, if you can hearken to the way the words come out of them, you will go on listening, despite all discouragement. And if then out of some karmic connection they receive the impression that they really should talk to you, they will begin to do so, carefully and guardedly. And you will make the discovery that you have before you someone possessed of great wisdom. But what they are telling is not earthly wisdom. Neither is there contained in it much of what we now call spiritual science. It is warm words of the heart that they are uttering, far-reaching ethical teachings. Not that there is anything sentimental about their way of uttering them. They express themselves rather in proverbs, in short, pithy sayings. He might say something like this, quote, "Let us go over to yonder fir tree. My soul can creep into the needles and cones, for my soul is everywhere. And when my soul creeps into the cones and needles of the fir tree, it sees through them. My soul looks out through them into the deep distances of worlds beyond. And then I become one with the whole world. That is true piety, to become one with the whole world. Where is God? God is in every fir cone. And if we do not recognize God in every fir cone, if we look for God somewhere else than in every fir cone, we do not know the true God." Close quote. I want only to give you a kind of picture of how such people spoke, people such as you might meet with in the way I have described. And then they might go on to say more. Quote, "Yes, and when you creep into the cones and needles of the fir tree, you find how God rejoices over the human beings in the world. And when you descend deep down into your own heart, into the abysses of the innermost of human nature, there also you find God. But then you learn to know how he is made sad through the sinfulness of humans." Close quote. In such a way did the simple sages speak. A great number of them possessed what might be described in modern language as, quote, "new editions," close quote, of the geometrical figures of the old Rosicrucians. These they would show to persons who approached them in the right way. When, however, they spoke about these figures, which were very unpretentious and even badly drawn, then the conversation would unfold in a strange manner. There were in those days many who felt interested in the unpretentious sage before them, but were at the same time overcome with curiosity as to what the strange Rosicrucian pictures really meant, and they would ask questions about them. But they received from these sages, who were as a rule regarded as rather strange and eccentric, no clear or exact answer. They would receive only the advice: if you study these figures with the right deepening of soul, as through a window, then one can see into the spiritual world. The sages might give, as it were, a description of what they themselves have been able to feel from contemplating the figures, but they were not ready to offer any explanation or interpretation of them. And often it was so, that when you had heard these expressions of feeling in connection with the figures, you could not put them into thought at all, for it was not thoughts that these simple sages gave. What they gave had, however, an after effect that was of immense significance. You would come away not only with warmth in your soul, but with the feeling, I have received a knowledge that lives in me, a knowledge I cannot possibly bring into intellectual concepts. This, then, was one of the ways, I have also described others to you, in which during the period from the 14th and 15th centuries right down to the 18th, the knowledge of the nature of humanity and of the nature of the divine was communicated to wide circles of people through the medium, as it were, of feeling. We cannot quite say without words, but we can say without ideas, although not on that account without content. In this period it was actually so that much intercourse went on among individuals by means of a silencing of thought. No one can arrive at a true conception of the character of this period who does not know how much was brought to pass in those days through the silencing of thought, when individuals interchanged not mere words, but their very souls. I have given you, my dear friends, a picture of one of the features of that time of transition, when freedom was first beginning to flourish. I will have more to say on this from many aspects, for I want in these lectures to add something further to what was given at the Christmas conference. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 11th of January, 1924. What I have been telling you in recent lectures requires a little further elaboration. I've tried to give you a picture of how spiritual knowledge took its course through the centuries, and of the form it has assumed in recent times. I have shown you how from the 15th century until the end of the 18th, and even on into the beginning of the 19th, the spiritual knowledge, which before that period was present to us as clear and concrete, albeit instinctive, manifested more in a devotion of heart and soul to the spirit in the world. We have seen how a real knowledge of nature and of how the spiritual world works in nature is still unmistakably present in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. In Agrippa of Nettesheim, for example, whom I have described in my book titled Mystics After Modernism, we have a personality who still knew quite well that in the planets of our solar system are spiritual beings of a specific character and kind. In his writings, Agrippa of Nettesheim assigns to each single planet what he calls the intelligence, and then what he calls the daimon of the planet. This points to traditions which were extant from older times, and were even in his days still something more than traditions. To look up to a planet in the way that became customary in the later astronomy, and is still customary today, would have been quite impossible for someone like Agrippa of Nettesheim. For him the external planet, nay, every single star, was no more than a sign, an announcement, so to say, of the presence of spiritual beings, to whom we could look up with the eye of the soul when we turned our gaze in the direction of the star. And Agrippa of Nettesheim knew that the beings who are united with the single stars are beings who rule the inner existence of that star or planet, rule also its movements in the universe, hold sway indeed over its whole activity. And he called such beings the intelligence of the star. Agrippa knew at the same time how hindering beings are at work there, beings who undermined the good deeds of the star, working both from the star and also into it. These beings he called the daimon of the star, and together with this knowledge went an understanding of the earth, that saw in the earth also a heavenly body, having its intelligence and its daimon. This understanding of sidereal intelligence and sidereal demonology, with all its implications, has been completely lost. Let us look for a moment at what it implied. The earth was looked upon as ruled in her inner activity, in her movements in the cosmos, by a group of intelligences whom we could bring together under the name of, quote, the intelligence of the earth star, close quote. But what, for the people of Agrippa's time, was the intelligence of the earth star? It is exceedingly difficult today even to speak of these things, because our ideas have traveled so very far away from what was accepted as a matter of course in those times by persons of insight and understanding. The intelligence of the earth star was ourselves. People of those times saw in humans beings who had received a task, a mission, from the spirituality of the worlds, not merely as we moderns imagine to walk about on the earth, to travel over it by train, to buy and sell, to write books, and so forth, and so forth. No, they looked upon humans as beings to whom the world spirit is given the task of ruling and regulating the earth, of bringing, as it were, law and order into all that has to do with the place of the earth in the cosmos. Their conception of the human was expressed by saying, through what we are, through the forces and powers we bear within our being, humans give to the earth the impulse for her movement around the sun, for her movement all together in cosmic space. In those days there was still a feeling for this. It was known that such a task had once been allotted to human beings. The world spirituality had really made humans the lords of the earth. But in the course of our evolution, humans had not shown themselves equal to the task. We had fallen from our high estate. When we are speaking of knowledge nowadays, it is seldom indeed that we can catch even a last echo of this view. What we find in religious belief concerning the fall goes back ultimately to this conception. For there the point is that originally humans had quite another status on the earth and in the universe, that we had in fact fallen from our high estate. But apart from this religious conception, wherever we think we have attained knowledge by correct methods of thought, it is only here and there that we may still find today an echo of the ancient knowledge that once proceeded from instinctive clairvoyance, and that was well aware of humanity's true calling and of our fall into our present narrow limitations. It may happen, for example, that we are having a conversation with a person, I am here relating a fact, who has thought very deeply, who has also acquired a deep knowledge of spiritual matters. The conversation turns on whether humans, as we stand on earth today, are really creatures who are self-contained, who carry their whole being within them. And such a person will say to you that this cannot be. We must, in reality, be far more comprehensive beings. Otherwise we could not have the striving we have now. We could not develop the great idealism of which we can see such fine and lofty examples. In our true nature, we must be a great and comprehensive being, who has, somehow or other, committed a cosmic sin, as a consequence of which we have been banished within the limits of this present earthly existence, so that today we are really imprisoned, as it were, in a cage. You may still meet here and there a stray survivor, as it were, of this view. But speaking generally, where shall we find a qualified scientist giving serious attention to these great and far-reaching questions? And yet it is only by facing such questions that we can ever find our way to an existence worthy of ourselves as human. Then it was really so. Humans were regarded as the bearers of the intelligence of the earth. But now such a person as Agrippa of Nettesheim ascribed to the earth also a daimon. When we go back to the 12th or 13th century, we find this daimon of the earth to be a being who could only become what he did become on earth, because he found in humans ready tools for his activities. In order to understand this, we must acquaint ourselves with the way people thought in those days about the relationship of the earth to the sun, or rather of earthly humans to the sun, S-U-N. And if I am now to describe how they understood this relationship, then I must again speak in imaginations, for these things will not suffer themselves to be confined to abstract concepts. Abstract concepts came later, and they are very far from being able to span the truth. We must therefore begin here to speak in pictures, in imaginations. I have described in my book titled The Secret Doctrine how the sun separated itself from the earth, or we might say separated the earth from itself. For the sun, you must remember, is the original abode of humanity. Ever since the time of Saturn, humanity has been united with the whole planetary system, including the sun. We humans do not have our home on the earth, but rather only a temporary resting place. We are in reality, according to the view that prevailed in those olden times, beings of the sun. In our whole nature and existence, we are united with the sun. And we ought, as humans, as solar beings, to have had an altogether different relationship to the earth. What should have happened is that the earth, first of all, should obey her impulse to bring forth out of the mineral and plant kingdoms the human seed in etheric form, and the sun should then fructify the seed. Then should raise the etheric human form, which, by establishing its own relationship to the physical substances of the earth, should then take on earthly substantiality. The contemporaries of Agrippa of Nettesheim, Agrippa's own knowledge was unfortunately somewhat clouded, but better contemporaries of his really did hold the view that humans ought not to be born in the earthly way they are now, but ought to come to being in their etheric body through the interworking of sun and earth. And then, going about on the earth as an etheric being, we are to give ourselves earthly form. The seeds of humanity should grow up out of the earth with the purity of vegetable life, appearing here and there as ethereal fruits, darkly gleaming. These should then, in a certain season of the year, be overshone by the light of the sun, and thereby assume human form, but still etheric. Then humanity should draw to itself physical substance, not from the body of the mother, but from the earth, and all that is thereon, incorporating physical substance into ourselves from the kingdoms of the earth. That, in their view, should have been the manner of humanity's appearance on earth, in accordance with the purposes of the cosmic spirituality. The development that came later was attributed to the fact that humanity had allowed to awaken within itself too deep an urge, too intense a desire for the earthly and material. Thereby we forfeited our connection with the sun and the cosmos, and could only find our existence on earth in the form of the stream of inheritance. And that gave opportunity for the daimon of the earth to begin his work. The daimon of the earth would not have been able to do anything with humans who were born of the sun. Humans born of the sun on earth would have been in very truth the fourth hierarchy. If we were wanting to place humans, we would have to say first hierarchy, seraphim, cherubim, thrones; second hierarchy, exousiae, dynamis, kuriotetes; third hierarchy, angels, archangels, archai; fourth hierarchy, humanity, three different stages or gradations of the human, forming together the fourth hierarchy. But because we gave rein to our strong impulses in the direction of the physical, we became not the being on the lowest branch, as it were, of the hierarchies, but instead the being at the summit, on the topmost branch of the kingdoms of the earth. Mineral kingdom, vegetable kingdom, animal kingdom, human kingdom. This became the picture of how humans stood in the world. Moreover, because humanity has not found its proper task on the earth herself does not have her right and worthy position in the cosmos. For since humanity has fallen, the true Lord of the earth is not there. What has happened? The true Lord of the earth is lacking, and it has become necessary for her place and course in the cosmos, not being regulated from the earth herself, to be regulated from the sun. Thus tasks that should really be carried out on earth have fallen to the sun. Someone of medieval times would look up to the sun and say, "In the sun are certain intelligences. They determine the movement of the earth in the cosmos. They govern what happens on the earth. Humans ought, in reality, to do this. The solar forces ought to work on earth through humanity." Hence that significant medieval conception that was expressed in the words, "the sun, the unlawful prince of this world." And now reflect, my dear friends, how infinitely such conceptions deepen for the people of the Middle Ages their feeling for the Christ impulse. Christ became for them the Spirit who did not want to find his further task on the sun, who was unwilling to remain among those who directed the earth in an unlawful manner from without. He wanted to take his way from the sun to the earth, to enter into human destiny and into the destiny of earth, to experience earthly events, to follow the path of earth evolution, sharing the lot of humanity and of the earth. Therewith, for medieval people, the Christ was the being, the one being, who saved for the cosmos humanity's task on earth. There you have the connection. And now you can see why in Rosicrucian times, again and again it was impressed upon the pupil, quote, "O human, thou art not what thou art." Christ had to come to take from thee thy task, that he might perform it for thee. Close quote. A great deal in Goethe's title, Faust, has come over from medieval conceptions, although Goethe himself did not understand this. Recall, my dear friends, how Faust conjures up the earth spirit. With these medieval conceptions in mind, we can enter with feeling and understanding into the way this earth spirit speaks. Quote, "In the tides of life, in action's storm, a fluctuant wave, a shuttle free, birth and the grave, an eternal sea, a weaving, flowing life, all glowing, thus at times humming loom, 'tis my hand, prepares the garment of life which the deity wears." Close quote. For who is it really that Faust is conjuring up? Goethe himself, when he was writing Faust, most assuredly did not fully comprehend. But if we go back from Goethe to the medieval Faust, in whom Rosicrucian wisdom was living, if we listen in on this medieval Faust, this listening teaches us that Faust also wanted to conjure up the spirit. And who was it he wanted to conjure up? He never spoke of the earth spirit. He spoke rather of the human being. The longing and striving of medieval people was to be human. For they felt in the depths of their soul that as an earthly creature they were not truly human. How can humanity be found again? The way Faust is rebuffed, is pushed aside by the earth spirit, is a picture of how humans in their earthly form are repelled by their own being. And this is why many histories of, how should I call it, conversion to Christianity in the Middle Ages show such an extraordinary depth of character. They are filled with the sense that individuals have striven to attain the humanity that has been lost, and have had to give up in despair, having rightly despaired of being able to find in themselves, within earthly physical life, true and genuine personhood. And so they have come to the point where they have to say, our striving for true humanity must be abandoned. Earthly humanity must leave it to Christ to fulfill the task of the earth. In this time in human history, when our relationship to true humanity, as well as our relationship to Christ, was still understood in what might be called supra-personal, personal manner, in this time, knowledge of the Spirit and vision of the Spirit were still real things. They were still a matter of experience. It ceased to be so with the 15th century. Then came that stupendous change, which no one has really understood. Those, however, who have knowledge of such things are aware of how in the 15th to 16th centuries, and even later, there existed a Rosicrucian school, isolated, scarcely known to the world, where again and again a few pupils were educated, and where, above all, care was taken that one thing should not be forgotten, but preserved as a holy tradition. This holy tradition was as follows. I will give it to you in narrative form. Let us say a new pupil arrived one day at some such lonely spot to receive preparation. The first thing to be set before them was the so-called Ptolemaic system, in its true form, as it had been handed down from olden times, not in the trivial way it is explained nowadays, as something that has long ago been supplanted, but in an altogether different way. The pupil was shown how the earth really and truly bears within herself the forces that are needed to determine her path through the universe. So that to a correct picture of the world, it has to be drawn in the old Ptolemaic sense. The earth for us in the center of the universe, and the other stars controlled and directed in their corresponding revolutions by the earth. And the neophyte was told, if you really study to find what are the best forces in the earth, then you can arrive at no other conception of the world than this. In actual fact, however, it is not so. It is not so on account of human sin. Through human sin, the earth has gone over, in an unjustifiable manner, into the realm of the sun. The sun has become the regent and ruler of earthly activities. And so, over against the solar system given by the gods, with the earth in the center, there has now been set another paradigm that has the sun in the center, and the earth revolving around the sun, the paradigm, that is, of Copernicus. And then it was vouchsafed to the neophyte that here a cosmic mistake has been caused by human sin. This was the knowledge entrusted to the neophyte, and he had to engrave it deeply into his heart and soul. We have overthrown the old paradigm, the teacher would say, and set another in its place, and they do not know that this other is the outcome of their own guilt, is really nothing else than the expression, the revelation of human guilt, while all the time they are imagining it to be the right and correct view of the cosmos. And what has happened in recent times? The teacher would go on to say, science has suffered a downfall through human guilt. Science has become a science of the daimonic. About the end of the 18th century, such communications became impossible. But until that time, there were always at least a few pupils here and there who received their spiritual nourishment in some lonely Rosicrucian school. They received it with feeling, as a knowledge of the heart. Even such a man, for example, as the great philosopher Leibniz, was led by his own thought and deliberation to try to find somewhere a place of learning where he could arrive at a correct conception of the relationship between the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems. But he was not able to discover any such place. Such things need to be known if we are to understand aright, in all its shades of meaning, the great change that has come about in the last centuries, in the way we look on ourselves and the universe. And with this weakening of our living connection with ourselves, with this estrangement of humans from themselves, came afterward the tendency to cling to the external intellect that today rules all. Think for a moment, this external intellect, is it really human experience? Not by any means. Were it human experience, it could not live so externally in us as it does. The intellect really has no sort of connection with what is individual and personal. We could almost call it a convention. It does not spring from inner human experience. Rather, it approaches us as something external. You can feel how external the intellect has become if you compare the way in which Aristotle imparted his logic to his pupils with the way in which it was taught much later, say in the 17th century. According to Kant, logic had not progressed since Aristotle. In the time of Aristotle, logic was still thoroughly human. When someone was taught to think logically, he had a feeling as though, if I may be allowed to express myself again in imaginative terms, as though he were dipping his head into cold water and thereby becoming estranged from himself for a moment. Or else he had a feeling such as Alexander expressed when Aristotle wanted to impart logic to him: "You are pressing together all the bones of my head." Logic was felt as something external. By the 17th century, this externality was taken as a matter of course. They learned how from the major and minor premises the consequent must be deduced. They learned what we find treated so ironically in Goethe's Faust, quote, "The first was so, the second so, therefore the third and fourth are so. Were not the first and second, then the third and fourth had never been. There will your mind be drilled and braced, as if in Spanish boots 'twere laced." Close quote. Whether, like Alexander, we feel the bones of our heads pressed together, or whether with all this, quote, "first, second, third, fourth," close quote, we feel laced up in Spanish boots, we have each time a picture of the same experience. But this externality of abstract thought was no longer experienced in the time when logic began to be taught in the schools. Today, of course, this has for the most part ceased. Logic is no longer a subject in the curriculum. It is rather as if there had once been a time when hundreds of people had been ordered to put on the same uniform and had done it with enthusiasm. And then later on came a time when they went on doing that of their own accord, without giving it a thought. But now, during all the time when the logic of the abstract was gaining the upper hand, the old spiritual knowledge could not flourish. Even spiritual knowledge becomes external, assuming a form of which examples are to be found in the writings of Eliphas Levi or in the publications of St. Martin. Such writings are the last offshoots of the old spiritual knowledge and vision. What do we find in a book like Eliphas Levi's, titled The Dogma and Ritual of High Magic? In the first place, there are all manner of signs, triangles, pentagrams, and so forth. Then there are words from languages that were in use in bygone ages, especially from the Hebrew. And what in earlier times was life as well as knowledge, and could pass over into our deeds and our ideas, this we find has on the one hand become bereft of ideas, and on the other hand degenerated into external magic. There is speculation as to the symbolic meaning of this or that sign, concerning all of which we moderns, if we are honest, are obliged to confess we can see nothing. Allusion is made to horrible practices connected with all manner of rites, while those who spoke in favor of these rites and frequently practiced them were far from having any notion at all of their spiritual connection. Such books are invariably pointers to what was once understood in olden times, was once an inward experience of knowledge, but at the time when Eliphas Levi, for example, was writing his books, was no longer understood. As for St. Martin, you can read what I've written about him in Untitled Chapter. Thus we see how what had once been interwoven into the soul and spirit of human life could not be held there, but fell victim to a complete want of understanding. The common impulse and striving for the divine that showed itself in our feeling life from the 15th to the 18th and 19th centuries was sincere and genuine. Beautiful and sublime things can be found in it. Much that has come down from those times, and that is far too little noticed today, has about it quite a magic breath of the spiritual. Side by side with it, however, a seed is sprouting, a hard seed, tending to ossify, the seed of inability to understand the old spiritual truths, while at the same time it becomes more and more impossible to approach the spiritual in a way that is in right accord with the age. We come across individuals of the 18th century who speak of a destruction of all that is human, and of the rise of a terrible materialism. Often it seems as though what these individuals of the 18th century say could just as well be applied to our own time. And yet it is not so. What they say does not apply to the last 2/3 of the 19th century. For in the 19th century a further stage had been reached. What was still regarded in the 18th with a certain abhorrence, on account of its daimonical character, has come to be taken quite as a matter of course. The people of the 19th century no longer had the power to say, quote, "The Copernican paradigm is all very well, but a conception of the universe that was only able to arise because humans did not become on earth what they should have become, such a conception is revolting to us. We are deeply moved by what happened, that the earth was left without a ruler, and the rulership passed over to the unrightful lords of the world." Close quote. This expression occurs again and again in medieval writings. Continue quote. "And that then Christ left the Son and united himself with the destiny of the earth." Close quote. Only now, at the end of the 19th century, has it again become possible to look into these things with clear vision, with such clear vision as man possessed originally, only now in the age of Michael. We have spoken repeatedly of the dawn of the Michaelic age and of its character. But there are tasks that belong to this age of Michael, and it is possible now to point to these tasks after all that we have been considering in the Christmas conference and since, about the evolution of spiritual vision as it has taken its course through the centuries. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation. There's another small cycle in it called Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, the Easter Festival, and the History of the Mysteries. That's 4 lectures at the end there, so 10 altogether. Translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 12th of January, 1924. We have seen how the knowledge that we used to acquire in the olden days by means of instinctive clairvoyance gradually faded away into a kind of evening twilight. It is actually extraordinarily difficult to find any trace of that ancient wisdom in modern times, particularly since the 18th century. For all that is left to us now, or rather I should say, what has recently come in its place, is the external observation of nature and logic. And neither with external observation of nature, nor with the mere sequence of abstract logical thoughts, can we build a bridge whereby we can reach reality. Much of the ancient wisdom maintained, nevertheless, a sort of existence in traditional form right on into modern times, even as late as the middle of the 19th century. And in order that we may orient ourselves aright to the important subjects with which we shall have to deal, I would like to tell you today about some of the ideas that were still to be found in the first half of the 19th century as survivals of the ancient wisdom, in order that you may see how at a time that does not lie very far back, there were people whose manner of thinking was entirely different from what it is today. As I said, it is exceedingly difficult to arrive at these things, for it is single individuals living alone, or having around them at best a small circle of pupils, who preserved the ancient wisdom in strict secrecy, and often without themselves understanding it in all its profundity. And a similar picture has to be made of the conditions that prevailed in still earlier times, for it is quite certain that the two characters familiar to you under the names of Faust and Paracelsus encountered in the course of their wanderings lonely individuals of this kind. You might call them cave-dwellers of the soul, and learned a great deal from them that they afterward developed and elaborated through an inner faculty that was in their case too of a more instinctive nature. What I am now going to relate to you belongs, however, to a much later date. It will illustrate for you how things were in the early decades of the 19th century. Once more we find a little group, call it a school if you will, a lonely school somewhere in Central Europe. There, in this very small circle, was to be found a deep and penetrating teaching regarding the human being. A long time ago I became aware on a spiritual path that at a certain place in Central Europe there existed a small community that had knowledge. As I have said, I learned to know of it on a spiritual path. I was not able at that time to make observations in the physical world, because then I was not in the physical world, but on a spiritual path I became aware that a small community of this kind existed. However, I would not speak of what was taught within this little community if the essence of what was hidden within it had not again disclosed itself to research made independently through anthroposophy. I would not speak of it had I myself not found that knowledge in you. For it is just in the refinding that you obtain the right orientation to the wisdom that has survived from ancient times, a wisdom that is truly overpowering in its greatness. Regarding this little community of which I speak, a tradition goes right back in history, back through the whole of the Middle Ages, into the times of antiquity that I was describing to you in the lectures given at the Christmas conference, into the age of Aristotle. The tradition does not, however, come directly from Greece. It comes from Asia, whither it was brought from Macedonia by Alexander the Great. Within this little community, a deep and exceedingly exact teaching was given concerning the human being, in respect especially of two human faculties. We can see there a spiritual scientist, for such they truly may be called, who was a highly developed master, giving instruction. The ancient symbols by which they are taught consist in certain geometrical forms. Say, for example, a form such as this, see plate 6. At the points would generally be found some words in Hebrew. At first sight you can make nothing whatsoever of such symbols. And the pupils of this master would have known through the instruction they received that what, for example, Eliphas Levi gives later on is in reality no more than a talking around the subject. For these pupils were still able to learn how the true meaning of such symbols is arrived at only when they are rediscovered in the being of our own human organization. There was in particular one symbol that played a great part in this little group. You have the symbol before you when you draw apart this, quote, seal of Solomon, close quote, so that one triangle comes down and the other rises. See plate 6. The symbol thus obtained played, as I said, a significant part within this little community or school, and continued to do so even as late as the 19th century. The master would then get the pupils to assume a certain attitude with their physical bodies. The body itself had to draw this symbol, in quotes. The master made them stand with their feet far apart and their arms stretched out above. Then, by lengthening the lines of the arms downward and the lines of the legs upward, these 4 lines, which are darker in the diagram, came to view in the human organism itself. A line was then drawn to unite the feet and another to unite the hands above, and these 2 joining lines had to be felt as lines of force. The pupil became conscious that they really do exist. It became clear to him that currents pass, not unlike electromagnetic currents, from the left fingertips to the right fingertips, and again from the left foot to the right. So that in actual fact the human organism writes into space these 2 intersecting triangles. The pupil had then to learn to feel what lies in the words, quote, light streams upward, weight bears downward, close quote. They had to experience this in deep meditation, standing in the attitude I have described. Thereby they gradually came to the point where the teacher was able to say to them, quote, now you are about to experience something that was practiced over and over again in the ancient mysteries, close quote. And the neophytes did then actually attain to this further experience, namely, that they could feel the very marrow within the bones of their limbs. You will be able to come a little nearer to an understanding of such experiences, if you recall something I said to you yesterday. I told you then, in another connection, that if we continue to think as abstractly as has by now become the custom, if we go on living entirely in abstract thoughts, we will, as it were, externalize ourselves. We will become something altogether external. The exact opposite happens when in this way we attain to a consciousness of the interior of the bones. Let me tell you something else that will help you to attain a clearer understanding. Paradoxical as it may sound, it is nevertheless true that a book such as my title, Philosophy of Freedom, cannot be grasped by logic alone. It claims the whole human being. You will in fact not understand what is said in the book about thinking unless you know that we experience thought by means of an inner experience of our skeleton. When, however, as is the case in the Philosophy of Freedom, thought becomes concrete, becomes real, then it goes over into the whole person. The pupils of this master went even further. They learned to feel the actual inside of the bones, and that enabled them to experience a last example of what was practiced in manifold ways in the ancient mystery schools. They learned to experience symbols by turning their own organism into a symbol. Only so can symbols be truly experienced. Explanation and interpretation of symbols is actually quite nonsensical. So too is all theorizing about them, utter nonsense. We have to make them. We have to experience them. It is the same with symbols as it is with fables and legends and fairy tales. We have to identify ourselves with them. There is always something in us whereby we can enter into all the figures of the fairy tale, whereby we can make ourselves one with the fairy tale. And so it is with these genuine symbols of olden times, which come originally from spiritual knowledge. I have, as you see, written the words in your own language. See plate 6. There is very little sense in writing on the diagram. Hebrew words are no longer understood, for then someone who reads them will not be inwardly quickened. They will have no inner experience of the symbol. Rather, they will be cramped by it. They will feel as though their bones are being broken. That is also what really happens, spiritually of course, when we take seriously such writings as those of Eliphas Levi. These pupils then learn to experience the inside of their bony system. But my dear friends, when you begin to experience the inside of your bones, you are really no longer in the body. If you hold your finger a few inches in front of your nose, then what you are holding there is not in you. Just as little is what you experience within your bones really in you. You go inward, it is true. Nevertheless, you go out of yourself. And this going out of yourself, this going to the gods, this going to the spiritual world, is what the pupils of that lonely school learn to grasp and understand. For they learned to know the lines the gods had drawn into the world, the lines that had been drawn by the gods to establish and found the world. They discovered in one direction, namely through the human being, the path to the gods. And then the teacher put into words what the pupils were experiencing. It was expressed in a sentence that will naturally sound ludicrous and paradoxical to many people today, but that holds, nevertheless, as you will be able to recognize a deep truth. See plate 7. Quote, "Behold the person of bone, and thou beholdest death. Look within the bones, and thou beholdest the awakener." Close quote. That is, the awakener of the human in the spirit. The being who brings humans into connection with the world of the gods. Now, in the time of which we are speaking, not very much could be attained on this path. Something, however, of the teaching concerning the evolution of the earth, through its various metamorphoses, became clear to the pupils. Through being able to place themselves into human spiritual nature, they learned to look back to Atlantean times and even further. As a matter of fact, very many things that were not in those times written down or printed, but related by word of mouth concerning the evolution of the earth, had their origin in a knowledge and insight that came about in this way. Here, then, we have one of the teachings given in this school. Another teaching is also very interesting. The pupils were led to perceive in a practical manner that the human being stands higher than the animals. To appreciate this teaching, you must realize that certain facts we now put to use in various ways, and are of great value to us, were known and understood even as late as the 19th century out of genuine old traditions. We pride ourselves today, for example, on having police dogs who are able to track all kinds of crimes. This application of the knowledge had not been thought of in olden times, but the faculty that shows itself, in this case, for example, in dogs, was better known than it is today. A very fine substance could be perceived around every human being, a substance finer than anything that can be seen or smelt or detected by any of the senses. And it was understood how there is also a kind of fine fluid belonging to the world as a whole. They recognized it as a special differentiation of warmth currents, in union with all manner of other currents, which were looked upon as being of an electromagnetic nature. And they connected the dog's faculty of scent with these currents of warmth and electromagnetism. The pupils of the little school which I am describing had their attention drawn to the same kind of faculty in other animals too. They were shown how this sense for a fine fluid flowing through the world was present in a great many animals. And then it was pointed out to them how what, in the case of the animal, develops downward in the direction of what is material, develops upward in the human being into a quality of soul. And here we come to a teaching that is of extraordinary interest. It was taught in this school with reference to facts of external anatomy, but it points to a deeply spiritual truth. The teacher would say to the pupil, quote, "Behold, humans are a microcosm. They imitate in their organism what goes on in the great universe." Close quote. Nor was it only in respect to the processes that go on within them that humans were regarded as a microcosm, as a little world. What shows itself plastically in us was also referred back to what takes place in the external world. So we find that profound and solemn attention was given, for example, in this school, to the passage of the moon through the first quarter, full moon, last quarter, new moon. The pupils learned to watch how the moon goes through 28 to 30 phases. Plate 6, detail. They watched, out in the cosmos, the passage of the moon through her phases. They watched how the moon moves within her orbit. They saw how she describes her 28 to 30 rotations. And then, perceiving how the human spinal column has 28 to 30 vertebrae, they came to understand how the development of the spinal column in the embryo corresponds with the movement and forces of the moon. They saw in the whole formation of the human spinal column a copy of the monthly movement of the moon, and in the 28 to 30 nerves that go out from the spinal column into the whole human organism, they saw a copy of the streams that the moon sends out down continually upon the earth as she passes through the stages of her path in the heavens. Actually and literally, in these continuations of the vertebra, they saw a reflection of the inpouring of the lunar streams. In short, in what the human being bears in the nerves of the spinal marrow, together with the spinal marrow itself, they saw something that brings us into living connection with the cosmos. Plate 6, detail. All this I have indicated to you was presented to the pupil, and they were then made to observe something else. It was said to them, quote, "Look at the optic nerve. Watch how it goes from the brain across into the eye. You will find that in the course of its passage into the eye, it is divided into very fine threads." See Plate 6, detail. How many threads? The threads that go from the optic nerve into the interior of the eye are exactly as many in number as the nerves that go out from the spinal marrow. There are 28 to 30 of them. So that we may say a spinal marrow system in miniature goes from the brain through the optic nerve into the eye. Close quote. Thus has the human being, so said the teacher to his pupils, received this 30-membered system of the spinal marrow nerves from the gods, who in primeval antiquity formed and shaped our existence. But humans themselves have fashioned in their eyes, in their sensory world-beholding eyes, a copy of the same. There, in front of the organism of the head, they have shaped a copy of what the gods have made of them. See Plate 6, detail. And then the pupil's attention was directed to the following. The organization of the spinal column stands, as we have seen, in connection with the moon. But now, through the special relationship that the moon has to the sun, we have a year of 12 months. And from the brain, 12 nerves go out to the various parts of the organism, the 12 chief nerves of the brain. So that in this respect, too, the human being is a microcosm in his head, in respect of the relationship between the sun and moon. Actually, in the whole human form and figure, we have before us an imitation of processes out yonder in the cosmos. See Plate 6 detail. The pupil was then taught to observe something else. We have seen how in the optic nerve, in the way the optic nerve is split up into 30 strands, the human being imitates the lunar system of the spine. And we have seen how 12 chief nerves go out from the brain. But now, when the particular part of the brain that sends the olfactory nerve into the nose is examined, it is revealed that here, in that little portion of the brain, the whole of the brain is imitated. Just as in the eye the whole arrangement of nerves and spinal marrow is imitated, so in the organ of smell the whole brain is imitated, inasmuch as the olfactory nerve enters the nose in 12 strands. So that we have here in front a miniature human being. See Plate 7 detail. And then the pupil was led to observe that anatomically we have no more than a mere indication of this miniature human being. Only the most minute anatomical investigation can disclose it. It merges and becomes confused. On the other hand, as it were in compensation, it finds expression all the more strongly in the astral body. Since anatomically there are no more than hints of this fact, it cannot be made use of in ordinary life. We can, however, learn to make use of it. And even as the pupil was shown how to experience the inside of their bones, so they were shown also how to experience in a really living way this particular part of their being. And here we come to something that is in truth more akin to the whole Western outlook than are many other things that come over to us from the East. For as is well known, the East also speaks of concentration on the root of the nose, concentration on the point between the eyebrows. This is how the exact spot is defined. And this concentration is in truth concentration on the miniature human being that is situated at this spot and can be grasped astrally. A meditation can actually be formed so as to enable you to apprehend something in that region, which is like a miniature person in embryonic development. The pupil in the little school of which we are speaking received such guidance. They learned to apprehend in intensely concentrated thought a kind of embryonic development of a miniature human being. And then, in pupils who had the aptitude for it, the 2-petaled lotus flower could begin to develop. And they were told, the animal develops this faculty downward into fluid warmth and electromagnetism. Humans, on the other hand, develop what is situated up here in the head and nose. It may at first appear to be merely a sense of smell, but the activity of the eye plays over into it, EYE. We develop it into the astral, and thereby acquire the faculty that enables us not merely to follow that fluid, as do the animals, but to evoke continual interchange with the astral light, and to perceive by means of the 2-petaled lotus flower what our whole life long we are continually writing into the astral light. A dog senses only what has remained, what is present there. We have an altogether different experience. For even when we cannot yet perceive with it, we move with our 2-petaled lotus flower, and as we move with it, we are continually writing everything that is in our thoughts into the astral light. We acquire at the same time the faculty that enables us to follow what we have written, and moreover to perceive something else, namely, the real difference between good and evil. It was in such ways as these that echoes were still present of ancient primeval treasures of wisdom, and the rudiments of that wisdom were still taught, even practically. We can see from this how very much has been lost owing to the influence of the materialistic tendencies that began to work so powerfully about the middle of the 19th century. For such truths as I have been indicating to you were still experienced and known in certain circles, isolated and hermit-like though these might be. And in the most varied domains of life, knowledge was still derived from such hidden sources, knowledge that was later entirely disregarded, and that many today are longing to find again. But on account of the crude methods that prevail in our time, the customary external cognition cannot regain this knowledge. Together with all else that was taught in that little circle, there was one very special teaching that was as follows. It was shown to the neophytes how, when they made use of the faculty, which is really a sort of enhanced organ of smell that reaches up into the astral light, then they learned to know the true substance of all things. They learned to know matter. And when they acquired knowledge of the inside of their bony systems, and thereby learned to know the true and authentic world geometry, they learned to know the way in which the forces have been inscribed into the world by the gods. Then they grew able to understand the forms that are at work in the things of the world. Thus, for example, if you would learn to know quartz in its substance, so it was said to the pupil, then look at it with the two-petaled lotus flower. And if you would learn to know its crystal form, if you would understand how the substances are given shape and form, then you must apprehend its form that comes from the cosmos, with the power of apprehension that you gain by living experience of the inside of the bony system. Or again, the pupil was taught as follows. With the help of your heads, you can learn to know how a plant is fashioned in respect of substance. And by learning to experience the inside of your bony system, you can learn to know how some particular plant grows, why it has this or that form of leaf and this or that arrangement of its leaves, or again why it unfolds its blossoms in this or that manner. Form, wherever it occurs, had to be understood in the one way, matter in the other way. And it is really most interesting to find, when we go back to Aristotle, how he makes this distinction with respect to everything that exists, the distinction between form and substance. In later times, of course, it was taught in a purely abstract manner. In the stream of culture that came from Greece and spread over Europe, the abstractness with which these things were set forth in books is enough to drive one to despair. And this went on throughout the Middle Ages, and in still more recent times has gone from bad to worse. But if you go right back to Aristotle, you will find that with him forms are referred to the experience I described. You will find he has also the insight to see in things, whenever the head is in question, that which he calls their matter or substance. Perceptions of this nature belong, however, to that part of Aristotle's teaching that was carried over into Asia. But now the inner knowledge, that is to say, the knowledge that is derived from the Akashic records, the inner knowledge of the philosophy taught in Greece, points us to something of which I could naturally give no more than an external indication in my title Riddles of Philosophy, where I showed how Aristotle held the view that in the human being, form and matter flow into one another. In the human being, matter is form, and form matter. You will find this where I am speaking of spirit in the Riddles of Philosophy. Aristotle himself, however, taught in quite a different way. Aristotle taught that when you approach the minerals, you experience in the first place their form by experiencing the inside of the bones of the lower leg, and you experience their matter, their substance, in the organ of the head. The two are far apart from one another. The human being holds them apart, form and substance. In the mineral kingdom, you have crystallization. When, however, we come to an understanding of the plant, then we experience its form by means of our experience of the inside of the thigh bone, and its substance by means of the organ of the head, the two-petaled lotus flower. The two experiences have already come a little nearer to each other. And when we experience the animal, then we feel the animal in its form through the experience we have of the inside of the bones of the lower arm. And again we feel its substance through the organ of the head. This time the two are still nearer together. And if we now experience the human being as such, then we experience the human form by means of the inside of the upper arm that is connected through the forming of speech with the brain. I've often spoken of this when giving introductory words before a eurythmy performance. There the two-petaled lotus flower unites with what goes from the inside of the upper arm to the brain, and it is particularly in speech that we experience our fellow human being no longer divided as to form and content, but as one in form and content. This teaching survived in all its concreteness in the time of Aristotle. And as we have said, a trace of it could still be found on into the 19th century. But there we come to an abyss. By the 40s of that century, the knowledge was completely lost, and the abyss remained until the end of the century, when the coming of the Michaelic age brought the possibility for these truths to be found again. When, however, humans stepped over this abyss, they were in reality stepping over a threshold. And at the threshold stands the guardian. Between the years 1842 and 1879, people were not able to see the guardian when they went past him. But now they must. For their own good they must look back and take note of him. For to continue not heeding him, to live on into the following centuries without heeding him, would lead humanity to complete disaster. We want to speak more about this tomorrow. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner. It has two small cycles in it. One is called Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, and the other small one is the Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries. These are translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. This is Lecture 6, the last in the first cycle, given in Dornach on the 13th of January, 1924. The Michaelic period, into which the world entered in the last third of the 19th century, and into which we must now enter with increasing consciousness, differs considerably from former periods of Michaelic leadership. You know, of course, that as evolution goes forward, the 7 great archangelic spirits enter from time to time, one after another, into human life. Thus, after a certain time has elapsed, a particular guidance of the world, the guidance of Gabriel or Uriel, Raphael or Michael, is repeated. Our period is, however, essentially different from the preceding Michaelic epochs. This is due to our standing, since the first third of the 15th century, in quite another relation to the spiritual world than we ever did before. And this relationship to the spiritual world necessarily alters the character of our relation to that spirit guiding human destinies, whom we may call by the ancient name of Michael. Recently I have been speaking to you again about the Rosicrucian movement. Rosicrucianism, as I have shown you, degenerated in many quarters into charlatanry. Indeed, most of what has been transmitted to humanity under the name is pure charlatanry. Nevertheless, as I have explained on many former occasions, an individuality did exist who may rightly be described by the name of Christian Rosenkreuz. And he may be said in a sense to have set the example of how an enlightened individuality, one who had knowledge of the Spirit, could, at the dawn of the new phase of human development, enter into a relationship with the spiritual world. To Christian Rosenkreutz, it was vouchsafed to put forward various questions, to inquire concerning the highest conceivable riddles of existence in quite a new way, when compared with the earlier experiences of humanity. For you must remember that while Rosicrucianism was arising, directing the human mind, with Faustian endeavor, as it was sometimes called in later times, toward the spiritual world, at the same time, an abstract, naturalistic science was also arising. The bearers of this modern stream of spiritual life, people like Galileo, Giordano Bruno, Copernicus, or Kepler, worthy as they are of fullest recognition, were in a different situation from the Rosicrucians, who wanted to foster not merely a formal or abstract, but a true knowledge of the world. The Rosicrucians perceived how completely times had changed for the whole of human life, and therewith for the relation of the gods to humankind. We might describe it as follows. Until the 4th century CE, we were still able to draw forth from ourselves real knowledge. Indeed, as late as the 12th and 13th centuries, we were still able to call forth rudimentary knowledge about the spiritual world. By doing the exercises given in the old mysteries, we could draw forth from ourselves the secrets of existence. For it was really so with the humanity of olden times. What the initiates had to say to humanity, they drew forth from the depths of their own souls, brought it up to the surface of thought, to the world of ideas. They were quite conscious that they were drawing forth their knowledge from the inner being of the human soul. The exercises they undertook were intended to shake the human heart to its depths, to induce in the heart and mind experiences we do not undergo in the ordinary course of life. Thereby the secrets of the world of the gods were, we might say, drawn forth from the depths, the innermost being of humanity. We cannot, however, see the secrets in the act of drawing them forth. In the old instinctive clairvoyance, we did, it is true, behold the secrets of the world. We saw them in imagination. We heard them in inspiration. We united ourselves with them in intuition. But all this is not possible as long as we stand there alone. Just as little as it is possible for me to draw you a triangle without a blackboard to draw it on. The triangle I draw on the board symbolizes what I carry in a purely spiritual way within me. The triangle as a whole, all the laws of the triangle, are in me. And when I draw the triangle on the board, I bring home to myself what is really already there, all the time, within me. That is how it is when we draw diagrams. And it is the same when it is a question of deriving real knowledge out of human nature, as was done in the ancient mysteries. This knowledge also must, in a sense, be written somewhere. All such knowledge, if it is to be seen in the spirit, must be inscribed in what has been called from time immemorial the, in quotes, astral light. That is, in the fine substantiality of the akasha. Everything must be written there. But we must be able to develop the faculty of writing in the astral light. This faculty has depended on many different things in the course of human evolution. I do not intend to speak here of very old ages, and will leave aside the first post-Atlantean epoch, the ancient Indian. At that time things were somewhat different. Let us begin then with the ancient Persian epoch, as you will find it described in my secret doctrine. There was at that time an instinctive clairvoyance. There was knowledge of the divine spiritual world. And the knowledge could be written into the astral light for us to behold it, inasmuch as the earth, the solid earth afforded resistance. The writing itself is done, needless to say, with the spiritual organs. But even spiritual organs require resistance. The things that are thus seen in the spirit are not inscribed, of course, in the earth itself. Rather, they are written into the astral light. But the earth provides a corresponding resistance. In the old Persian epoch, the seers could feel the resistance of the earth. Only in that way could the perceptions they drew forth from their inner being grow into actual visions. In the next epoch, the Egypto-Chaldean, all the knowledge that the initiates drew forth from their souls could be written into the astral light with the help of the fluid element. You have to have a clear and correct picture of this development from epoch to epoch. The initiates of the old Persian epoch looked to the solid earth. Wherever they saw around them plants or stones, the astral light reflected back to them their inner vision. The initiates of the Egypto-Chaldean epoch looked into the sea, into the river, or into the rain streaming down, or into the rising mist. When they looked into the river or into the sea, they saw enduring secrets. The secrets, on the other hand, which relate to the transient, to the creation of the gods in the things that are transient, these they beheld in the downpouring rain or the ascending mist. You have to familiarize yourselves with the idea that the ancients did not look at mist and rain in the prosaic, matter-of-fact way that we do today. Rain and mist said very much to them. They revealed to them the secrets of the gods. Then, in the Greco-Latin epoch, the visions were like a fata morgana in the air. The Greeks saw their Zeus, saw their gods in the astral light, but they had the feeling that the astral light only reflected the gods to them under certain conditions. Hence they assigned their gods to special places, places where the air could offer the required resistance for the inscriptions in the astral light. And so it remained until the 4th century CE. Even among the first fathers of the Christian Church, and notably the old Greek fathers, there were many, you can indeed find it confirmed in their writings, who saw this fata morgana of their own spiritual visions and the astral light through the resistance of the air. Thus they had clear knowledge of the fact that the Logos, the divine Word, revealed itself out of human nature. However, in the course of time, this knowledge faded. Feeble echoes of it still continued in a few specially gifted persons, even as late as the 12th or 13th century. But when the age of abstract knowledge came, when we became entirely dependent on the logical sequence of ideas and the results of sense observation, then neither earth nor water nor air afforded resistance to the astral light, but only the element of warmth ether. Those who are completely wrapped up in their abstract thoughts do not know this, of course. They have no idea that these abstract thoughts of theirs are also written into the astral light. For so, indeed, they are. And it is the element of warmth ether alone that affords them the resistance they need. Now, we find the following. Remember what I said just now, that in the ancient Persian epoch we had the solid earth as a resistance to behold what we had inscribed into the astral light. What is thus received into the astral light, all that for which the solid earth is the resistance, rays out, but only as far as the sphere of the moon. See plate 8. It cannot go further. Thence it rays back again. Thus it remains, so to speak, with the earth. We behold the secrets reflected by virtue of the earth. They remain because of the pressure of the lunar sphere. Now, let us look at the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. Here it is the water on the earth, blue in the picture, that reflects. What is thus reflected goes out as far as the Saturn sphere. And now it is Saturn that presses, and so makes it possible for us to hold on earth what we behold in spirit. And if we go on into the Greco-Latin period, extending as it does right into the 12th or 13th century, we find the visions inscribed in the astral light by virtue of the air. This time what it inscribes goes right to the boundary of the cosmic sphere before it returns. It is now much more fleeting. It is the least dense. Yet it is still such that human beings can remain united with their visions. The initiates of all these epochs could say to themselves at all times, such spiritual vision as we have had, through the resistance of earth, or water, or air, remains. It is there. But, coming into modern times, when only the element of the warmth ether was left to offer resistance, we find that the element of the warmth ether carries all that is written into it out into cosmic realms, right out of space, into the spiritual worlds. It is no longer there. It is indeed so, my friends. Take the most pedantic of modern professors with their ideas. You must, of course, have ideas. That has to be investigated in some cases, because they seldom have them. But assuming that they have, then through the instrumentality of the warmth ether, these ideas are gathered up in the astral light. But the warmth ether is transient and fleeting. In it, at once everything becomes merged and fused and goes out into the cosmic distances. A man such as Christian Rosenkreuz knew that the initiates of olden times had lived right with their visions. They had fastened and confirmed what they beheld, knowing that it was there, reflected somewhere in the heavens, be it in the moon sphere or in the planetary sphere or at the end of the universe. But now nothing at all was reflected. For immediate, wide-awake human vision, nothing at all was reflected. People could find ideas about nature, the Copernican cosmology could arise, all manner of ideas could be evolved. But in the warmth ether, these ideas were simply scattered abroad and merged into the vastness of the cosmos. Then it came about that Christian Rosenkreuz, under the inspiration of a higher spirit, found a way to perceive the reflected radiation after all, in spite of the fact that we have to do with the reflection depending on the warmth ether alone. It was brought about in the following way. Other conditions of consciousness, dim, subconscious, and sleep-like, were called into play, conditions in which we are normally outside of our bodies. Then it became perceptible that what is discovered with modern abstract ideas is, after all, inscribed, although not in space. It is written in the spiritual world. This, then, is what we find in the Rosicrucian movement. The Rosicrucians, living as it were in a transition stage, made themselves acquainted with all that could be discovered about nature in that epoch, received it into themselves, and assimilated it as only humans can. What for the others was science, they enhanced into true wisdom. Holding it in their souls, they then tried, after deep meditation, to pass over into sleep in a condition of the highest possible purity. And it was so that then the divine spiritual worlds, no longer the spatial end of the universe, but the divine spiritual worlds, brought back in a spiritually concrete language what had first been apprehended in abstract ideas. The Copernican cosmology, for example, was taught in Rosicrucian schools, but in special states of consciousness, the ideas contained in it came back in the form I have explained to you. So it was the Rosicrucians, above all, who realized that what we receive in modern knowledge has to first be carried forth, so to speak. It has first to be offered to the gods, so that the gods may translate it into their language and give it back again to humanity. This possibility has remained up to the present time. It is so indeed, my dear friends. If you are touched by the Rosicrucian principle of initiation, as understood among us here, study the system of Haeckel with all its materialism. Study it, and at the same time permeate yourselves with the methods of cognition indicated in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds. Take what you learn in Haeckel's title Anthropogenesis. In that form it may very likely repel you. Master it, nevertheless. Learn all that can be learned about it through studying the natural sciences of today. And then carry it toward the gods. You will get what is related about evolution in my book titled The Secret Doctrine, readers aside, also known as An Outline of Esoteric Science or An Outline of Occult Science, end of readers aside. Such is the connection between the feeble, shadowy knowledge that we can acquire here with our physical body and the knowledge that the gods can give us, if we first duly prepare ourselves by studying this external knowledge in the right spirit. For humans must first bring to the gods what they can learn here on earth. The times, you see, have changed. And another thing has happened. Strive as we will today, we can no longer draw anything forth from ourselves, as did the old initiates. The soul no longer transmits anything in the way it did for them. It all becomes impure, permeated with instincts, as is evident in the case of spiritualistic mediums and other morbid or pathological conditions. All that arises merely from within becomes impure. The time for such creation from within is over and gone. Actually, it was past already in the 12th or 13th century. What has happened can be expressed approximately as follows. Initiates of the old Persian epoch wrote a great deal into the astral light with the help of the resistance of the solid earth. When the first initiate of the old Persian epoch appeared, the whole of the astral light that was destined for humanity was like an unwritten slate. As I told you, I will speak later of the old Indian epoch. Today we are going back only to the ancient Persian epoch. The whole of nature, all the elements, the solid, the liquid, the airy, and the warmth, were at this time an unwritten slate. And the initiates of the old Persian epoch wrote on this slate as much as could be written by making use of the resistance of earth. This was how, to begin with, the secrets destined to come to humans from the gods were written in the astral light. The tablet was then in part inscribed. Yet, in another respect, it was still empty. Thus the initiates of the Egypto-Chaldean epoch were still able to continue the writing in their way, gaining their visions by the resistance of water. And so a second portion of the tablet was inscribed. Then came the Greek initiates. They inscribed a third portion. By the 13th or 14th century, it was fully inscribed. Then human beings began to write into the warmth ether that is spread abroad, that disperses. For a time, until the 19th century, humans continued to write in the warmth ether. They had, however, no inkling that these experiences of theirs stand written also in the astral light. But now, my dear friends, the time has come when we must recognize, not out of ourselves in the old sense, can we find the secrets of the world, but only by so preparing ourselves in heart and mind can we read what is written on the tablet which is now full of writing. This we must prepare to do today. For this we must make ourselves ripe. No longer do we have to draw forth the truths from ourselves like the old initiates. We have to be able to read in the astral light all that is written there. If we succeed in doing so, then what we gain from the warmth ether works as an inspiration. It works in such a way that the gods come to meet us. They bring to us in its reality what we have acquired by our own efforts here on earth. And what we thus received from the warmth ether reacts also in turn on all that stands written on the tablet by virtue of air, water, and earth. Thus the natural science of today is the true basis for spiritual seership. First, learn by the study of natural science to know the properties of air, water, and earth. Then, having attained also the corresponding inner faculties, you will find that as you gaze into the airy, into the watery, into the earthy element, the astral light will stream forth. And not like some vague mist or cloud, but so that we can read in it the secrets of world existence and the secrets of human life. What, then, do we read? We, today's human beings, read what we ourselves have written in it. For what does it mean to say that the ancient Greeks, Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Persians wrote in the astral light? It means that we ourselves wrote it there in our former lives on earth. You see, my dear friends, just as our own memory of the common things that we experience in earthly life preserves these things for us, so does the astral light preserve for us what we have written in it. The astral light is spread around us, a fully written tablet with respect to the secrets which we ourselves have inscribed. There we must read, if we would find again the secrets of nature. A kind of evolutionary memory must arise in humanity. A consciousness must gradually arise that there is such a thing as an evolutionary memory, and that in relation to former epochs of culture, today's humanity has to read in the astral light, just as we individually, at a later stage in life, read in our own youth with the help of our ordinary memory. This must enter into human consciousness, and it is with this in view that I gave the lectures at the Christmas conference. I wanted you to see how we have to draw forth from the astral light the secrets that we need today. The old initiation was directed mainly to the subjective life. The new initiation concentrates on the objective. That is the great difference. For all that was subjective has been written into the outer world, all that the gods have hidden within humanity. What they hid within our sentient body came out in the old Persian epoch. What they hid within our intellectual soul came out during the Greek epoch. The consciousness soul that we are now to evolve is independent. It brings forth nothing more out of itself. The consciousness soul stands over against what is already there. As human beings, we have to find our true humanity again in the astral light. That then is how it was with the Rosicrucian movement. And the time of transition, it had to content itself with entering into certain dreamlike conditions, and as it were, dreaming the higher truth of what science discovers here in a dry, matter-of-fact way, out of the nature that is all around us. But since the beginning of the Michaelic epoch, since the end of the 1870s, the situation has been different. The same thing that was obtained in the time of the old Rosicrucians, in the way described above, can now be attained in a conscious way. Today, therefore, we can say, we no longer need that other condition which was half-conscious. What we need is a state of enhanced consciousness. Then, with the knowledge of nature, that which we acquire, we can dive into the higher world, and the knowledge we have acquired will dip down to meet us from that higher world. We can read again what has been written in the astral light, and as we do so, it dips down to meet us in spiritual reality. We raise up into the spiritual world the knowledge of nature, attained here. Or we carry up thither the creations of naturalistic art, or again the feelings we develop out of religion that works naturalistically on the soul. For even religion has become naturalistic nowadays. And as we carry all this up into the spiritual, then, provided we develop the necessary faculties, we do indeed encounter Michael. So we may say, the old Rosicrucian movement is characterized by the fact that its most illumined spirits had an intense longing to meet Michael. But they could only do so, as it were, in dreams. Since the end of the last third of the 19th century, we can meet Michael in the spirit in a fully conscious way. Michael, however, is a being with this peculiar characteristic. He reveals nothing if we ourselves do not bring him something from our diligent spiritual work on earth. Michael is a silent spirit, silent and reserved. The other ruling archangels are spirits who talk a great deal, in a spiritual sense, of course. But Michael is taciturn. He is a spirit who says very little. At most he will, now and then, give brief directions. What we have to learn from Michael is not really the word, but, if I may so express it, the look. It is the power, the direction of his gaze. This is because Michael concerns himself most of all with what we create out of the spiritual. He lives with the consequences of what we have created. The other spirits live more with the causes. Michael lives with the consequences. The other spirits kindle in us the impulse for what we ought to do. Michael wants to be the spiritual hero of freedom. He lets us do, and then takes what becomes of human deeds, receives it, and carries it on and out into the cosmos, to continue in the cosmos what we ourselves cannot yet do with it. With other beings of the hierarchy of the archangeloi, we have the feeling that impulses are coming to us from them. To a greater or lesser degree, impulses to do this or that comes from them. Michael is the spirit from whom in our time impulses do not come. For the present, Michaelic regency is his most characteristic epoch. The epoch, namely, when things are to arise out of human freedom. But when we have once done something out of our own inner freedom, consciously or unconsciously kindled by the reading of the astral light, then Michael carries that human earthly deed out into the cosmos. Then it may become cosmic deed. Michael cares about the results. The other spirits are concerned rather with causes. Michael is, however, not merely a silent, taciturn spirit. Michael meets us with a very clear gesture of repulsion in regard to many things in which we still live on earth today. For example, all knowledge about the life of humans or animals or plants that stresses inherited characteristics, everything that is inherited in physical nature, we can feel how Michael is constantly repelling it, pushing it aside with a gesture of deprecation. He means to show such knowledge cannot be fruitful at all for the spiritual world. What we discover in the human and animal and plant kingdoms independently of the purely hereditary nature, that alone can be carried up before Michael. Then we receive not the eloquent gesture of deprecation, but the look of approval, which tells us that it is a thought rightly conceived in the harmony with cosmic guidance. For this is what we learn increasingly to strive for, to direct our thoughts such that we may penetrate through to the astral light and behold the secrets of existence, and then come before Michael and receive his approving look, which tells us that is right, that is in harmony with the cosmic guidance. Michael sternly rejects also all separating elements, such as the human languages. So long as we only clothe our knowledge each in our own language, and do not carry it right up into thoughts, we cannot come near to Michael. On this account, a very significant battle is being waged today in the spiritual world. For on the one hand, the Michaelic impulse has entered the evolution of humanity. The Michaelic impulse is here. But on the other hand, there is much in this evolution of humanity that does not want to receive the impulse of Michael, that wants to reject it. Among the things that would fain reject the impulse of Michael today are the feelings of nationality. They flared up in the 19th century, and they have become strong in the 20th, stronger and stronger. Many things have been ordered, or rather sadly disordered, in accordance with the principle of nationality. All this is opposed in the most terrible way to the Michaelic principle. All this contains Ahrimanic forces which strive against the inpouring of the Michaelic spirit into the earthly life of humanity. So then we see a war being waged by the Ahrimanic spirits, attacking upward, who would like to carry upward what comes from the inherited impulses of nationality, which Michael sternly rejects and repels. A lively spiritual conflict is in fact being waged today in this direction. For this is the state of affairs over a great portion of humanity. Thoughts are not there at all. We think only in words, and to think in words is no way to approach Michael. We only come to Michael when we get through the words to real inner experiences of the Spirit, when we cease to hang onto words and attain real inner experiences of the Spirit. This is the very essence, the secret of modern initiation, to get beyond words to a living experience of the spiritual. It is in no way contrary to a feeling for the beauty of language. Precisely when we no longer think in language, we begin to feel it. As a true element of feeling, it begins to live in us and flow outward from us. This is the experience to which we must aspire today. Perhaps, to begin with, we cannot attain it for speech, but we can more readily find our way to it through writing. For in respect of writing, too, it must be said, today we do not have writing. Rather, the writing has us. What do I mean by this? I mean that in our wrist, in our hand, we have a certain train of writing. We write mechanically out of the hand. This is a thing that fetters us. We only become unfettered when we write as we paint or draw, when every letter, as it stands beside the next, becomes for us a thing that is painted or drawn. See Plate 8, Goetheanum. Then there is no longer what ordinarily is called handwriting. We draw the form of the letter. Our relation to letters becomes objective. We see it before us. That is the essential thing. For this reason, strange as it may sound, in certain Rosicrucian schools, learning to write was prohibited up to the 14th or 15th year of age, so that the form, the mechanism which comes to expression in writing, did not enter our organism. Only when our intuition was more developed did we approach the form of the letter. And then it was so arranged that simultaneously with learning the conventional letters needed for human intercourse, we had to learn others, specifically Rosicrucian letters, which are now supposed to have been a secret script. But that was not intended. The idea was that for an A, we should learn at the same time another sign, O. For then we would not hold fast to the sign, but get free of it and feel the real A as something higher than any mere sign, be it A or O. See Plate 8. Otherwise, the letter would be identified with what comes forth from the human being, soaring and hovering around us as sound. With Rosicrucianism, many things found their way to the people at large. It was one of their fundamental principles that from the small circles in which they were united, Rosicrucians should go out into the world, generally working, as I have told you, as doctors of medicine. But at the same time, while they practiced medicine, they spread knowledge of many things in the wide circles into which they came. Moreover, together with such knowledge, certain moods and feelings were spread. We find them on every hand, wherever the Rosicrucian stream has left its traces. Sometimes they even assume grotesque forms. For instance, out of such moods and feelings of soul, we came to regard the whole of our modern relationship to writing, and a fortiori to printing, as a black art. For it is quite true, nothing hinders us more from reading in the astral light than ordinary writing. This artificial fixing hinders us very much from reading in the astral light. We have always first to overcome it when we want to read in the astral light. At this point, two things come together, one of which I mentioned a short while ago. I told you how in the production of spiritual knowledge we must always be present with full inner activity. I confess that I myself have a number of notebooks in which I write or record in some way the results I come to. I generally do not look at them again. Only by calling into activity not the head alone, but the whole person, these perceptions are enabled, which must indeed take hold of the entire person to come forth to find expression. He who does so will gradually become accustomed not to care so much for what he sees physically, for what is already fixed, but to remain in the activity, in order not to spoil his faculty of seeing in the astral light. It is good to practice this reticence. As far as possible, when fixing things in ordinary writing, we should not adhere to writing as such, but either draw the letters and redraw them according to our pleasure, for then it is as though you were painting, it becomes an art, or anyway abstain from reflecting upon what you have written. In this way we learn not to spoil the impressions in the astral light. If we are obliged to relate ourselves to writing in the modern way, we mar our spiritual progress. For this reason, in Waldorf education, great care is taken that the child does not go so far in writing as is usual in the educational methods of today. Care is taken to enable the child to remain within the spiritual, for that is essential. The world must find the way in our time to receive once more the principle of initiation as such, among the principles of civilization. Only thereby will it come about that we here on earth will gather in our souls something with which we can go before Michael, so as to meet Michael's approving look, the look that says, quote, "That is right, that is cosmically right," close quote. Thereby the will is fastened and made firm. Thereby we are incorporated into the spiritual progress of the universe. We then become ourselves a co-operator in what is to be instilled into the evolution of humanity on earth by Michael, beginning now, in this present Michaelic epoch. Many, many things need to be taken into account if we are to cross in the right way the abyss of which I spoke yesterday, where in very truth a guardian is standing. We shall show in the next lectures how the abyss opened out in the 1840s, and how humanity today, as we look back, can find a right relationship to this abyss and to this guardian, helped by such knowledge as I have once again been endeavoring to set before you. That is the end of Lecture 6, and I believe the end of this first small lecture set of lectures. The collected works volume will go on with 4 more lectures entitled The Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages. That's the first small cycle, and I'm now beginning the second small cycle, which is called The Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries, 4 lectures. This will be lecture 7 in the series, but lecture 1 in this small series, this one. Given in Dornach on the 19th of April, 1924. Countless numbers of human beings have felt the festival of Easter to be something that is related on one side to the profoundest feelings of the human soul, and on the other to cosmic mysteries and riddles. Our attention is attracted to the connection of this festival with the mysteries and riddles of the universe by the fact that it is a so-called movable feast that has to be calculated year by year according to those sidereal constellations of which we propose to speak more precisely during the next few days. When it is noted how all through the centuries religious customs and ceremonies having an intimate connection with humanity have been associated with the festival of Easter, we realize the very special value that has gradually come to be placed on it in the course of human historical development. From early Christian centuries, not indeed from the immediate foundation of Christianity, but from its early centuries, this has been a festival of the greatest importance, one associated with the fundamental idea and the fundamental impulse of Christianity, as revealed to Christian consciousness in the fact of the resurrection of Christ. The festival of Easter is the festival of resurrection, but points to times even before Christianity. It points to festivals connected with the period of the spring equinox, which have certainly had something to do with the fixing of Easter, a festival that was associated with the reawakening of nature and the reviving life of the earth. With this, we have reached the point where we will at once speak of, quote, Easter as a page from the history of the mysteries, close quote, insofar as the subject is one that can be dealt with in words. As a Christian festival, Easter is a festival of resurrection. The corresponding heathen festival, which took place approximately at the same time, was a kind of resurrection festival of nature, a reawakening of the objects of nature, which had slumbered, if I may so express it, during the winter. Here I must explain that the Christian festival of Easter is absolutely not a festival that, according to its inner meaning and nature, is comparable with the heathen festival held at the time of the spring equinox. But if we think of it as a Christian festival, it coincides absolutely with very ancient heathen festivals that had their source in the mysteries and occurred in the autumn. The strangest thing regarding the fixing of Easter, which quite obviously, according to its whole content, is connected with certain procedures in the mysteries, is that it directs our attention to a radical and profound misunderstanding that has come to pass in the general acceptance of one of the most important facts concerning our human evolution. This is nothing less than that the festival of Easter has been confused in the course of the early Christian centuries with an entirely different festival, and has on this account been changed from an autumn to a spring festival. This fact indicates something prodigious in human evolution. But let us consider for a moment the content of the Easter festival. What is most essential in it? The most essential thing in it is that the being who stands in the center of Christian consciousness, Christ Jesus, passed through death. Of this Good Friday reminds us. Christ Jesus then rested in the grave during the period of 3 days. This represents the union of Christ with earthly existence. The time between Good Friday and Easter Sunday is held by Christians as a solemn festival of mourning. Then Easter Sunday is the day on which the central figure for all Christendom rose from the grave, the day on which this fact is held in remembrance. The essential content of the Easter festival is the death, burial, the repose in the tomb, and resurrection of Christ Jesus. Let us now consider some of the features of the corresponding ancient heathen festival. Only by doing this can we arrive at an inner comprehension of the connection between the festival of Easter and the living content of the mysteries. In many places, among many people, we find ancient heathen festivals, which, in outward form and ceremony, resemble absolutely the main features of those of the Christian Easter. From among numerous ancient feasts, let us take that of Adonis. This was met with among certain peoples, and over long periods of the past in Asia Minor. A statue provided its central point. This statue represented Adonis as the spiritual prototype of all youthful growing forces, all the beauty of the human being. It is true that ancient peoples have, in some respects, confused the image with what is represented. In this way, these old religions have frequently acquired a fetish-like character. Many people saw in the statue the actual God of beauty, the youthful forces of humanity, the evolving germinal powers, revealing in splendid life all that was glorious in existence, all that humans possessed or could possess of inner worth and inner greatness. With mournful singing and ceremonies expressive of the profoundest human grief and woe, the divine image was on this day, if the sea happened to be near, sunk beneath the waves, where it remained for 3 days. Otherwise, an artificial tank was constructed so that it could be lowered into it. During these 3 days, profound quiet and sorrow lay upon the whole community of those who followed this religion. When the 3 days were over, the image was raised again from the water. The earlier songs of sorrow were turned into songs of joy, into hymns about the risen God, the God who had come back to life. This was an outward ceremony, one that deeply stirred the hearts of wide circles of people. It recalled by means of an outward act what happened to everyone attaining to initiation in the holy mysteries. Everyone attaining initiation in these ancient times was conducted into a special chamber. The walls were black. The whole room, in which was nothing but a coffin, was dark and gloomy. The aspirants for initiation were then laid in the coffin by those who had conducted them there with solemn dirges, and they were treated as one about to die. They were made to realize that now they were placed in the coffin, they had to pass through what they experienced when going through the gates of death, and during the 3 days following, the arrangements were carried out in such a way that those who were in the act of being initiated reached full inner comprehension of what someone experiences in the first 3 days after death. On the 3rd day there rose in a particular place, before the eyes of him who lay in the coffin, a budding branch representing springing life. The former songs of woe turned into hymns of joy. The neophyte, who had experienced all this, now rose from the grave with a transformed consciousness. A new language had been imparted to them, and a new writing, the language and the writing of the Spirit. The neophyte now could see the world from the standpoint of the Spirit. If what took place in the depths of the mysteries to those about to experience initiation were to be compared with the religious ceremony performed outside, this would have to be done in a pictorial way, though similar in form to that which was experienced by carefully selected individuals in the mysteries. And the ceremony, take that of the cult of Adonis, for instance, was explained to those participating in it in an appropriate way. It was a religious act, that took place in the autumn, and those who took part in it were instructed as follows: Behold, it is autumn. The earth now loses its green plants, all its leafy ornament. Everything withers. Instead of the fresh green sprouting life which arose to deck the earth in spring, all is now bleak and bare, or perhaps covered with snow. Nature is dying. But when all around you dies, you must experience that which in us resembles, to some degree, the death you see in surrounding nature. We also die. Autumn comes to us also. When life draws to an end, it is well that the human heart and soul of those who survive should be filled with deepest sorrow. And in order that the full seriousness of the passage through the gates of death should rise before your souls, that you not only experience death when it comes, but that you are reminded of it again and again each year. For this reason, you are shown every autumn how that divine being who represents the beauty, youth, and greatness of humanity dies, how it goes the way of all natural things. But just at the moment when nature is most desolate and dreary, when death is near, you have to remember something else. You have to remember that although we pass through the gates of death, though here in earthly existence we only experience things of a nature similar to that which perishes in autumn, that so long as we live on earth, we only experience temporal things. Once we have withdrawn from the earth, our life will continue on into the wide spaces of universal ether. There we see ourselves grow ever larger and larger. We become one with the whole world. During the 3 days, our life expands to the confines of the universe. While here earthly eyes are directed to the image of death, to that which is mortal and perishable, out there, after 3 days, the immortal soul awakens. About 3 days after death, it rises again, born anew in the land of the Spirit. All this was brought about in the depths of the mysteries, through a penetrating inner transformation of the body of the neophyte, who had presented himself for initiation. The notable impression, the tremendous impetus that human life received in this ancient form of initiation, was the awakening of the inner psychic forces, the waking of sight. This brought to us the knowledge that henceforth we live not merely in the world of the senses, but in the world of the Spirit. The teaching that from this time onward was given on suitable occasions to the pupils of the mysteries I can describe somewhat as follows. They were told, what takes place in the mysteries is a picture of what takes place in the spiritual world, in the cosmos. And what takes place in the cult is a model for what takes place in the mysteries. Everyone who was admitted to the mysteries was certain that the mysteries veil in earthly acts performed by humans what is experienced by them in other states of existence, in the wide astro-spiritual spaces of the cosmos. Those who were not admitted to the mysteries in these olden times, who, because of the degree of ripeness they had acquired in life, could not be selected to receive direct vision of the spiritual world, had communicated to them in the ceremonies carried on in the mysteries, that is, in pictures, what was suited to them. So, the purpose of the Festival of the Mysteries, which we have come to know as the Festival of Adonis, was to arouse in human consciousness, or to place before our eyes in pictures, or at least the intuition, of the certainty that at the time of autumnal decay of everything earthly, at that time of the radical representation of the transitoriness of earthly things, during the autumnal depiction of dying and death, death which comes over the entirety of nature in the autumn, it also overwhelms Adonis, the representative of all youth and beauty, all the grandeur of the human soul. The god Adonis also dies. He passes into the water, into the earthly representative of the cosmic ether. But just as after 3 days he rises out of the water, or is taken from it, so the human soul is raised out of the water of the world, or in other words, out of the cosmic ether, some 3 days after passing through the gates of death. The secret of death is what these ancient mysteries sought to reveal, aided by the appropriate autumn festival. It was clearly demonstrated and made obvious through the fact that the first half of the cult accorded with dying nature, but the other half with its opposite, with what is most essential to our own human existence. It was intended that we should look upon dying nature so as to realize that though to outward seeming we die, according to inner reality we rise again in the spiritual world. The meaning of these old heathen festivals that were associated with the mysteries was to reveal the truth concerning death. In the course of human evolution, a most important thing now took place, which was that what the neophytes passed through on a certain plane in regard to the death and resurrection of the soul, when preparing themselves for initiation into the mysteries, was consummated by Christ Jesus down to the physical body. For how did the mystery of Golgotha appear to the adepts in the mysteries? Such an adept gazed into the ancient mysteries. He saw how anyone preparing for initiation was led, according to the state of his soul, through death to resurrection. In other words, to the awakening of the higher consciousness of the soul. The soul dies so that it may rise again in a higher state of consciousness. What has to be firmly maintained here is that the body does not die, but that the soul dies so that it may be awakened to a higher consciousness. What the soul of everyone felt who passed through initiation was experienced by Christ Jesus as far as to the body. That simply means it was experienced on a different plane, because Christ was no earthly man, but a sun being within the body of Jesus of Nazareth. The neophytes in the ancient mysteries could experience in their soul, in the whole of their human nature, what Christ Jesus experienced on Golgotha. Those who still existed as knowers of the ancient mysteries, who were conversant with the ceremony of initiation, were such people as have even to this day the deepest understanding of what happened on Golgotha. What could such people say of it? They could say, through thousands of years, we have been brought to the secrets of the spiritual world through the death and resurrection of our souls. The soul was separated from the body during the ceremony of initiation. Through death it was led to everlasting life. What was experienced there by a few exceptional individuals has been experienced in the body of a being who came down from the sun at the baptism in Jordan and took possession of the body of Jesus of Nazareth. That which for long thousands of years had been an ever-recurring procedure of the mysteries had now become an historical fact. The most essential fact to know is this, that because the being who had taken possession of the body of Jesus of Nazareth was a sun being, what could only take place as regards the souls and in the soul experiences of those presenting themselves for initiation could now take place down into bodily existence. In spite of the death of the body, in spite of the dissolving of the body of Jesus of Nazareth in the mortal earth, a resurrection of Christ could take place, because the Christ rose higher than the souls of those seeking initiation. Such seekers of initiation could not take their bodies into such deep regions of sub-sensory existence as Christ Jesus did. and for this reason they could not rise so high at resurrection as Christ did. To encompass to cosmic scale of this difference, the ancient ceremony of initiation was enacted as an historical fact for all the world to see on the place of consecration at Golgotha. In the early Christian centuries, only a few people were aware that a sun being, a cosmic being, had lived in Jesus of Nazareth, and that the earth had thereby been fructified, that a being had actually descended to earth from the sun, a being such as until then it had been possible to see only in the sun from the earth, through methods employed in the centers of initiation. And the most essential fact regarding Christianity, as accepted by those who had a real knowledge of the ancient mysteries, was expressed as follows. The Christ to whom we were able to rise through initiation, the Christ we could find when we rose to the sun in the ancient mysteries, had descended into a mortal body, the body of Jesus of Nazareth. He had come down to earth. At first it was more what might be described as a ceremonious mood, a holy attitude of mind. More than a ceremonious mood, a most solemn feeling of reverence, which filled their souls and feelings, that made some understanding of the mystery of Golgotha possible at that time. What formed the living content of human consciousness at that time gradually became, through events we shall learn of later, a festival of remembrance, recalling the historical event of Golgotha. But as this memory developed, people more and more lost the consciousness of who Christ was as a sun being. Adepts in the wisdom of the mysteries could not be in any uncertainty as to the nature of Christ. They knew well that true initiates, those who had been initiated and had therefore become free from their physical bodies and had experienced death in their souls, rose as far as the sun sphere, and that there they found the Christ, that from him, the Christ and the Son, their souls received the impulse to resurrection. They knew who the Christ is, because they had raised themselves up to him. These ancient initiates, who understood what took place during initiation, knew from what took place on Golgotha that the same being who formerly had to be sought in the sun had now come down to us on earth. How did they know this? Because the proceedings in the mysteries, undergone by the neophytes, that they might rise to Christ in the sun, could no longer be carried out in the same way as before, for the simple reason that human nature had in the course of time become different. The ancient ceremony of initiation had become impossible because of the way in which human nature had evolved. Christ could no longer be sought in the sun according to the methods of ancient initiation. He therefore came down to earth, there to accomplish a deed that we could now look to. What is contained in this mystery belongs to the most sacred things that can be spoken of on earth. For how actually did the mystery of Golgotha appear to those living in the centuries immediately following it? If I should draw that schematically, then I would have to draw it thus. If this is the earth, in ancient places of initiation, individuals looked up toward existence on the sun, see Plate 9, and became aware through initiation of Christ in the sun. They looked out into space in order to draw near to Christ. If I represent diagrammatically how evolution progresses in the ensuing years, I must represent time. That means I must represent the earth in 1 year, in another, in a third year, as a progressing in time. Spatially, the earth is always there, but the passage of time must be represented thus. The mystery of Golgotha took place. Let us suppose that someone who lived in the 8th century, instead of looking out from the mysteries to the Son in order to find Christ, looked to the turning point of time at the beginning of the Christian era, looked to the time after the mystery of Golgotha, see plate 9, yellow arrow. He was then able to see the Christ in an earthly happening, in the mystery of Golgotha. What had previously been perceived spatially had now, because of the mystery of Golgotha, to be seen as an intuition in time. This was the significant thing that happened. It is especially when our souls are affected by all the things which took place in the mysteries, and which were an image of human death and the resurrection that followed, and when added to these, we consider the form of the religious cult procedures, for example at the festival of Adonis, which was again an image of what took place in the mysteries, that we realize how these three things united and raised to their highest aspect were concentrated within the historic deed on Golgotha. Now, there was seen on the outward plane of history what formerly had been enacted in deep inwardness in the sacred precincts of the mysteries. What formerly had only been for initiates was now there for all humanity to see. No longer was an image required that had to be sunk symbolically in the sea and raised from it again. Instead, we were to have the memory of what had actually happened on Golgotha. Instead of the outward symbol connected with an event that was experienced in space, inward, intangible, formless thoughts were to arise, thoughts that lived only in the soul, thoughts of the historical deed done on Golgotha. In the centuries that followed, we now become aware of an extraordinary development. The penetration of humanity into what was spiritual declined more and more. The spiritual content of the mystery of Golgotha could no longer find a place in human souls. Evolution tended toward the training of the materialistic intelligence. We lost the inward, emotional understanding of such things, as for instance, that where the transitory quality of external nature is revealed, at the moment when the life of nature is seen to be most desolate and dying, is exactly the moment when the vitality of the spirit becomes most apparent. Humanity also lost understanding of the external festivals of the year, understanding that the coming of autumn, bringing as it does death to the outward things of nature, is the time when it is most easy to realize that the death of everything earthly and natural is connected with the resurrection of what is spiritual. Along with this, autumn lost the possibility of being the season of resurrection. It lost the possibility of directing the mind by way of the transitory things of nature to the everlasting nature of the spirit. We have need of the support of the material. We need the support of what does not die in nature but springs again, the germinating power of seeds which fall to the ground in autumn but rise again. We accept matter as a symbol of what is spiritual, because we are no longer capable of being stirred by matter to perceive spirit in its reality. Autumn no longer has the power to demonstrate the immortality of spiritual things as compared to the mortality of natural things through the inner force of the human soul. We have need of the support of nature, of external resurrection. We like to see how plants spring from the earth, how the strength of the sun increases, and the coming of light and warmth. We need the resurrection of nature in order to cultivate thoughts of resurrection. But with this, the direct connection linking it with the festival of Adonis disappears, as also what can link it with the mystery of Golgotha. The inner experience that comes to everyone at earthly death loses power when the soul knows we pass through earthly death, and during the 3 days that follow we undergo certain experiences of a very solemn nature. But later, the soul is filled with inner joy and happiness, because it knows that after these 3 days it will rise from death to spiritual immortality. The power contained in the festival of Adonis was lost. Humanity was so organized at one time that this power could be developed with the greatest intensity. When looking on the death of the god, we saw the death of all that was beautiful in humanity, the death of all its splendor and youthful powers. With great sadness, the god was laid beneath the waves on a day of mourning on Good Friday. Chartage, spelled Chartage, dash chara, is mourning, close bracket. We felt the deep solemnity of this, because it was intended to evoke in us the realization of the transitoriness of all natural things. But it was intended that this feeling regarding the mortality of natural things should then be changed into a feeling concerning the supersensible resurrection of the human soul after 3 days. As the god, or rather the likeness of the god, was raised from the water, the well-instructed believer saw in this image the representative of the human soul a few days after death. "Behold," they said to him, "what happens in spirit to those who die. What happens is brought before your soul in the likeness of the risen God, the God of beauty and of youthful vigor." This outlook, which was bound up so deeply with the destiny of humanity, was brought directly before the human spirit every autumn. It would not have been thought possible at that time to associate this with external nature. What could be experienced in spirit was represented symbolically in the cult, in the symbolical acts. But the image of the former time had to be effaced. It had to emerge again as memory, as a formless, inward, soul-felt memory of the mystery of Golgotha, which represented the same thing. At first, people had not the power to carry out this change, because the spirit had passed into the subconscious part of human souls. So things remained until our day. We had need of the support of external nature. But external nature provides no symbol, no complete symbol of our destiny after death. Thoughts about death were able to persist. Thoughts about resurrection faded more and more. Even if people spoke of resurrection as part of their belief, it was not a vital fact in their lives of later times. But it must become so once more. It must become so, because the anthroposophical outlook stirs our minds to true thoughts concerning resurrection. If, on one side, it is said at the appropriate season, thoughts on Michael are precious to the soul of the anthroposophist as bringing thoughts of annunciation, if thoughts concerning Christmas give depth to our souls, those on Easter must be specially thoughts of joy. For anthroposophy must add to the thought of death the thought of resurrection. She must herself become like a festival of resurrection within the souls of humanity, bringing an Easter spirit into their whole outlook on life. This anthroposophy will do. When people have realized how the old thoughts of the mysteries can live on in rightly conceived thoughts of Easter, when they have acquired a right understanding of the human body, soul, and spirit, and of the destiny of these in the physical, psychic, and spiritual heavenly worlds. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and Rudolf Steiner Press.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner. 10 lectures, 2 small cycles, 1 of 6 lectures, 1 of 4 lectures. I've finished the first one, Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, and I'm on the second one. Technically I'm on lecture 8, but it is the second lecture of the second set, entitled The Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries. Again, lecture 8, given in Dornach on the 20th of April, 1924. The translations in this book are by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. We may say that the original idea of festivals was to make people lift their eyes, turning them from dependence on earthly things to dependence on supra-earthly ones. And it is consideration of the Easter festival that can especially bring about such thoughts. In the course of the last 300, 400, or 500 years, the civilization of the world has gone through a psychic and spiritual evolution, which has inclined humanity to turn its attention more and more away from its connection with cosmic forces and powers. Human attention has been restricted increasingly to the study of those conditions prevailing between humans and earthly forces and powers. It is also the case that with those means of knowledge, which are considered legitimate today, it is impossible to keep other connections in view. If anyone in pre-Christian times, or even in the first Christian centuries, who was closely associated with the mysteries, could have experienced our present-day knowledge, they would not in the least have understood, if they approached things with the thoughts and feelings of those days, how it was possible for people to live without a consciousness of their supra-earthly, their cosmic connections. I might give an outline here of many things which you will find more fully described in different cycles of lectures, but as these present lectures are intended to give a more intimate understanding of the thought of Easter, I naturally cannot bring forward every particular. I can only hint at how things are. If we were to transfer ourselves in thought into the various ancient religious systems of the past, you might choose as an example that one most familiar to modern people, the ancient Hebrew Jewish system. We would find, when these ancient systems are monotheistic, the worship of the one Godhead, this is that Godhead of whom, in accordance with Christian tradition, we call the Father. Now, in all those religions in which the thought of this Father God lived, there has existed, more or less, but especially among the priests of the mysteries, a connection between this God and the cosmic lunar forces, a connection with everything streaming down to earth as a force from the moon. Of this ancient consciousness of the connection between humans and the moon forces, hardly anything has remained other than the stimulus given to the poetic fancy of the soul by the moon, and the number of months in the human gestation period, in accordance with the 10 lunar months, as reckoned in medicine. But in the older ideas concerning such things, a clear consciousness did exist, that when the human being came down from the spiritual world, where he had lived in prenatal life as psychic and spiritual being, into physical life, he was filled with and strengthened by impulses that streamed to him from the moon. When someone considers what it is that has formed us as a living being, of nutrition and breathing, and as forces of growth generally, we must not look to the forces of the earth, but rather to forces outside the earth. It is easy for us to see how, in looking to earthly forces, these are connected with us. But if our body were not held together by forces outside the earth, if it did not receive its form from forces beyond the earth, what would the mere earthly forces do toward its preservation and cohesion? The moment the non-earthly forces, those coming from beyond the earth, leave it, the body is exposed to the forces of the earth. Then it perishes, disintegrates, and becomes a corpse. The forces of the earth can only make corpses of us. They cannot construct our human form. Those forces living in humans, by which we are raised above what is earthly, so that between birth and death we can live on earth as a coherent, organic form, and not succumb to the forces of earth that lay hold of us at death and destroy us, against which we wage a lifelong struggle here, for they must be struggled against. These forces we owe to the influences of the lunar world. If on the one hand we can state theoretically that the moon contains the forces by which the human body is formed, we must realize, on the other hand, that ancient religions reverenced these as the divine father forces, which were the means of bringing us into physical existence at birth. The ancient Hebrew initiate had a distinct consciousness of the fact that the forces leading us to earthly existence streamed into us from the moon, maintained us on earth, and were torn from us as a physical human being when we passed through the gates of death. A kindly feeling of love for these father forces, a looking up to them in the practice of their cult by means of prayers, etc., was the content of certain ancient monotheistic religions. These ancient monotheistic religions were more consistent than most people think. Such matters are very incorrectly represented in history, because history can only go by external documents, not by what is observed with the help of spiritual vision. Those religions which looked up to the moon and to that which existed in the moon as spiritual beings belonged to a later period. Compared with the opinions held by them concerning the moon, those held by earlier religions concerning the solar forces and even the Saturnine forces, of which I shall have something to say later, were very clearly defined, but they concern themselves principally with the solar forces. With these early religions we enter an historical field of study for which external documents no longer exist, lying as they do many thousands of years earlier than the foundation of Christianity. In order to provide this age with the name, I have called it in my book, titled The Secret Doctrine, the Old Indian, which was followed by the Old Persian age. In these civilizations, human development was very different from what it later became, and religious beliefs depended upon this development. During the last 2,000 years and more, we have developed so that we are not aware that a split has occurred in our earthly evolution. This has hardly been noticed. What takes place in the greater part of present-day humanity inwardly at about their 30th year has also hardly been noticed. It has remained to a great extent in the subconscious. It has not entered into human consciousness. Conditions were very different in a humanity that lived 8,000 or 9,000 years before the foundation of Christianity. The development of individuals was then more continuous up to about the age of 30. With the 30th year, a powerful metamorphosis took place. What I have now to say about this change has naturally to be spoken of somewhat radically, but these simple descriptions are in accordance with the facts that concern us at the moment. In those remote times, the following might happen. Someone might have contracted a friendship with another before his 30th year, who was considerably younger than they, perhaps 3 or 4 years younger. This person shortly afterward experienced the change that took place about the age of 30. It might happen that these two individuals, not having seen each other for a long time, that the one who had experienced the change at his 30th year was spoken to by the other without his knowing who they were. The individual's memory had been so completely changed. I have had to put this in the language of today, so it may strike you as being somewhat crude. In olden times, the control of certain arrangements stood in close connection with the mystery schools, and by these, in the small societies then existing, a register of the lives of the young people was kept, because they themselves forgot, owing to the great alteration that had taken place in them. They had to be taught again what they experienced in life before their 30th year. These individuals then knew, I have become a quite different being in my 30th year. I must go to the registry, a modern expression, of course, in order to learn what I had previously experienced. This is actually what happened. Through instructions they received, at the same time they were told, before the 30th year, the lunar forces worked in you exclusively. After attaining this age, the solar forces entered into the development of your earthly life. The solar forces work on us with an entirely different purport than the lunar forces. What does present-day humanity know of the solar forces? Only the outer physical part. We know that they warm us, that they cause us to perspire. We know, besides this, that people practice sunbathing, that there is something therapeutic connected with the forces of the sun. But all this we learn in a merely external way. We have no idea what the forces that are spiritually connected with the sun do to us. Julian the Apostate, the last of the heathen Caesars, had experienced something of these forces in the last lingering note of the mysteries. And just when he desired to make proof of these experiences, he was murdered on his expedition into Persia. So powerful in the early Christian centuries were the forces which desired all knowledge of such things to be lost. It is therefore not to be wondered at that even today no knowledge concerning them can be acquired, while the lunar forces are those which determine what we are, which permeate us within inward necessity as to our actions and determine our instincts, our temperament, our emotions, and the nature of our physical and the etheric bodies. Generally, the spiritual solar forces free us from this compulsion. They caused this necessity or compulsion to dissolve, as it were, and we became really a free being through the solar forces. In that ancient time to which I referred, the difference between these two forces in human evolution was strictly defined. In his 30th year, a person then became sun person, someone free. Up to our 30th year, this was a lunar person who was not free. Today these two conditions slide into one another. Today the solar forces work along with the lunar forces, even in childhood, and the lunar forces continue to work on into later years. So that today these two things, compulsion or necessity, and freedom, work into one another. This was not always the case. In the early prehistoric times of which we are speaking, the action of the sun and that of the moon were absolutely distinct in the course of human life. This is why it was said at that time, concerning the greater part of humanity, someone was born not once, but twice. For it was held to be abnormal, something pathological, if someone did not experience this great change of life in their 30th year. It came about in the course of human evolution that the second of these births, they were spoken of as the lunar birth and the solar birth, that the solar birth was no longer so noticeable in humans, and certain ceremonies were carried out, certain exercises and actions were performed on those who desired initiation into the mysteries. Such persons then experienced, in the mysteries, what could no longer be experienced generally, and then they became the, in quotes, twice born. When this expression, twice born, is found in Oriental literature today, it is misleading. Any Oriental scholar, any expert in Sanskrit, might be asked. I think Professor Beck is present here, and you can ask him. If it is not the case that, as a matter of fact, no Oriental science can clearly and distinctly put before you, in a few words, what the content of the expression twice born really is. Formal explanations certainly exist aplenty, but what it means in substance no one knows. Only those who are aware that it reaches back to a real experience understand the reality I have just explained to you. In such things, spiritual observation alone can speak. And once it is spoken, I would like to ask all of those who hold with what can be learned from documents, with everything external science can discover, I would like to ask, taking for granted that science has gone to work in an unprejudiced manner, if this science does not corroborate in every particular the investigations made by spiritual science. Your attention must, however, be directed to certain things which take precedence over all documentary science. For the understanding of life, of humanity, cannot be gained by a science of documents. Let us turn our gaze back to a very far-off age, when people spoke of the lunar birth of humans as creation through the Father. With regard to the solar birth, people were quite clear that in the spiritual sunlight, the power of Christ, the Son, S-O-N, was active, and that this was the power that freed us. Consider for a moment what this force, the solar force, does. It is the force that enables us as humans on earth to make something of ourselves. We would have been strictly confined within an unchangeable, natural, not fateful necessity, if the liberating solar forces had not dissolved this necessity through their influence. This fact was known to those who held the more ancient opinions concerning the world. They looked up to the sun, S-U-N, and said, "This eye of the world from which the power of Christ streams forth, E-Y-E, is the cause of my not having to remain always under the iron necessity with which I was born from out of the forces of the moon, as one whose whole life had to evolve under compulsion. It is the force of Christ, looking down on me through that cosmic solar eye, E-Y-E, that enables me to make something of myself during my life on earth through my inner freedom, something I could not have been through the lunar forces which placed me here." This consciousness that we could transform ourselves, could make something out of ourselves, is what people saw in the forces of the sun. I would like to add here, but only in parentheses, that Saturn was also looked up to as a third source of birth. In the Saturn forces, these individuals saw all that preserved them when they passed through the gate of death, the third earthly metamorphosis. Being born on the earth means being born through the moon. The second birth means birth through the sun. The third birth means Saturnine birth or earthly death. Humanity was upheld here by the mighty forces of Saturn, forces then holding sway at the extreme limit of the planetary system of the earth. These forces preserved us, carried us out into the spiritual world, and provided a context for our being when the third metamorphosis took place. This was absolutely the mental outlook of the people of those ancient times. But human evolution goes on. A time arrived when it was no longer known in the mysteries how the solar forces affected humankind. Knowledge concerning these forces was preserved longest among the medical workers in the mysteries. For the forces which in our ordinary development give us freedom and the possibility of making something out of ourselves, the solar forces, or the forces of Christ, also live under various conditions in certain plants and in other earthly beings and things, and reveal in these earthly things properties of healing. Generally speaking, all sense of the connection with the sun was lost to humanity, and while for a considerable time the consciousness still remained that humanity is dependent on the lunar forces or father forces, all consciousness of our dependence, or rather our liberation by means of the solar forces, had long been lost. What we call the forces of nature today, almost the only ones we speak of when discussing our conceptions of the world, are only lunar forces that have become entirely abstract. But the solar forces were still known to one, even Jesus of Nazareth, the bearer of the Christ, who lived his life in accordance with them. He had to know them because he was ordained to receive these forces into his own body as they streamed to earth from the sun, S-U-N, forces which humans had only been able to come in touch with in the ancient mysteries when they looked up to the sun. I explained this in the last lecture. What was of greatest importance in the founding of Christianity was this, that in the 30th year of his life, a change took place in the body of Jesus of Nazareth, similar to that change which in primeval times took place in everyone. Only it was but the reflection, as it were, of the spiritual sun that shone into us, while now the original Lord of the sun, the Christ himself, came down into human evolution and took up his abode in the body of Jesus of Nazareth. This fact lies behind the mystery of Golgotha as the primal event affecting all earthly life. You will realize the full connection of these things when we now consider how the festival of Easter, which in those days was an entirely human concern, was actually carried out in the ancient mysteries. The festival of Easter was in fact an initiation. The ceremony progressed through 3 stages. The first requirement, before the neophytes could attain true knowledge, before they could be initiated, was that through all that came to them from the side of the mysteries, they should be made so humble that people today can hardly form an idea of this deep inner humility. People imagine today that they have the appearance as regards knowledge of being exceedingly modest, while for those who can see into the matter, they are really possessed by pride. When about to enter upon initiation, we have in the first place to feel convinced that we cannot consider ourselves to be human at all, but rather we say, I have first to become human. It cannot be said of people today that at any point in their lives they consider themselves not to be human. But this was the first demand made on them, that they should hold themselves not to be human, and should address themselves as follows. I certainly was human before I came down into an earthly body. In pre-earthly existence, I was a being of soul and spirit. The soul and spirit then entered a physical body, which it had received from its parents. The soul and spirit did not clothe themselves with the physical body. That would be to express it incorrectly. Rather, it permeated itself with this physical body. We really have no idea of the manner and means by which the soul and spirit in the course of long ages permeates the physical, permeates the nerves and sensory systems, permeates the rhythmic system, the digestive system, and the human limbs. We have no idea of this. We know very well that we are able to perceive the physical world by means of our senses. But what are persons capable of when they have reached the point where they have permeated their physical body so profoundly with their psychic and spiritual nature that they consider the development to be complete, when they are fully evolved, fully developed humans? What are they then capable of? At present, they certainly can see external objects, they can hear external sounds, perceive through their skin things warm or cold, smooth or rough. They can perceive things outwardly, but they cannot perceive inwardly. They cannot look into themselves with their eyes. They can at most remove the skin from a dead body and think that they see into it, but they do not do so really. It is childish to think, for instance, Here before me is a house. It has windows, but I cannot see through them. So I will take all kinds of instruments, and if I am strong enough, smash the house down, and then I will have only a heap of broken bricks before me, and these ruins are all I see. This is what people do today. They flay, they dissect people in order to learn about them. But by such means they learn nothing. It is not the person at all they learn to know by such methods. If you desired really to know something about the human being, you have to be able to turn your eyes inward and view them exactly as we view them today when we direct our eyes to them outwardly. And in the same way, you have to hear inwardly with your ears. All these activities taken together, those of the eyes, the ears, the whole skin as organ of touch, the organs of smell, etc., all these were called in the mysteries the door to the human, the portal of the human. Initiation depended principally upon a person becoming aware that they knew nothing at all of human nature. Therefore, as they had no self-consciousness of human nature, they could not be human. They had first to learn to look inward through their senses as they ordinarily look outward. This was the first stage or degree of initiation in the ancient mysteries. As soon as the neophyte learned to look thus inward, in that same moment they became conscious of their pre-earthly existence. At that moment they knew, I am now, quote, in my soul and spirit, close quote. The ordinary person looks outward, bracket, yellow arrow, shading towards the outside, close bracket, referring to plate 10. But instead of this, the neophytes in the mysteries learned to look inward, bracket, red arrow, toward the inner, close bracket. In this inward gazing, they became aware of what has entered into them in their pre-earthly existence, the green part, what it passed into them through their eyes, their ears, their skin, and so on. They were aware of these things, and through this they were also aware of their pre-earthly existence. At this stage they were told that they would learn to know what we call natural science. When we study natural science today, how do we do it? We are led to observe the things of nature, to describe them, and so on. But this is much the same as if I were to meet somebody again whom I had known long ago, and somebody were to insist, you have to forget everything you did in company with this person. On seeing them again, you are not to recall the intercourse you had with them. It is unbelievable that responsible people would do such a thing. I can indeed believe that occasionally this might be agreeable, but under such conditions, life could not go on. This is imposed on us today simply through the laws of civilization. For we know the kingdoms of nature. We knew them from their spiritual side before we came down to earth. Today we are told to forget all that we knew of the mineral, plant, and animal world before we came down to earth, whereas the ancient initiates taught us about them in what was called the first stage of the mysteries. The initiate said, look at this piece of quartz. And then they did everything they could that might enable the neophytes to recall what they had known about quartz before they came down to earth, what they had known, say, of the lily, the rose, etc. What was thus imparted as knowledge of nature was a remembrance, a recognition. And anyone who had learned the teaching regarding nature as remembrance of what they had seen before they descended into earthly life was received into the second degree. In the second degree, the pupil learned music, which at that time was architecture, geometry, surveying, etc. For what did this second degree of initiation contain? It comprised all that someone perceived when they not only looked inward into themselves with their eyes or listened inwardly with their ears, but when they actually entered into themselves. Then they said to the neophytes, seeking initiation, you are now entering into the grotto of the human temple. Now they learned to know this grotto of the human temple. It consisted of their physical bodies that were permeated by psychic and spiritual forces, that which was human before they descended into earthly life. Into this they now entered. They were told that this hidden place had 3 chambers. The first was the chamber of thought. There they learned all that was connected with this. Indeed, seen from outside, the head is small, but when someone enters and sees it from within, it is as vast as the whole universe. Here they learned to know their spiritual nature. This was the first chamber. In the second chamber they learned to know feeling. The third chamber was where they learned to know the will. They then learned how individuals are organized according to their instruments of thought, feeling, and will. They learned what was of value on earth. Knowledge of nature was of value not only on earth. We had already acquired knowledge of nature before we descended to earth. But here we must remember that houses are not built above in the spiritual world, as they are here with the help of earthly architecture. Over there is music, but it is spiritual melos. Earthly music is something projected into earthly air. It is a projection of heavenly music, but as experienced by humans, it is earthly. It is the same when we measure things here on earth. We measure earthly space. The art of measuring, geometry, or surveying is an earthly science. It was important that those seeking initiation in the 2nd degree should be made to realize that all talk of knowledge gained by merely earthly means, unless connected with geometry, architecture, or the art of surveying, is nonsense. That true natural science is a recollection of pre-earthly knowledge, and that geometry, architecture, music, and the science of measuring are sciences that have to be learned here on earth. Thus, in the 2nd degree of initiation, the neophytes descended into their own selves and learned to know the individuals of the 3 chambers in respect of the single earthly incarnation, as they would otherwise learn to know them from outside, without descending into their inner being. In the 3rd degree, the neophytes learned to know others, not simply by sinking down into themselves, by getting to know themselves as spiritual beings, but when this spiritual part of them learned to know the body. Therefore, in all the ancient mysteries, this degree was known as the gate of death. Here they learned how it is with us when we lay aside our earthly body. Only there is a difference between actual death and what was experienced during initiation. Why this must be, I will explain in the next lecture. At present, I only mention the fact. When we actually die, we lay aside our physical body. We are no longer bound to it, nor do we follow any longer the forces of the earth, having been freed from them. But while still bound to our physical body, as was the case in olden times at initiation, we had to attain liberation from the body, which at death comes of itself, and had to maintain it for a certain time through our own inner power. The attainment of those strong powers by which we are able to maintain our souls in freedom apart from the body was necessary to initiation. It is these that give us a higher knowledge concerning the things we can never perceive through our senses, never think through our understanding. They place us as human in the spiritual world, as the physical body places us as human in the physical world. We had then advanced so far as to be able to realize that we were humans of soul and spirit, to know that we had been initiated while still in earthly life. From this time onward, the earth for the initiate was as a star existing outside humanity. And in the ancient mysteries we had, before all else, to learn to live with the sun, S-U-N, instead of with the earth. We knew what we had received from the sun and how the solar forces worked in us. This 3rd degree that I have just described was followed by a 4th. It affected the people seeking initiation in the following way. When on earth a person eats vegetables or game, when we drink various things, we know that such things were outside us and that now they are within us. We breathe the air. At first it is outside, then within us, then outside again. We are so closely bound up with the forces of the earth that we bear within us earthly substances and forces which otherwise were outside us. It was clearly explained to those seeking initiation in ancient times. Before initiation, you are a bearer of earth, of vegetables, game, pork, etc. But once you have been initiated in the 3rd degree, and when all those things have been imparted that can be imparted to someone who is free of the body, you are no longer a bearer of cabbage, pork, or veal, but rather you become a bearer of those things which the solar forces give to you. What the solar forces give spiritually was called in all the mysteries Christos. Therefore the neophyte who had surmounted the first 3 degrees of initiation, though on earth they might feel themselves to be a bearer of cabbages, they knew that they were a bearer of the solar forces, and that he was called a Christophorus. In nearly all the ancient mysteries, this was the name for those who had entered the 4th degree. In the 3rd degree, certain things had to be grasped. Above all, the neophytes had, principally, to realize that in moments of knowledge, desire for the physical body must cease. That as regards their physical bodies, they belong to the earth, but that really the earth has only to do with the destruction of their physical bodies, not with its construction. Now they learn to know the constructive forces that originate in the cosmos. But now they learn something in addition, especially when they became Christophori, that spiritual forces are at work also in the matter of the earth that are invisible to earthly view. As someone of those former ages had been addressed in the words of today, things would have been explained somewhat as follows. Parenthesis, the sense would certainly have been made clear to the neophytes, but to you I can only say these things in the language of today, not in that of former times. Close parenthesis. If you would know the teaching concerning substances, how these unite and separate, you have to look up to the spiritual forces that permeate all substance from out of the cosmos. This you cannot do unless initiated. For this you have to have been initiated in the 4th degree. You must be able to perceive with the forces appertaining to solar existence. Only then can you study chemistry. Suppose that someone today, wishing to take a degree in chemistry or in pharmacy, had first to submit to the necessity of feeling as a cabbage feels with regard to the forces of the sun. How absurd this would seem, but this was a fact. It was made absolutely clear that with such forces as people have in life, and which are generally employed during life, only geometry, surveying, music, and architecture can be studied, not chemistry. If people speak of studying chemistry today, they speak in an entirely external way. All talk of chemistry has been entirely external ever since the time when the ancient initiatory wisdom was lost. It is enough to drive to desperation those who really wish to know, when they have to learn modern official chemistry, for it is founded only on indications, not on any inward understanding of the matter. If we were only unprejudiced, we would acknowledge that something else is needed, that people must be able to understand or realize differently if they wish to study chemistry. It is the modern timidity regarding knowledge that has been implanted in people that holds them back from such an impulse. After this, a person was ripe. When sufficiently ripe, a person became astronomous, which was a still higher grade. Parenthesis, for to learn something of the stars externally, through calculations and the like, was considered absolutely insubstantial. Close parenthesis. The neophyte knew that in the stars spiritual beings dwelt, who can be known only when physical perception has been overcome, when geometry has also been overcome, when we actually live in the universe and learn the spiritual nature of the stars. The neophyte was a risen one. They could then see how the lunar and solar forces actually work within earthly humanity. I had to endeavor today to help you understand from two sides how Easter was experienced inwardly in the ancient mysteries, how this festival did not take place at any fixed season of the year, but rather when someone attained a certain degree of development. Easter was then experienced as a resurrection of the psychic and spiritual nature out of the physical body, as a rising into the spiritual universe. It was thus that those who still knew something of the wisdom of the mysteries, at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, regarded this as a mystery. They said, what would have happened to humanity if the mystery of Golgotha had not taken place? In olden times it was possible for people to be initiated into the secrets of the cosmos, for in quite ancient times they experienced a second birth naturally, as one might say, when they were about 30 years old. At that time, at least, there were still memories of this, and it was knowledge of the mysteries which preserved in its traditions what an earlier age had experienced. All this had faded and been forgotten by the time of the mystery of Golgotha. Humanity would have become entirely decadent if the power to which initiates of the mysteries rose when they became Christophori had not entered into one Jesus of Nazareth, so that it has remained on the earth ever since, and people, through Jesus Christ, have been able to unite themselves with it. Readers aside, I apologize. I see I've been pronouncing the word Christophoroi slightly incorrectly. End of readers aside. Thus what rises before our eyes today in the festival of Easter had already formed a part of the history of the mysteries. We will only know the real meaning of Easter when we revive this ancient portion of the history of the mysteries. We will only approach an understanding of the real meaning of Easter when we endeavor, in some way at least, to understand what those who sought initiation experienced in olden times. Such an initiate said to himself, "Through initiation I have become aware of how sun and moon work in me in their reciprocal relations to each other. I now know that I have been formed as physical human being in a certain way, that I have eyes of a certain kind, a nose, a whole bodily form constructed within and without as it is. And the fact that this form is able to grow and continue to grow today, through the nourishment it receives, depends upon the lunar forces. All necessity depends on them. That I am inwardly free, that I can be active as a free being within my bodily nature, that I can transform myself, take myself in hand, depends upon the solar forces, upon the forces of Christ. These I must stimulate if I wish to achieve consciously by my labor what the solar forces accomplished in me under other conditions through a kind of natural necessity. From this we can understand how we still look up to sun and moon today, and from their reciprocal constellations fix the time of the Easter festival. This method of reckoning is something that has remained from former times. People ask, when is the first Sunday, following the first full moon, after the spring equinox? And they fix the Easter festival of the year on the first Sunday after the full moon, indicating thereby that people see something in the structure, in the form of the Easter festival, that comes from the cosmos and has to accord with it. The thought of Easter has to be grasped once again. It can only be understood when people look back to the content of the ancient mysteries, where we were first made aware of what took place when we looked into ourselves, the door of humanity. When we entered into ourselves, living inwardly in ourselves, the three-chambered inner human being. When we made ourselves free, the gate of death. When we moved freely in the spiritual world, we were Christophoros. The mysteries themselves went back to a time when free human development had to find a place. The time has now come when the mysteries have to be found once more. They must be found again. We must realize consciously that preparations have to begin now, by which they can be found again. Out of this consciousness, the Christmas conference was held, for it is an urgent necessity that a place should exist on earth where mysteries can once more be established. The Anthroposophical Society, in its further development, must provide the means for a renewal of the mysteries. Your task, my dear friends, must be to cooperate toward this end, doing so out of the right consciousness. This demands that life be considered according to its three stages, according to the stage in which we look into human nature, according to the stage when we strive toward our own inner being, according to the stage in which we are in that state of consciousness, which otherwise we only experience in the reality of external death. As a remembrance of the lesson that has been given here today, let us take with us the following words, allowing them to work powerfully in our souls. Quote, "Stand before the portals human lives. Behold on their lintels words of power. Live in the inward souls of humans. Feel in this realm the beginning of worlds. Otherwise the beginning of the world is not always perceived, but only what is in the world. Ponder the earthly end of humanity. Find in it the Spirit's turning point." In these words you have the essence of today's lesson. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner, two small lecture cycles. One is called Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, and the second one that I am on is called the Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries, which is 4 lectures. I'm on the third one, which is Lecture 9 in this entire book of 10 lectures. Translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine. Lecture 9 is given in Dornach on the 21st of April, 1924. In order to carry further the matters I have dealt with in the last 2 days, I would now like to refer to the astronomical aspect of Easter. In order to do this, it is necessary to allude to some of the facts connected with the so-called mysteries of the moon. During all those ages in which we were aware of the wisdom of the mysteries of the moon were spoken of, and these were connected with human nature insofar as we are part of the whole cosmos. For we must clearly realize that humans with their complete beings are dependent on the whole cosmos, just as we are dependent on the earth as regards our physical bodies. Now, the years of materialism have brought in their train a complete loss of consciousness on the part of humanity of the spirituality existing in the wide spaces of the cosmos, as revealed in the formation of the constellations and in the movements of the stars, when these are planets. No trace of this consciousness has remained beyond the outward observance of the stars and the calculation of the movements of the planets. When we observe how all this is studied according to the ideas of modern astronomy, it strikes us as being exactly the same as if one were to study the human physical organism, completely unconscious of the fact that it is permeated with soul and spirit, keeping before us only the conditions of measure and the external relationships of movement of this organism, and forgetting entirely that in the relationship of measure and of movement, the soul and spirit find expression. In humans, an undivided psychic and spiritual nature comes to expression, held together by the ego. But in the organism of the whole universe, spiritual perception finds the expression not of a single undivided soul and spirit, but of a multiplicity, an immeasurable, boundless multiplicity of spiritual beings, who reveal themselves in the grouping of the stars, in the movement of the planets, through the light streaming from the stars, and so on. All this multiplicity of spirituality living in the stars is related inwardly to humanity in the same way as those things are related to us which, from an earthly side, and throughout the whole realm of nature, provide us with the means of sustenance. But the closest connection between humans in the universe has to do with what is called the mystery of the moon. When the moon is observed outwardly, it is seen in its relation to the earth to be in a state of metamorphosis or change. At one time it is seen as a full luminous orb. We look again and see that only a part of it is luminous, a half, then a quarter. We also have that state of the moon in which it is entirely withdrawn from external sight, the state which we call that of a new moon. Then we have again the return of the full moon. All this is explained nowadays by merely saying that in the moon we have a body moving in space which is illuminated by the sun from different directions, so that to us it seems to assume different forms. But with this, we have not exhausted what the moon does for the earth, and more especially what it does for humans on the earth. We must clearly understand, when we look at anything so apparently physical on the surface as the full moon is, that what it here presents to us in its physical aspect is something entirely different in that physical aspect from what the new moon presents to us, which, because of the relative connection of worlds, it cannot do directly and physically. And we must not think, when the moon does not show itself, that its powers and activities are not present. Because of the relationship of the heavenly bodies we know, now it is new moon. The moon certainly is invisible, but because of this it is present in a more spiritual way than when we see its physical light at the time of the full moon. So, the moon is present at one time physically and at another time spiritually. We have therefore a constant rhythmic alternation between a physical and a spiritual manifestation of the moon. If we really wish to understand what is brought about through this, we must turn back to those facts already known to you through statements made in my book titled The Secret Doctrine. We have to recall what is said there. The moon was once within the earth. It belonged to the body of the earth. It left the earth and became what might be called a neighboring planet. It has therefore split off from the earth and now circles around it. It showed influences exercised by it on humans while it was still connected with the earth. Humans were, of course, entirely different beings when they lived and evolved on an earth that still had the moon within it. Since the withdrawal of the moon, the earth has been impoverished in respect of the qualities of the moon. Since that time, we have been maintained in our lower parts by other forces, by purely earthly forces, not by earthly and lunar forces. On the other hand, those forces which so long as the moon was within the earth, worked on us from within, have now, since its withdrawal, worked on us from the moon, that is, from outside. We can therefore say, the forces of the moon streamed at one time through humans. They encountered first their limbs, their feet and legs, then streamed upward from below. Since the departure of the moon from the earth, these have worked in an inverse direction, from the human head downward. Thereby the lunar forces have had an entirely different task for humanity than they had before. In what way did this task show itself? It became evident through our having a clearly defined experience on descending from pre-earthly to earthly existence. When we have passed through the period between death and rebirth, and have been acquitted of everything regarding the things affecting our soul and spirit during that period, we turn our attention to the descent to earth, to the union with what, in a physical, corporeal way, is to come to us from our father and mother. But before, with the help of our ego and astral body, we can find the means for union with the physical body, we must be clothed with an etheric body that we attract to ourselves out of our cosmic surroundings. This occurrence has been fundamentally changed since the time of the moon's withdrawal from the earth. Before the moon's departure, when someone, having completed life between death and a new birth, drew near to earth again, they had need of powers by which they could organize the ether, which was dispersed through all the surrounding universe, around ourselves, our ego and astral body, into the form of an etheric body. These powers we acquired on our approach to earthly existence from the moon, which was then one with the earth. Since the moon's departure, we have acquired the powers necessary for the formation of our etheric body from outside the earth, in fact from the departed moon. So that immediately before our entrance into earthly life, we have to have recourse to what lies in forces of the moon, to something cosmic, in order to construct our etheric body. Now, this etheric body must be so constructed that it has, as it were, an outer and an inner side. See Plate 11. Let us try to picture in a quite diagrammatic way how the etheric body is formed. It has an outer and an inner side, so that we realize we have to construct it both outwardly and inwardly. In forming the outer part of the etheric body, we require the forces of light. For besides other substances, the etheric body is principally formed of streams of cosmic light. Sunlight is not fitted for this. Sunlight cannot supply the power which enables us to form our etheric body. For this purpose, light is needed that has shone from the sun on to the moon, and has been reflected back from the moon again. And through this, the light has become radically changed. All the light coming from the moon and streaming from it out into the cosmos contains powers which enable us, when coming down to earth, to construct the outer side of our etheric body. On the other hand, what streams spiritually from the moon, at the time of the new moon, sends into the cosmos the forces we need for the construction of the inner side of our etheric body. Therefore, our power to form the outer and inner sides of our etheric body depends on the rhythm between the periods of bright external moonshine and the dark of the moon. What the forces of the moon are thus able to bring about in us depends also on this, that the moon is not the mere physical body about which modern natural science makes fables, but that it is permeated through and through with spirit, that it is indeed composed of a plurality of spiritual beings. I have explained on many occasions how it was that the moon separated at one time from the earth. It was not only physical substance that passed out into the cosmos, but I explained how those ancient beings who lived at one time on the earth, not in any kind of physical body, but in a spiritual form, how they were the original teachers of humanity, and withdrew along with the moon into cosmic space, and that there they established a kind of colony on the moon, so that we must distinguish on the moon between its physical etheric and its psycho-spiritual nature. Only this latter is not a unity, but a multiplicity. The whole spiritual life of the moon is dependent on the manner in which the beings dwelling in the moon look from their lunar standpoint out on the surrounding cosmos, how they regard the world around them. And if I may express myself in a pictorial way, I might say, the spiritual beings of the moon turn their attention first to what is of the greatest importance to them, to the planets belonging to our planetary system. Everything that takes place in the moon, by which we receive in the right way the forces necessary for the forming of our etheric body, depends on the results of observations arrived at by those beings, living, as one might say, in the moon, and observing it from the planets of our surrounding planetary system, Mercury, Sun, Moon, etc. This was a knowledge that existed in certain of the mysteries, an ancient knowledge preserved in certain of the oracles of the mysteries, held that the constellations, in the mutual movements of our planetary system, were observed from the moon, and that, in accordance with these movements, the deeds of the beings of the moon were determined. Stress was laid on this by those who regarded the moon as the point from which, in a certain way, universal connections, having to do with the formation of the human etheric body, were determined. And these forces of the moon came to be associated in human consciousness with the forces of the other planets. We see this in the names of the days of the week, how moon equals Monday, and how the moon in its observation has to do with Mars or Tuesday, with Mercury or Woden on Woden's day, Wednesday, with Jupiter or Thor on Thor's day, Thursday, with Venus or Freya on Freya's day, Friday, with Saturn on Saturn's day, Saturday, and with the Sun itself, which does not work directly with its forces on the etheric body, but is reflected indirectly from the moon on Sunday. So we come to associate what was perceived from the moon with that which entered our consciousness regarding the relationship of the planets to different parts of time. In the centers of the ancient mysteries, something like the following was said: "Remember, O man, that before your descent to earth you had need of powers that were built up by the moon, through the fact that the lunar beings gazed upon the other planets of the planetary system. You have to thank the powers of the moon derived from Tuesday, Woden's day, Thor's day, Freya's day, etc., for the special configuration assumed by your etheric body when it descended into your physical body." Thus, on one side, we have the rhythmic progression of the moon in periods of light and darkness around the earth. On the other side, we have the impression made on human consciousness by the whole sequence of the planets and their courses. The mysteries added this to what had already been given out. Because certain moon beings could gaze on Mars, we were enabled to organize within our etheric bodies the capacity for speech. Because these beings were able to gaze on Mercury, we acquired what enabled us to construct within our etheric body the aptitude for movement. If people desire to speak in accordance with these mysteries of the moon at the present time, it is possible to give expression to them in an entirely different form. This can be done by means of eurythmy. Eurythmy develops out of speech. Having investigated the mysteries of language, by allowing the moon beings to instruct us in what they are able to observe when gazing on Mars, we make further investigations. We then notice how what we investigate changes, if after having directed our observation to Mars, we direct it to Mercury. Thus, when we turn from what the moon beings experience through Mars to what they experience with regard to Mercury, we pass from the human aptitude for the production of sound to the human aptitude for eurythmy. This is to explain the matter in its cosmic aspect. What pours into us as the capacity for acquiring wisdom comes to us through the experiences the moon beings have with respect to Jupiter. All that permeates our souls as love and beauty we receive through the experiences that come to the moon beings from Venus. The experiences that come to the moon beings through their observations of Saturn impart to the human etheric bodies their inner warmth of soul, and that from which we must be preserved, what must be repulsed, as it were, by us, so that the construction of our etheric body is not disturbed immediately before its descent to earth, is what comes to us from the sun. Thus those things come from the sun, or rather from this contemplation of the sun, against which we must be shielded by protecting powers, so that we may become beings cut off and enclosed within our etheric bodies. In this way we learn to know what takes place on the moon. In this way we also learn how the human etheric body is formed, how it is constructed when someone comes down from pre-earthly into earthly existence. The things just described are those connected with the mysteries of the moon. It is possible to speak of such things today. In certain of the ancient mysteries they were not only described but experienced, truly experienced. They were experienced in such a way that what is written below was not only known but inwardly felt. See Plate 11. Monday, Tuesday's speech. Wednesday, movement. Thursday, love, beauty. Saturday, inner warmth of soul. Sunday, protective forces. Through initiation into the mysteries, of which I spoke in the last lecture, individuals could rise above mere sight by the eyes and hearing by the ears, as these are known in earthly conditions. They could free themselves from the body. They could withdraw from the physical body and live only in the etheric body. But when living thus in the etheric body, we lived with all those things of which I have just been speaking. We then lived with speech, not as formed by the larynx, but as the speech that resounds in Mars as universal language. We moved in accordance with the way Mercury controls movements in the cosmos, not with feet and limbs, but in the sense in which Mercury guides the movements of human beings. We did not attain to wisdom then with such trouble as is customary in the years of a child's education today, and which in this materialistic age is unwisdom. Rather, we live directly in the wisdom of Jupiter, because we were able to unite ourselves with the moon beings who gaze on Jupiter when we were initiated in this way. We were actually and entirely within the rays of the moon's light. We were not beings living in flesh and blood on earth. We had left the earth and dwelt as beings in the moonlight, but in moonlight that was modified and transformed by what lived in the other planets of our planetary system. During the periods of spiritual observation, someone living in such mysteries was a being of light of the moon. This must not be taken in the symbolic sense, or thought of as in any way abstract. But just as someone is aware of reality when he goes on a journey, say to Basel and back, so one was conscious of the reality about them when they had approached the moon beings through the ceremonies of initiation. And individuals knew that they had left their physical body for a time, and with their psychic and spiritual nature had entered the light sphere of the moon, that they had been clothed with a body of light. And because, united with the moon beings, they had gazed out into the wide spaces of the planetary worlds, and had actually been able to perceive what is possible to discover there. And what was it they saw? The principal thing they saw other things too, was that the forces coming from the sun beings have nothing to do with the formation of the human etheric body. In observing the sun, they beheld something that was disruptive to the etheric body. And they knew that none of the forces proceeding from the etheric body could be acceptable to the sun, but that such forces must proceed from the higher members of human nature, from the ego and the astral body. The sun forces could work only on these. Thus they knew that one did not look to the sun for the human etheric body, but rather to the planets. They looked to the sun for the human astral body, and especially for the ego. But they realized that for the whole inner power of the ego, one must turn to the sun. This was the second fact that came to us through initiation into the recurring mysteries of the moon. The fact that in the etheric body we belong to the planetary system, and that for the forces of strengthening and permeating the ego and the astral body, we must look to the sun. This was the second fact that came to us through initiation into the recurring mysteries of the moon. The fact that in the etheric body we belong to the planetary system, but that for the forces of strengthening and permeating the ego and astral body, we must look to the sun. The actual result of this initiation was that a person felt themselves to be one with the moonlight, but that through the moonlight existence of their own being, they could gaze into the sun. They now said to themselves, "The sun sends its light to the moon, because it must not impart it directly to humanity. We receive the moonlight united with the forces of the planets. From these, we construct our own etheric body." These secrets were known to anyone who had been initiated in this manner. By this they knew to what extent they bore the power of the spiritual sun within them. They had seen it. They had reached a consciousness of the extent to which they bore the spiritual sun within them. This marked the degree of initiation that they had gained, and by which we became a bearer of the Christ, which means a bearer of the sun being, not a receiver, but a bearer of the sun being. In the same way as the moon, when it is full, is a bearer of the sunlight, so such a person was a bearer of the Christ, a Christophorus. Initiation to this degree was therefore an entirely real experience. And now picture to yourselves that other absolutely real experience by which we escaped from the earth, and as an initiated human being rise to the existence of a being of light, and think of this earlier inward human Easter experience as changed to a cosmic experience, a cosmic festival. In later times, people knew nothing of this. They did not know that it was possible that we could really pass out of earthly existence into supra-earthly existence, could unite with the nature of the moon, and from the moon gaze on the sun. But a remembrance of this had to be preserved, and this remembrance is preserved in the festival of Easter. The way in which all this can be experienced does not pass over into our later materializing consciousness. Instead, we are left only with an abstract conception of it. We no longer look into our own being so that we say, "I can become one with the moonlight." Instead, we look to the moon, to the full moon. In those days, we looked up to the full moon and said, "It is not I who evolves so as to attain that, but the earth which strives toward it." When does the earth strive toward it most? The earth strives toward it most in early spring, when the forces which were formerly with the seeds and the plants within the earth stream forth from the surface of the earth. On earth, these forces become plants, but they go further. They stream forth into the wide spaces of the cosmos. In the mysteries, people made use of the following images. They said, at the time when the inner forces of the earth carry what streams upward through the stalks and leaves of plants out into the cosmos, we are most easily able to attain to the solar and lunar initiations and become a Christophorus. For then we float, as it were, toward the moon, on the forces that in spring stream from the earth to the moon. But we have to do this at the time of the full moon, see Plate 11. All this passed into the memory of the people, but it became abstract. They felt something must come to them with the full moonlight. But it was an unconscious feeling. It was no longer a clear knowledge that these people experienced. Something that was not we ourselves streamed up toward the full moon, when this was the first full moon after the beginning of spring. What can the full moon do now? It gazes on the sun. That is, it gazes on it on the first day dedicated to the sun, on the first Sunday following the coming of spring. As in former times, the Christophorus looked up to the sunbeam from the standpoint of the moon. So the moon now gazes on the sun, that is, on what it symbolizes, on the sun's day. Thus we have, say, on 21 March, the beginning of spring. The forces of the earth then begin to sprout into space. The right moment must be awaited when the observer, the full moon, is present. Full moon falls this year on 21 March. What does the moon gaze on? The sun. The following Sunday was then fixed as Easter Sunday. It is therefore an abstract computation of time, and has endured as the relic of an entirely real event of the mysteries, which took place frequently in ancient times and happened to many people. This is the truth concerning the Easter festival. Our present-day spring festival represents a certain occurrence in the mysteries that was celebrated everywhere in spring. But this occurrence in the mysteries was different from the one I described in the day before yesterday. The one I then described was that which led us to an understanding of death. I then explained that the thought of resurrection, which was made comprehensible by such means as the celebration of the Adonis festival in autumn, led them in about 3 days, through experiencing death, to a realization of resurrection in the spirit. This process of resurrection belongs really to autumn, for the reason I then stated. The event I am describing today is different. It was celebrated in other mysteries and was carried out in connection with special initiations, those of the sun and moon. And this event was placed by us at a time before the beginning of life, so that we must be able to look back to a time when in certain mysteries there was knowledge concerning humans' descent from pre-earthly to earthly existence, and in other mysteries, those connected with autumn, there was knowledge concerning our ascent to what was spiritual. See Plate 11. But in later ages, when there was no longer any understanding of the living connection between us and the spiritual nature of the cosmos, it happened that the autumnal festival of the mystery of resurrection became simply confused with the mystery of human descent, that of the spring. In the confusion which thus arose, we see how materialism gradually entered into human evolution, and how this not only gave rise to false views, but actually produced absolute confusion in our minds regarding things in which at one time a holy order reigned. For there was a holy order in the fact that as autumn approached, a cosmic festival drew near, which again called attention to an occurrence in the mysteries. On these occasions it was said, nature now becomes barren, withers and dies. This resembles the death of our physical side. But when looking at nature, we see only what works destructively. Something lives in us that is eternal, something that, disregarding what takes place in nature, can be seen in spirit. Something that rises after death in the spiritual world. In the mystery of the spring season, it was made clear to us that nature is conquered by spirit, that spirit works down again out of the cosmos, that physical life will sprout and spring again from the earth, because the Spirit compels it to do so. At this festival, we were not to think of how we passed through death to a spiritual life, but of how we had come down from what was spiritual. Therefore, when nature first began to stir in spring, we had to think of our descent into physical life. And when nature was in decline, then we had to think of rising to what was spiritual, to think of our resurrection. The life of the soul can be intensified in an extraordinary way when anyone thus experiences his connection with the cosmos. The carrying out of these mysteries varied in different regions. In ancient times there were some cultures that were really more autumnal, and some that were more spring-like. The people of the mystery of Adonis were among the autumnal folk. The spring-like folk were connected with other mysteries, more with those I have been describing today. And only those people who, seeking wisdom, journeyed like Pythagoras from mystery to mystery, have passed through the totality of human experiences. From one mystery station, where the secrets concerning autumn, the true mysteries of the sun, were seen, they passed on to another, where the secrets of the spring, the lunar mysteries, could be perceived. This is why we are always told concerning the ancient, fully qualified initiates that they traveled from one station of the mysteries to another. It could be said of them that in a certain way these initiates experienced the year inwardly through its festivals. An initiate of olden times might have said, "When I arrive at a place where the festival of Adonis is celebrated, I behold within me the autumn of the universe, and the rays of the spiritual sun when the night of winter begins." If he came to another place where the mysteries of the spring were celebrated, they said, "Here I behold the secret of the mysteries of the moon." Thus they learned to know inwardly what was connected with the real meaning of the whole year. You can gather that our Easter festival is really burdened with something that it should not be burdened with. Our Easter should really be a festival of burial, and this festival of burial had also to occur in spring, as was really the case in respect of the festival of human spirituality. It was a festival for the purpose of stimulating us to work, and was necessary for primitive humanity as summer approached. Thus the Easter festival was a festival of exhortation to work during summer, and the autumnal festival, the festival of resurrection, was an exhortation to strive toward the spiritual world, and was celebrated at the time when work ceased in the outer world. But when we ceased from work, it was intended that we should experience in our inner being what was of greatest importance to our soul and spirit, consciousness of the eternal part of us, by looking to our resurrection in the spiritual world 3 days after death. When we pass in this way from earthly mysteries to cosmic knowledge, we are able to recognize the inner structure of the order of the year in its festivals. But much of what was veiled in the festivals, much of what they really contained, has disappeared. In the next lecture I shall endeavor as far as possible, and in close connection with certain stages of the mysteries, to enter more deeply into the subject which today I desire to place before you more in accordance with the connections of the heavenly bodies themselves. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 233A by Rudolf Steiner, two small lecture cycles, one entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, and the other, the one I'm finishing today in the end of the book, is the Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries. This is 10 lectures. I am on the 10th lecture, 10th and final lecture, which is lecture 4 in this small cycle, translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine, given in Dornach on the 22nd of April 1924. Readers aside, there are also a number of appendices after this, which I won't be reading, they look very good, so I suggest you get the book. Okay, end of readers aside. We have seen how out of the mysteries has grown what has bound human consciousness so closely to the universe that this bond found expression in the annual round of festivals. And we have seen especially how the festival of Easter has evolved out of the principle of initiation. From all that has been said, you must have been struck by the great importance of the part played by the mysteries in the development of humankind. Everything spiritual that passed through the world in ancient times, by which we were able to develop, did in fact have its rise out of the whole life and content of the mysteries. Making use of a modern expression, we might say, the mysteries had a great deal of power with respect to the guidance of all spiritual life. Now, humanity was ordained from the beginning to develop freedom. That this might develop, it was necessary that the life of the mysteries should decline. So for a long time, we were not so closely associated with the powerful guidance coming from the mysteries, and were left more to ourselves. It is very certain we cannot yet say that the time has come when we have attained true inner freedom, that we are now sufficiently ripe to pass on to the next age, following the one in which freedom has been gained. Truly, we are unable to say this. All the same, there are a sufficient number who have gone through incarnations in which the power of the mysteries was less apparent than formerly. And if today the seed of their passage through these incarnations has not yet germinated, still it is there. It is implanted in human souls. And as an age is now approaching, which will again be an age of greater spirituality, we must begin to develop what in our present state of dullness we have not yet developed. But above all, it will be necessary for knowledge, for intuition, for experience of the Spirit that can be gained through contemporary initiation, to encounter the esteem and reverence gained through freedom. Without appreciation, without reverence and true knowledge, a spiritual life is really not possible. We make a right use of these festival seasons when we employ them to develop and, in some small extent, to implant in our souls this feeling of appreciation and reverence for what is spiritual that has evolved in the course of human history. When we endeavor to learn as intimately as possible how and why external historical events point to spiritual facts, and carry over what is spiritual from one age into another. This is mainly possible because we come again and again into earthly existence in recurring earthly lives, and therefore carry with us into later epochs what we had experienced in earlier ones. Humans are the most important factors in the further development of human history. In every age, they live in a definite surrounding or atmosphere, and one of the most important of these was that of the mysteries. Thus, one of the most important agents in human progress is the power to carry over what was experienced in the mysteries, and to live this again, whether it be in the mysteries themselves, where it works into humanity at large, or simply as cognition or knowledge. Today this must be in some form of conscious knowledge, for the true life of the mysteries has withdrawn, more or less, from the external life of today, and must come forth into it again. We are here constrained to say, it is indeed the case that if that impulse, which went forth from the Christmas conference here at the Goetheanum, really enters into the life of the Anthroposophical Society, this society, by leading further to the classes that are to be instituted, and indeed this institution has already begun, pressing onward to ever greater depths of knowledge, can provide the foundation of a further living content of the mysteries. This furtherance of the being of the mysteries must be nurtured consciously within the Anthroposophical Society. For this society has experienced an event that can be utilized in evolution in the same way as a similar event was once utilized, the burning of the temple at Ephesus. Both there and here, a great wrong lies at the root of what was done. Things present, however, different aspects on different levels, and what is at one level a dreadful wrong may be used in accordance with human freedom in such a way that real human progress can be achieved through it. If we are to enter into such matters with understanding, we must grasp them, as I have already said, in as intimate a way as possible. We must study the special way in which the spiritual things of the world were cultivated in the mysteries. I indicated in the last lecture how, out of the spiritual observation of the constellations of the sun and moon, as practiced in the mysteries, the fixing of the annual festival of Easter was determined. Further, that the other planets were regarded from the point of view of the moon. I said that according to what was experienced in the observations of the other planets, we were guided in our descent from pre-earthly to earthly existence, that our luminous etheric body was constructed in accordance with what was then seen. Now, if anyone desires to gain some comprehension of how, through the forces of the moon, or rather through the spiritual observations by the moon, these etheric forces were transmitted to humans, this can be done, as we have tried to do, from observation of the cosmos itself, where it is inscribed, where it exists as fact. But it is most important that the human interest, which throughout the ages has been felt in these truths, should be permitted to influence the soul. Never did human souls and minds take so much interest in the descent of the soul from pre-earthly existence. Never was so intimate an interest felt in the last stage of this descent, in our clothing of ourselves with the etheric body, as in the mysteries of Ephesus. In the mysteries of Ephesus, the whole ritual practiced by the goddess of Ephesus, who is named exoterically, in quotes, Artemis, was really directed toward participating in the spiritual blending and interweaving of life in the ether of the universe, in the cosmic ether. We can venture to say that when those taking part in the mystery of Ephesus approached the image of the goddess, an enhancement of perception occurred which amounted to hearing, and what was heard might be given in the sounds of the goddess, somewhat as follows. Quote, I rejoice in all that is fruitful within the wide-spreading universal ether. Close quote. This expression of inward joy on the part of the goddess exercised a very profound influence on all growing, blossoming life in the universal ether. And feelings inwardly connected with this springing life breathed like a magic sigh through the spiritual atmosphere of the sacred precincts of the temple of Ephesus. All the arrangements at this center of the mysteries were so directed as to enable people to say, nowhere but at Ephesus is there so close a union with the growth of living plants, with this sprouting and springing of the being of plants from the earth. This led to the fact that within those mysteries, especially clear instructions were given concerning those secrets of the moon of which I spoke in the last lecture, and which were for the special purpose of bringing an understanding of such things to the souls of those who were adherents of the Ephesian mysteries. To feel ourselves as a form of light was an individual experience for each of these Ephesian pupils and initiates, for it was a real and living fact to them that their forms of light came to them through the moon. The instruction they received was somewhat as follows. Those able to let the instructions they received in the places of consecration work on them were entirely taken up with this self-construction out of sunlight that came to them by way of the moon. They then heard, as if coming to them from the sun, the tones y, o, ah. They knew that these tones, y, o, ah, stimulated their ego and their astral body. Y, o, equaled the ego and astral body, and they perceived the approach of the etheric light body in the ah, forming together y, o, ah. When these tones vibrated within the neophytes for initiation, they were conscious of their ego, of their astral body and etheric body. Then it was as if there rang forth from the earth, for we were now entered into the cosmos, something which enforced the y, o, ah, making of it v, y, o, ah. It was the forces of the earth that revealed themselves in the v. The neophyte now felt his whole human being in the y, o, ah. He felt a premonition of the physical body, as it was first on earth in the consonants which accompanied the vocalization, which in the y, o, ah indicated the ego, the astral body, and the etheric body. It was the experiencing of himself in the y, o, ah that enabled the pupil of the Ephesian mysteries to experience the final steps in his descent from the spiritual world. At the same time, the consciousness of the y, o, ah was such that they felt themselves to be in the light, that they were this tone, y, o, ah. They became human thereby, a resounding ego, a resounding astral body, within the luminous, shining etheric body. Humans were then tone in light. This is how one is as cosmic human being. Humans are capable of accepting what they see out in the cosmos in the same way as here on earth we accept the things we see with our eyes when we look out upon our physical surroundings on the earth. The pupils of the Ephesian mysteries really felt, when they bore the y, o, ah within themselves, as if transported to the sphere of the moon. They shared in what was observed from the point of view of the moon. At that time, the human being was still a universal being. It first became man and woman at its descent to earth. But we then felt we were transported to the realms of pre-earthly existence, though aware of the approach of what was earthly. This transporting of themselves into the sphere of the moon was, to the Ephesian pupils, an act of the greatest possible intimacy. They then bore within their hearts and within their souls all the things they had experienced and which sounded in their ears somewhat as follows, quote, "Thou being, offspring of worlds, who in thy light form art strengthened by the sun under the moon's control. Thou art endowed by Mars with his creative resonance, with Mercury's swinging movement of thy limbs, enlightened by the rays of Jupiter's wisdom, and by the love-bearing beauty of Venus, and Saturn's age-old spiritual inwardness consecrates thee to life in space, to growth in time." Close quote. Consciousness of this filled each pupil at Ephesus. They realized that this consciousness which pulsated through them was of the greatest consequence to their humanity. We can say that this was something which enabled a pupil belonging to the Ephesian mysteries to feel most truly human. To put it trivially, when these words sounded in their ears, they felt a consciousness dawn in them that connected them through the powers of their etheric body with the whole planetary system. This is expressed most pregnantly in the following words spoken to the etheric body by the universe. Quote, "Thou being, offspring of worlds, who in thy light form art strengthened by the sun under the moon's control." Close quote. The individual now consciously felt themselves within the power of the moonlight. Continue quote, "Thou art endowed by Mars with his creative resonance, with Mercury's swinging movement of thy limbs." Close quote. Here the resonance, which has something creative in it, comes to us from Mars. And what imparts power to our limbs, that enables us to become beings of movement, comes from Mercury. Quote, "With Mercury's swinging movement of thy limbs." Close quote. From Jupiter, illumination comes to us. Quote, "Enlightened by the rays of Jupiter's wisdom." Close quote. And from Venus there comes this illumination. Quote, "And by the love-bearing beauty of Venus." Close quote. In order that Saturn can gather together all that completes us inwardly and outwardly, preparing us for our descent to earth, clothing us with our physical body, and enabling this physically clothed being who bears God within to carry our life on earth, quote, "And Saturn's age-old spiritual inwardness consecrates thee to life in space, to growth in time." Close quote. From all I have described, you can gather that the spiritual life at Ephesus was inwardly bright and full of color. And this inwardly bright and colorful life contained precisely all that is summed up in the thoughts of Easter, all that human consciousness was able to grasp as our own intrinsic worth in the whole cosmos, the whole universe. Many of those wanderers to whom I alluded in the last lecture, who passed from mystery to mystery, in order that they might gather the full sum of those influences that came from the mysteries. Many of these wanderers have given us the assurance that nowhere had the harmonies of the spheres resounded so clearly, so inwardly, as they sounded at Ephesus, because of the perception they had of things as seen from the aspect of the moon. In no other place had the astral light of the world appeared so luminous, as when perceived in the light of the sun, flooded by the softly glimmering light of the moon, and spiritualized by this astral light, as humanity is ensouled by it. In no other place had they been able to perceive this, or at least not with the same joyousness and inward artistic acceptance. All this was associated with the temple, which later went up in flames through criminal or crazy folly. Initiates of these Ephesian mysteries were incarnated, as I informed you at the Christmas conference, in Aristotle and Alexander the Great. These individuals came in touch at that time with what could still be traced of the mysteries of Samothrace. Now, an external, apparently chance event is sometimes of great importance in the evolution of the world. Some considerable time ago I informed you that the time of the burning of the temple at Ephesus coincided with the birth of Alexander the Great. But other things also took place through this burning of the temple. Oh, how manifold and tremendous are the things that have happened in the course of centuries to those who belonged to this temple. How much of spiritual light and wisdom has passed through these temple halls. And all that passed within these halls was recorded in the cosmic ether, while the flames burst forth from out of the temple. So that we can say the continuous Easter festival at Ephesus, enclosed as it was within the temple's halls, has been inscribed ever since on the vast dome of the universe, in respect of this dome's etheric nature, though perhaps in letters that are not perceptible to all. And so it has been with many things. Much of the wisdom of humanity was in ancient times enclosed within temple walls. It has escaped from these walls, has been inscribed on the cosmic ether, and henceforth it is immediately visible there to those who have risen to real imaginative knowledge. This imaginative knowledge is to a certain extent the interpretation of the secrets of the stars. What once was the wisdom of the temple has been inscribed on the cosmic ether, and can thence be read by those possessing imagination. This can be put a different way, yet it is the same in whatever way it is put. One can say that I go forth into the night and gaze on the starry heavens, allowing the impressions they make to sink into me. And if the necessary faculties have been acquired, what is contained in the grouping of the constellations, in the movements of the planets, is transformed into a mighty script. And when this cosmic script is read, something emerges from it of a similar kind to what I described in the last lecture concerning secrets of the moon. These things can absolutely be read in the script of the firmament, by those to whom the stars are not merely objects for mathematical calculations, but when they are letters in the cosmic script. Something further might here be added in order to elucidate this matter. At the very time the mysteries of the Kabiri arose in Samothrace, and the older mysteries were declining, something emerged through the influence of these mysteries of the Kabiri, which for Alexander and Aristotle were like a remembrance of the earlier times they had passed through together in a certain century at Ephesus. Samothrace was still a mystery establishment of remembrance, and it was a place for cultivation and work. But in fact the life of the mysteries was in general decline in the time of Alexander. In this moment Alexander and Aristotle heard again, through the influence of the mysteries of the Kabiri, of recollection of the old time in Ephesus, in which both had participated. Once more Yah-o-ah sounded within them, quote, "Thou being, offspring of worlds, who in thy light form art strengthened by the sun under the moon's control, thou art endowed by Mars with his creative resonance, with Mercury's swinging movement of thy limbs, enlightened by the rays of Jupiter's wisdom and by the love-bearing beauty of Venus, and Saturn's age-old spiritual inwardness consecrates thee to life in space, to growth in time." Close quote. In this remembrance, in this historical remembrance of things long past, there lay a certain power for the creation of something new. From that moment a power went forth for the creation of something new, a very remarkable new thing, which has attracted very little attention. You must try to understand how this new creation, which proceeded from Alexander and Aristotle, was really brought about. Take some well-known poetic work, or any other work, the most beautiful you can find. Take, for instance, a German translation of the Bhagavad Gita, Goethe's Faust, or his play Iphigenia, anything on which you set a high value, and think of its rich and mighty content, such as Goethe's Faust, for example. By what means is this rich content communicated to you, my dear friends? Let us take it that it is communicated to you as is done in the case of the majority of individuals, that at some time of your life you read Goethe's Faust. What came to you on this occasion on the physical plane? What was on the paper? Nothing was on the paper but certain combinations of A, B, C, D, E, etc. These combinations were the only means by which the mighty content of Faust was passed on to you. When you know the alphabet, there is nothing on the printed page that is not comprised in its 26 letters. but the rich content of Faust is conjured from the paper in a magic way by means of these letters. It is clear to the eye, EYE, that the repetition of ABC is wearisome. It is the most abstract thing imaginable. Yet this abstract thing, rightly combined, gives you the complete Faust. And now, when that cosmic tone of the moon was heard again, the tone in which Aristotle or Alexander were versed, the meaning of the fire of Ephesus became clear. They knew how this fire had borne out into the far spaces of the cosmic ether the secret of Ephesus, and there now arose in Aristotle the inspiration to establish the cosmic script. Only this cosmic script could not be built on the foundation of A, B, C, D, E, F, but just as ordinary script was founded on letters, the cosmic script was founded on thoughts. In this way, letters of the cosmic script came into being. When I write down the following list, the words are just as abstract as A, B, C, D. Quantity, quality, attributes, relation, space, time, doing, suffering. You have here a number of ideas. Learn to accomplish with these ideas, which were first propounded to Alexander by Aristotle. Learn to do with these ideas what you have learned to do with ABCD. You then learn how to read from the cosmos from quantity, quality, relation, space, time, doing, and suffering. In the age of abstraction, something extraordinary occurred in academic logic. Only suppose if in certain schools the concern was not with teaching people to read, but with compiling books in which every possible combinations of ABCD had to be learned, AC, AB, BE, and so on, but not so as to learn by this, to make use of the letter in a way that could bring any rich content to their souls. This would be to do exactly the same as the world has done to the logic of Aristotle. In his logic, what are called categories were put forward. They were learned by heart, but people did not know how to make use of them. This is similar to learning the ABC by heart without knowing how to use it. Reading in the script of the universe can be traced back to something as simple as the learning of ABC is to the content of Faust. In fact, what has been put forward by anthroposophy, and can continue to be put forward, is arrived at from these ideas in the same way as the reading of Faust is arrived at by means of letters. For all the secrets of the physical and the spiritual world are contained as a cosmic alphabet within these simple concepts. You have to realize that in the course of the world's development, it happened that, as opposed to the earlier direct perception, of which the events at Ephesus were still the most characteristic example, something arose which had its beginning at the time of Alexander, and continued to evolve more especially during the Middle Ages, something most profoundly hidden and esoteric. Most profoundly esoteric is the thought living in these simple conceptions. We must learn really to live more and more in them. We must strive to experience them in our souls when these have a richly organized content filled with spirit, as vividly as we experience the ABC. Thus we see how in these concepts, whose inner illumination and source of power has once more to be discovered, was comprised something which, like a mighty instinctive revelation of wisdom, endured through thousands of years. And it will one day come to pass that what seems actually to have been laid within a grave, that is, the wisdom of the world, will once more emerge and find the light of the world. We will learn to read in the cosmos once more. And the resurrection of what has been kept in concealment during the interval of human evolution between the two spiritual epochs will again be experienced. Our purpose, my dear friends, is to reveal to mankind that which has been hidden. we are there to shape Easter as a human experience. I can therefore say, as on other occasions, anthroposophy is a Christmas event, and in all its effects it is also an Easter event, a resurrection experience that is connected with a burial. And it is important that we should feel, especially at this Easter assembly, the solemn sanctity, if I may so express it, of our anthroposophical aspirations, in that we have some perception of being able to go today to a spiritual being who stands near us, perhaps immediately beyond the threshold, and to whom we can say, at that time humanity was blessed by a divine spiritual revelation, which shone with exceptional clarity at Ephesus, but now all that lies buried. How can I again bring forth what thus lies buried? Yet we can believe that what once has been can somewhere be found again, can be found in the grave where it was hidden. Then a being will answer us, as on a similar occasion this same being answered once before, quote, "That which ye seek is no longer here, it is in your hearts, if only ye will open them to receive it in the right way." Close quote. Anthroposophy already dwells in the human hearts. Humans have only to open their hearts to it in the right way. Then we shall experience in full sunlight, not in the ancient, instinctive way, our return to that wisdom which lived in and illumined the mysteries. These are the things, my dear friends, which I desired to bring before you at this Easter season. For to fill ourselves with that which, like a sacred breath, can inflame the heart of everyone who holds to anthroposophy, and can bear us with it into the spiritual world, is an impulse which is closely associated with the Christmas conference given at Dornach. This impulse must not remain something that can be thought out. It cannot stop at intellectuality. It must be an impulse coming from the heart, not dry or insipid, not sentimental, but in accordance with its whole nature, it must be a very solemn one. In the same way as the flames at Ephesus were used by Aristotle to fire his heart anew, and after they had streamed up into the cosmic ether, they had brought to him again the secrets which he was then able to grasp in their primal significance. As the fire at Ephesus could be used in this way, it is laid upon us. And we shall soon be able to carry out the demand. I say this in all humility. It is laid upon us to use that which, as the aim and purpose of anthroposophy, was carried up into the ether, along with the flames of the Goetheanum, for the further carrying out of this purpose. What is to be the outcome of this, my dear friends? The outcome is to be that we receive a new impulse from the Goetheanum. At the annual commemoration of the sad event which falls at Christmas time, the time in which this misfortune overtook us, we must receive a fresh impulse from the Goetheanum. And why? Because we should feel what formerly was more or less an earthly concern, founded and constructed as a thing of earth, has been borne up by the flames into the wide spaces of the cosmos. Because this misfortune has come upon us, we ought to be able to say, in recognizing the results of this misfortune, we now realize that we should not have carried this out as a merely earthly concern, but as one appertaining to the whole, far-reaching etheric world in which the Spirit dwells. Then what happened to the Goetheanum becomes something that concerns the wide ether in which the Spirit-filled wisdom of the universe dwells. It has been carried out far into the beyond, and we must fill ourselves with the impulses of the Goetheanum that come to us from out the cosmos. Let us take this as we will. Let us take it as an image. But the image contains a profound truth, and this profound truth can be expressed in simple words when we say, the activities of anthroposophy have been permeated with an esoteric tendency since the time of the Christmas conference in 1923. This esoteric impulse or tendency exists. For though the earthly part, through the cooperation of physical fire, streamed out into space as astral light, this impulse works back again into the anthroposophical movement, if only we are in a position to receive it. When we are able to do this, we are aware of a most important factor in all that lives in anthroposophy. This important factor or part is the mood of Easter feeling, that anthroposophical feeling that can never be persuaded that the spirit can possibly die, but that when, owing to the world, it has to die, it rises eternally anew. Anthroposophy must hold to the spirit that from eternal foundations ever rises again. Let us take this to our hearts as an Easter thought, an Easter feeling. We will then take with us from this place of meeting, when we make our way into other walks of life, something which will give us courage and power to carry on our work. The end of Lecture 10 and the end of this cycle of lectures. As I mentioned before, there are a number of appendices that I will not be reading. This is Collected Works Volume 233A, entitled Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation, Mystery Centers of the Middle Ages, the Easter Festival and the History of the Mysteries, translated by Mary Adams and Frederick Amrine.